Magnus, no mercy, Carlsen was relentless this afternoon, showcasing his well-known endgame skills to defeat Gukesh with the black pieces and get a head start in their two-game match. The Indian will need a win with black tomorrow to stay in the match. A difficult but not impossible task. In the all-Indian affair, Erigaisi prevailed with black against his friend Praggnanandhaa with a mind-boggling piece sacrifice. Meanwhile, the game between Dominguez and Caruana ended in a draw, although according to the computer, Dominguez missed a win. The last game to finish was Vidit-Abasov. Although Vidit was pressing most of the game, Abasov withstood the pressure, and a draw was agreed on move 109. In the women's section, Goryachkina also took a head start with an impressive performance against Tan-Goryachkina with the black pieces, while Muzychuk-Salimova drew their game. Both matches are still completely open and will be decided tomorrow in the second classical game of round 6. Greetings from Baku. We're in round 6, second game, and things are really heating up. Today, one of the main games of the round will be Goryachkina against Tan-Goryachkina. The Chinese player needs a win to stay in the tournament. But the most important game of the round, without any doubt, is the game between Magnus Carlsen and Gukesh. The Indian player needs to win today. If he loses or he draws, he's out of the tournament. Laurent, how are you doing, my friend?
I'm fine, Michael. Good day.
It's only 3 rounds left to go. What do you think of the pairing today? Is there anything special you think that might happen today between Gukesh and Carlsen?
Well, as Magnus won yesterday, obviously Gukesh will give everything he can in order to win the game and go for the tiebreak tomorrow. So it will be an exciting afternoon, obviously.
Laurent, do you expect many tiebreaks tomorrow in the rest of the games?
Well, a few were won yesterday, so it means today is a lot of pressure on the players. Probably if the winners from yesterday can stand the draw or even win again, then we will have not so many tiebreaks on an extra rest day. But for the show and for the competition, of course, we hope to have more spectacle tomorrow.
Thanks, Laurent. Laurent, main arbiter of the tournament. Stay tuned to the YouTube channel because today will be the most exciting round of the event.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the live broadcast of the FIDE World Cup and FIDE Women's World Cup 2023 in Baku, Azerbaijan. And today we will be seeing the second game of the quarterfinal of the open section and the semifinal of the women's section. I'm Irene Sukandar and I'm still with my co-partner, Irina Krush. And today will be an exciting day, just like Michael already appointed. Yeah.
Yeah, well, we have a few people in a must-win situation. Gukesh and Prague need to win with the black pieces today, and as well as Tan-Goryachkina. So actually, that's a pretty tall order that all 3 must-win games are coming with the black pieces.
Yes.
And it's going to be interesting to see what they go for in their opening repertoire. Are we going to be seeing more hippos?
Hippos, yeah.
Yeah.
Now it's going to be my favorite opening.
Let's take a look at the tournament info to see what the players are playing for and what prizes they can expect to win.
Right. So in the open section, for those who get eliminated today or tomorrow in the tiebreak, will be back home with 35,000 USD. So it's a very high consolation prize. And the current rating favorite is Magnus Carlsen, who won yesterday against Gukesh.
He's also Irina's favorite to win this tournament. Yeah, they forgot to write that down. You know, okay, in the semifinals for the ladies, we got 4 players remaining. The winner of the whole tournament will get $50,000. The second place finisher will get $35,000. 25,000 for third place, and the top 3 places also qualify to the candidates, and 20,000 for fourth place. So even the people who lose this match will be playing another match for third to fourth place.
Right. So, well, it is going to be a very exciting day indeed, because there are so many players on the. They have to win, like in a must-win situation, and one of them is world number 7, Gukesh, who lost yesterday against Magnus Carlsen, and we saw a very long endgame drawn between Nijat and Vidit yesterday too. Fabiano made a narrow escape against Caruana-Dominguez and draw the game. And Erigaisi won a very beautiful and sacrifice against Praggnanandhaa, who, by the way, I encountered them again in last night.
Oh, yeah, walking on the boulevard?
Yes, they still walk together.
Yeah. I guess I take my walks later, so I never really, well, run into them. All right, in the women's, we got Anna Muzychuk drawing a very interesting game against Caruana-Dominguez yesterday with the white pieces in a pan of Botvinnik. Today she will be having black, and Alexandra Goryachkina winning a convincing game with the black pieces against Tan-Goryachkina. So out of the 6 games that we're going to be following today, precisely 50% of them are must-win situations.
Must-win situations.
So that's really quite exciting, because it's forcing the players with the black pieces to kind of go for it and take a lot of risk. And at the same time, I think, even the players who may draw as well, there's a lot for them at stake, because one game and you're out.
Right.
So the tournament it's getting, super exciting, actually. Already, like yesterday's round was quite fascinating with all these wins with the black pieces.
And so many instructive end games as well, yeah? Almost all the games ended with end games. And we see in the camera players already arrived on the board, and they should be starting very soon, like anytime soon now.
Magnus, as his tradition, is not at the board yet. And I'm actually quite curious to see what his first move will be, right? Because that's really a big question. Against e4, I suppose Gukesh should go for one of his Sicilians, because that is in his repertoire, as well as e5. But why would he go for e5 at such a moment? And against d4, he seems to play the Nimzo and the Rogozin. I also feel like, c4 could be a possible option for Carlsen.
That's true.
It seems like Gukesh mostly plays the symmetric English. Of course, he could switch it up for today. But, it's not really clear to me what kind of game Magnus is going to want to go for.
Yeah, let's make a very quick guess. Which move?
Which move by Magnus?
Yes.
C4.
D4.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, let's see
There
which
you
one
go.
of us. let's. Okay, Magnus, you better hurry up.
No, first he's going to adjust his pieces.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
not in a hurry. We know.
Probably he will sip his water first.
Yeah, let's see. Well, we know that now he's going to start the piece adjustment.
Yep. Okay, writing down the score sheet, the names, and do you think he's going to drink first?
I think not. All right.
But he will adjust his pieces for sure.
Yeah, okay. For now, he's just filling out the score sheet. All right.
Oh, there you go.
You already won our first bet. Yeah.
Yeah, that's his style. He will sip his water first.
He likes to stay hydrated. Yeah.
And adjusting pieces now.
Okay.
Bear with us, dear viewers, because we just want to see his first move, and then we might switch to some other boards.
Yeah, we do see Arjun Erigaisi playing 1e4.
Oh,
right.
we are both wrong.
Yeah,
E4
all
it
right.
is.
E4. So he is letting a Sicilian happen. Well, now I really want to see what Gukesh will play. There you go.
There you go, Sicilian.
Yes, that's what we want to see. That's what we want to see.
I
the C3
love
Sicilian. Very solid. Okay.
Very solid.
Yeah, well, Magnus is a smart player.
Of course,
he's not
of
going
course.
for the open Sicilian today. Actually quite a good choice. But now D5, yeah, that's what I was actually going to suggest. And Magnus will be taking that pawn, I guess. Not sure why he's hesitating a little bit. Okay, he took the pawn. Let's bring that up on our board. And which line will Gukesh go for that he thinks could give him some chances?
He took it with the queen, yes.
Yeah, so
I think he will go to the main line, yeah?
Yeah, well, after D4, D4 knight of 6 will happen. And after knight of 3, I think that's when the big choices for black appear. Okay, d4 on the board. So yeah, I'm expecting knight f6 here. Okay, he puts that knight out, and knight f3, and then we get like our first questions. Okay, Magnus is thinking.
Double checking.
Yeah.
Double checking everything. Making sure everything is in order.
Yeah, I mean, I guess when you play e4 as Magnus, like you're certainly expecting the Sicilian, you know, so this whole Alpine Sicilian was the plan for the day. Knight f3. Okay, and here we're going to see Gukesh choose a system, right? So there is e6, there is bishop g4, there is g6.
There is knight c6.
Knight c6 even as well is a move. So, well, the most popular moves here really are e6 and bishop g4. But I really wouldn't be surprised if, you know, Gukesh tries, you know, something else as well. So, okay, so he's thinking about it. By the way, we have a Sicilian also, wow, in the game between Arjun Erigaisi and Pragg. And
yes.
Yeah.
And it's also the same approach.
Yeah, it's a c3 Sicilian, but Pragg has chosen knight f6. Actually, let's take a quick look at that. It's actually quite interesting. I mean, I'm so happy to see all these Sicilians today, my opening appearing on all these boards. So c3 by Arjun, and knight f6 chosen by Pragg, and so a different line than Gukesh. And here we are. So, all right. And there was a trade of the pawns on d4, and black played d6,
And now
bishop
bishop
c4.
c4.
Yeah. So now you can play knight b6, but knight b6 is actually, I mean, I guess he's going to go e6 if I had to make a guess. I
Yeah.
think there also is a line with like d takes e5 and some sort of like knight b4. But I think he's going to go for e6.
You think so?
I think so. And the reason is because a knight b6, it's a perfectly good move, but bishop b5 and this line, you know, a lot of pieces get traded,
Yep.
right? So you could play it, but not necessarily a terrible idea. But I suppose I still think that e6 is keeping more pieces on the board.
Yeah. That probably it.
But you know what's funny is that I feel like both Gukesh and Pragg, you know, they have both been surprised by this choice of c3 Sicilian. You know, so it's very interesting that Magnus and Erigaisi like came to that conclusion that like that's the line to go for. But it makes sense, right? Because you do it on move 2, so you sort of control the action. You're not giving black a whole lot of ways to surprise you. So I totally understand their choices. And Gukesh does go for e6.
e6, yeah.
And now there's a lot of moves for white. Well, there's bishop e2, there is bishop d3, there I think is knight a3 as well. Basically those three are the main ones, and it looks like Magnus is still thinking about it.
Yeah, he's choosing. But I'm sure he's already preparing something. He just wants to, I don't know, sometimes when you get to the board, you feel something different, and then you actually prepared for a few lines and that you can just choose over the board. That's usually also my approach. Like sometimes, you know, it's depending on my mood.
Yeah. You can also try bishop e3 here. Let's see what are the most popular moves in this position, right? So it's
Knight
actually
a3.
Knight a3, bishop e2, bishop e3, bishop d3. But it's like they're all very playable.
Yep.
Just different lines. So, all right. Shall we take a look to see what else we got? We got Fabiano Caruana in a symmetrical English. It started out as against Dominguez. It's interesting. Of course, Fabi's choice of 1c4. It's not like the most obvious thing that he could go for. And knight f3, knight f6, g3, and oh, interesting. So we're getting some kind of a Tarrasch where
With different order of moves?
yeah, different order of moves, and white played d4, knight c6, and now goes for a3. And yeah, that's a bit of a rare move. And the issue is when they go bishop g2, as I experienced in my game with Anna Zatansky at the Cairns Cup in the final game, there is this line with bishop c5. Kind of a newer approach to the Tarrasch. And actually, it also featured in the game between Harika and Alexandra Goryachkina in this World Cup. I believe in their rapid game, actually, Goryachkina played knight b3, and she actually took this pawn. And, Black has, like, quite good compensation for the pawn. Their game ended in a draw. So this is like the new treatment of the Tarrasch, this early capture on d4, and this is why Fabiano goes a3. But this gives Black some options, I think, of playing c4. It's kind of a typical idea. I think, though, Fabiano still went. I'm sorry, Linear went Linear went for CD, knight d4, and bishop c5 anyway. And bishop e3 on the board. Now, queen b6. I'll explain to you the difference, actually.
Bishop b6.
Yeah, I'll show you my small amount of knowledge in this line, though, like why this a3 move is getting played and like what the difference is. So, okay, bishop g2 was the natural move, right? And so it could have been the same position with bishop b6. And now bishop e3, the problem is that there's queen b6.
And you don't have knight a4,
Yes, because there's a check. That check is the problem. And so that is why Fabiano has his pawn on a3, because in this position, you're basically going to lose a piece. You know, since when you block, you actually lose the knight this way. So this a3 move, it's hard to understand without really knowing Black's ideas in this position, because obviously compared to bishop g2, it looks very strange, right? It's not like a developing move the way bishop g2 is. But okay, from a theoretical point of view, this move can be understood. And so after CD, knight d4, bishop c5, Fabiano is able to play here because now on queen b6, there is knight a4, and there's no check by the queen. All right, so now let's take a look at what Dominguez did. He played
bishop b6.
Bishop b6.
Just a direct approach of avoiding the threat, knight c6 and bishop c5. Yep. So I think the natural continuation would be bishop g2 is, of course, a normal move. But what else can it be? Yeah, bishop g2. There's also knight a4 in this position. I guess you can try to scare that bishop away. And after bishop c7, let's say? Yeah. And it's interesting, after knight a4, the main move seems to be bishop takes d4. A little surprising, right? Or even castles. So, like, no one even moves the bishop. No one even moves there. I think I understand why, basically, because White's going to be trading on c6. And then c5 is like... Yeah, like, White's already really well positioned to control that square. So, and plus the bishop is just kind of staring into that pawn, right? So, while normally they would want to save that bishop, I think they just run into some problems with that. I mean, even, like, rook c1 is going to come quite quickly, right? So, like, if we take and go, well, you can choose between bishop g2, rook c1, something like that. This pawn is a bit problematic. I mean, you can defend it, of course. You can play that position as well, but I feel like, White is a bit better here. And bishop c7 is not standing like great lined up against that pawn. So you just let it be captured, Yeah, you just capture, and let's take a look at like how the games go here. Bishop takes d4, bishop takes d4, and then just castles. So it's kind of an interesting approach, I would say. You don't even take on d4 first. Yeah, you don't even take it. I guess the bishop can't really escape, maybe because of d4 being annoying. But bishop c5, let's say. Yeah, if you go bishop c5... I understand. Yeah, this might be a bit dangerous because you're delaying to castle. In bishop c5, you're actually helping rook e8. Yeah. And the e2 is going to be under pressure. But then if you move it, then you will create some weaknesses around the light squares. Yeah, it's interesting. Like, White just goes bishop g2, rook e8. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily love this position as Black,
right? But I guess there's some issues, like white can't really castle because you can take on d4, take on e2. So then the knight goes back to c3. And then we see either knight e4 or bishop g4 in this position. Well, which one should we try?
I like bishop g4.
Bishop g4. All right, let's just analyze a little bit to see. Something like this could happen on the board. So basically, if I castle, you can take, I'll take, and you can still try to grab that pawn, right? Maybe I should play h3.
Oh, yeah.
You know, just to kind of force your bishop there. Maybe I go h3. You go bishop h5. And, I mean, I'm probably not going g4. We know that move has not worked
Backfired
out.
a lot, yeah.
Not worked out so well in this tournament. But how do I get myself castled? Is a great question. Because here's my issue. I want a castle, but I am kind of concerned that you're just going to go for this pawn. And...
But there should be enough compensation.
Oh, yeah. Well, white will get the pawn back. It's just a question of like, but I mean, it's just going to be a draw, right? I mean, I can always, I think, get this pawn back. Even though you might make me work for it a little bit, you know? Right? It's like, I even have to work to get the pawn back. So
Maybe just rook e8 and then takes on d5, yeah? I think that is that easy.
Yeah, there you go.
Because the bishop is hanging, so... Oh, but you take
You
with
take
the
with
bishop.
Oh, you take
now
with the
I
bishop.
think maybe better you take it with the bishop instead of with the knight. So you force this trade. Because then you have a check on f6.
You can do it like that. But okay, yeah, white's obviously not going to have an advantage after the end of all these trades. Right, we just have like a dead drawn position. Let's go back a little bit and try to get into the mind of Caruana after bishop b6. So, you know what's interesting is that Lanier seems to be, you know, comfortable facing this surprise. He's ahead on the clock. And Fabiano, who I think is the one who made the initial surprise, is now, you know, spending his time. So he's probably not so familiar with something here.
Right.
And I think, you know, I'm trying to figure out where was the moment that Lanier surprised him. And I have a feeling...
Maybe bishop b6.
Yeah,
Would it
I'm
be bishop
thinking...
b6?
Yeah, you know what I think it could have been? Well, one surprising moment for Fabiano could have been after he played a3.
And then takes on d4.
Yeah, because like I said, actually c4 is another main alternative here, and it's quite popular as well. So maybe just the capture on d4, you know, wasn't like the first thing that he looked at, although it's also quite natural, right? So bishop c5, bishop e3, and then bishop b6. Okay. So there's knight a4, and then there's also just bishop g2. So what if we don't go chasing the bishop, and we just develop?
With bishop
yeah.
g2, yes?
Yeah.
How about that? Castle?
Yeah, castles and castles. This position has been reached in games of very strong players. Like actually I see Anish Giri on the black side of this position in 2022 and other grandmasters as well. So not a ton of games in this position, but it's definitely been played. Yeah, rook e8 seems to be the choice of the top players. And now white already starts to deviate in his preferences. We see knight a4, knight takes c6, and h3 being played.
And I think those moves are also interchangeable, yeah? Like some normal moves that in the future you will make it anyway.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. I'm trying to understand what knight a4 is about, because doesn't that kind of blunder away the e2 pawn? If you go knight a4, can't I just make my capture on
d4?
d4? And actually, that is the game Keimer versus Giri. Let's take a look at it.
I think I understand. You always have a time to move back to knight c3 and then attack this d5 pawn.
Yeah, so queen takes d4 and rook takes e2 was their game. You can And
So which one takes first, the knight or the bishop?
just the bishop. Yeah, bishop takes, knight takes, queen takes, rook takes e2, and knight c3. And actually, Giri took another pawn. He wasn't satisfied with one.
Oh, rook takes b2?
Yeah, he actually took the pawn on b2, and it was all fine. Knight takes d5, and the rook went to b5. Well, okay. Giri's a
Wow.
well-prepared player, so he wasn't afraid of this weird rook maneuver. And I think their game eventually ended in a draw after knight takes f6. Let me keep playing that. Knight takes f6. Oh, no, actually, Keimer played rook fd1 in this position. But there's kind of different ways that white can play. And I guess white has just enough pressure on that pawn and better development that, he's fine. But what did Fabi go for? He went for knight a4. Okay. That's one of the top two moves, so not a surprise for us. And Dominguez gives up the bishop. He is going into perhaps the line that we just looked at.
Yeah.
Bishop takes, and now he's going to castle and put the rook on e8.
Okay, now I have a suspicion that this game will be just a very quick draw.
You think so? You think Dominguez is too well prepared?
Yeah, and then also maybe Fabi doesn't want to take any risks too, and they will just play the tiebreak tomorrow. By the way, about tiebreak tomorrow, out of 6 games, out of 6 matches, how many matches do you think will go to the tiebreak?
Oh, wow. Out of 6, how many will go to tiebreaks? Well, okay, I don't think Carlsen is going to a tiebreak. And I mean, I have a feeling like Arjun is also not going to give Pragg a tiebreak. Just a little too hard to win as black. This one, I agree with you. This one can go to a tiebreak easily, given like the nature of the position and that Dominguez is playing quickly.
And also, given the nature of the position, the game between Vidit versus Abasov, we can quickly take a look. I think it's also going to be another draw because white doesn't look like very ambitious.
Yeah, white has played some very quiet line of the London. Let's see. Oh, well, it wasn't. Yeah, it was a quiet line. Okay, black went for bishop e7 instead
Black
of bishop
is also
d6.
actually black is going for this quiet line. Yeah, because
Wait, he goes here and there?
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah, it is.
You know this?
Yeah, of course. It is the nuance because if you go bishop d6 immediately, you can go bishop g3. And the exchange
Oh.
would never happen because if hg, then it's just, well, white has some
Yeah.
edge over the h file.
Yeah,
But you play bishop e7 first, you're trying to play knight h5 in this position, but white wants to save the bishop by playing h3, and now it is time to play bishop d6.
okay, very cool. I think I learned something here. Actually, I did not know about this nuance at all. Is this like, is this a new thing or has this been around for a while?
It's been around
Round?
for a while.
Okay.
Yes.
Bishop e7. So h3 and bishop d6. There are some openings. There's another opening I remember somewhere in the Slav defense where it's also like you like literally waste a move to provoke some kind of pawn move like that.
I think I know. I think you were talking about this bishop f5 to e4. You provoke f3 and then bishop goes to g6.
Yeah, no, not that one. That one at least makes some sense. No, there's one like literally where you're just giving up a move, like the way Vidit is doing in a very unusual way, but like you're making white play some. Or maybe I can't remember which side is doing that, but like, yeah, trying to just provoke a pawn move that is not very helpful. So, okay, dc5 by Abasov, bishop takes, bishop d3, bishop back. So how many times has the bishop gone to this square?
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, it's been 3. Bishop takes, and queen c2. All right, well. White's playing for e4. You got to challenge that pawn. Obviously, black has more space here. When this move tells you, well, actually, what I got to say? This move can be interpreted in a few different ways. Like, I don't want to say that white has no aggression here, because there are ideas of castling queenside and maybe
And
g4.
G4.
Of course, it's very double-edged, but like I wouldn't. Yeah, I would actually say that I think the main idea of this move is just to go e4.
Yeah, but also But I have to agree with you.
Let's try to disagree.
I'm trying to disagree, but I agree with you. It's just castle and g4. If I were white, I would totally consider that idea.
Yeah.
Especially, I think Vidit is now thinking about the move of e5,
Yeah.
whether or not it is necessary.
Yeah, I think it's just a little, like black is so strong in the center, and the center is not really closed, that if you're going to start this flank attack, I mean, with someone who like can do a move like that, it's probably not going to work out.
Yeah. So I think the best way for Vidit right now is to make some useful move without committing to anything. So waiting for white to actually castle and see which side that he's on.
It's funny in this position, like white might have a bit of an edge because black actually can't castle. And we are going to get a tempo here. We can castle. You might even have trouble with that pawn at some point. So e5 might be premature for black, but let's try the normal move, right? Let's try castling.
Also, after e5, e4, you can play bishop e6.
Let's take a look.
You don't need to.
You don't need to just take, yeah.
Let's do bishop e6, and you were actually preparing. I don't know. Maybe long castle is possible for black here.
Interesting. Okay, so let's say I castle. I need to get castling done too. I mean, I guess I can also castle that way.
And I will follow.
And you
I'll
will-
mirror your castle.
Yeah? All right. Well, then I'll go this way, and then you might castle short.
Yeah, I'll castle short.
Because now if I take, you take with the bishop,
Right.
and you're doing
Fine.
quite okay here, right? Yeah. I don't really see a big problem for black in this position. Well, can we try to make it more spicy if you castle
Okay,
and
let's go long castle first.
long castle first?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, but now you have e5 maybe, yeah?
You know what else I have is like I have ideas of that.
So bishop d7
Yeah,
first.
bishop is developed. I mean, I guess you could move away.
Uh-huh.
It's not such a big deal. But somewhere I want to go b5, b4. So how do I get that attack started? I mean, I could still go e5 and like bishop e6.
Yep. The funny thing about e5 is I think I can go knight c4. But then queen e7, that's
Yeah,
nothing.
I just step back. Oh yeah, this tactic, I just go back.
Or
We-
now maybe g4, because e4 is not really a threat now. Yeah, g4.
But if I still go e4,
Knight takes.
pawn takes.
Oh,
yeah,
sure,
it is a
sure,
bit of a threat. Yeah, if you go here, I mean,
Just e4 now. Yeah,
yeah,
sorry.
because actually the bishop doesn't jump over the pawn to get to h7, and I've already taken one piece. Yeah,
So,
you
or
probably
maybe
have to go
e4
e4.
itself.
Yeah, you got to go e4, and well, I think it's the same type of approach, right, where I should develop this bishop here and here. Maybe king b1,
Maybe knight e4.
knight e4. Yeah. Interesting.
You still have queen h6, so it's fine. You can keep taking knight takes e4, bishop e4, and queen h6, and then take on e4.
Nice point. I also have this.
That's true. But
Could probably be an equal-ish endgame, but it might be. But so my option is this: putting the queen on the side of the board, king b1, and the queen is on the side of the board. It could be a little bit. I probably have to go this way to look for my draw, like that, and I should be able to find my draw somewhere here, like that.
yeah, we should be equal now.
Yeah, I mean, you get the open file, but I think, you don't get the open file.
You don't get the open file. You got the tactic there.
Yeah, that's kind of a cool interference. Always easy to miss that one.
Right.
Right. I feel like that the interference tactic with a knight like that is something that is very blunderable.
Yeah. While the camera is on Vidit, I'd like to note here, he said he just completed 950 days of meditation.
Wow.
That's
Wait, that's how many years is that? That's like that's
almost
3 years. Yeah.
Yeah, almost 3 years. Yeah. 2.5 maybe. But it's amazing, such a discipline.
Wow. Wait, That really is inspiring.
I don't know. It is amazing.
The closest I can come to that, actually, well, and it's not exactly, but like my closest habit where I have that discipline is my walking habit. And it's not, I mean, I definitely cannot say I've never skipped a day, but I literally might skip just a few days a year from walking. Like, you know, if I'm traveling or if I have a day like that, it's just so busy that like there's just no possibility. Like, but overall, yeah, you know, it's very important to have so much discipline and, you know, be able to stick to like the things that work for you and just chip away at it.
Yeah, I think it's good to just pick up one good habit and be disciplined about it. You know, you don't have to, let's say there are so many New Year's resolution that you want to change your routine for like 5 different routines, and it's going to be hard to discipline yourself. So just pick one, and then along the way, when you're comfortable with it, and then you feel like you're strong enough or good enough, you have the willpower to have another good habit, then you can keep doing it. So yeah, I agree with you. I just recently picked up this walking habit because I have a tendency of also drinking my coffee, and I'd like to compensate it. So I told
coffee is not so bad though.
I know, but
That's not the worst habit to have.
I try to reduce it because I'm also drinking tea. So I thought like there might be too much caffeine already in my body. So the way I compensate it, if I don't do my walk, then I'm not earning my coffee for the next day.
Oh yeah, well, whatever you need to motivate you.
Exactly.
The walking habit, I think, is just one of the best things that I introduced into my life. And that was actually also 3 years ago in 2020, you know, during the pandemic. And I, you know, was trying to look for ways to improve my health. And, well, you know, I couldn't do any vigorous exercise, you know, like after COVID. But walking was something that, you know, you could start off like at any sort of level. And, you know, now I do, I do like close to an hour walk every day. And, yeah, it's great. I walk off my dinners.
Yeah. I walk after my dinner as well. So it's good. Yeah. And let's also take a look another game. Maybe it is something going on with the game.
How about Salimova versus Muzychuk?
Yep.
Interesting. So we have a Queen's Gambit accepted on the board. This is not exactly Anna Muzychuk's main repertoire, but, you know, the Queen's Gambit accepted is certainly becoming popular amongst a lot of players these days. I'm happy to say, because this is an opening that I've played since my childhood. And you see someone like MVL pick it up. I mean, obviously, Vidit-Abasov is also quite stable with his Queen's Gambit accepted.
Right.
And I just think, it's part of many players' repertoires. So let's see what they're going for. And wow. Okay, the reason I say wow is because, first of all, I faced this line as black against Polina Shuvalova in this tournament. So it's funny just to see them go down the same way as my game went. And it's actually, I think it might be the exact same thing. So e4, it's kind of a newer move, right? Like these ideas of the e4 sacrifices have been around for decades, I would say at this point. I mean, probably even already in the 90s they were happening. And usually the way it was happening was with white retreating this bishop to b3 and then b5, a4, b4, and then this move.
Yeah.
E4.
Yeah, this is more familiar to me. Yeah.
Yeah, and so this immediately e4 is like a relatively new thing that honestly I wouldn't have known about if I hadn't like started like studying this more recently. And now black goes b5, and you can retreat your bishop in 2 ways. But yes, bishop e2 is, let's say, the main one. Then they take the pawn, a4, b4, knight d2, bishop b7. So this is all my game with Polina. And I believe it's knight, bishop e3. They attack the pawn. They simply want to capture it. Obviously, white is ahead in development here. That's like what all of this gambit is about. And then this and this, all theory. You take on f3, takes, and Anna. So Anna is at an hour 33. So obviously this is all her preparation. And this was Trying to remember what move we need to play here. Queen e3. Queen e3 is the main move played by white. And black needs to have the move bishop e7 here, because otherwise they have a hard time developing their king side. And as you can imagine, these rooks are going to come to the center very soon. So very important move that black will play. I have no doubt that she will
Play bishop e7, yeah?
Yeah, and somehow you can't really take on, g7, I guess. There's just too much pressure here. And then the next important move, I can't remember exactly which rook is supposed to go here, but actually, maybe it's even this rook that Shavalova played against me. And then the next important move is this one. Yes. And you're protecting this pawn and you're getting out of discoveries. So if you get to castle, you're solid. So at this point, white actually does take. And then we get into this position. And
where does the bishop go?
yeah,
E5?
the bishop goes to e5. And now, let me try to remember. Basically, the move here is f6, I think. Because you want to give the king this the square on e7 as well at some point, right? And get rid
maybe
of
it's
the
bishop e7 first and then f6 so that the bishop is not cut out.
You know what? It's like, no, I remember that actually the rook is allowed to come here in these positions. There's some move that black plays, which is actually kind of interesting. Let me see if we're definitely going the right way. This is all forced. And this is forced. And there's some move that black is playing here. And then they play f6, like even after rook d6. So it's funny that I can't remember.
Rook d4 maybe?
It's black's turn. So, yeah. Well, I mean, bishop e7 seems like a move, but I feel like what move are we on? 21? Yeah, somehow my memory only goes so far. Maybe it's, you know what it is? It could be rook c8. Could be, you know what it is? It's something like this. It's like, yeah, it's that move. And somehow, like, if the rook comes in, then we actually play here. And then there's positions where we sacrifice this.
She took the queen.
Yeah, to go to c2. Okay, she took the queen, so we're not going to see all of this stuff. And taking the queen is not supposed to be a problem. So I feel like this queen move, Anna will obviously, she took back. And, yeah, it's going to peter out, actually. Somewhere, okay, she gave a check, I guess.
F1, yeah.
Yeah, king d7. Somewhere probably f6 will happen. Okay, she played this quite quickly. And white needs to get this pawn back first. Let's take a look at how Anna Muzychuk got to the semifinals. So she had to go through two former women's world champions.
Yes. Anna Karenina and her own sister, Maria Muzychuk. And in the quarterfinal, she defeated Elizabeth Pats 4.5, 3.5, with the only draw being the last game of their tiebreak match. So not an easy road for Anna Muzychuk, but also we can quickly take a look at the tournament road of Nurgul-Salimova. So Nurgul-Salimova, I think it's the only player in the semifinal that played the first round. And on the first round, she won against Charlize Van Zyl. And then the next one, she defeated Olivia Kielbasa, Marianne Gomez, and my compatriot, Medina Wardalia. And she won the tiebreak match against Polina Shavalova and earned her spot into the semifinal.
All right. So in this position, yeah, I mean, they're not in the most exciting position. And even though black is up a pawn, I expect this to be kind of temporary, although in terms of actually getting it back, it's maybe rook ad1. Still have to do a little bit of work, right? Okay, let's go rook a d1. It's interesting that Salimova went for this. Like, you know, because even if you're not very familiar with this position, right?
You just keep the queen on the board.
You keep the queen on the board because you kind of understand, like, that's the whole point of your gambit, right?
Yeah.
Like, unless you really have no options, and sort of like in this position, you really don't have an option as white. Like, the queens come off the board because black's just about to castle, right? And you need to get the g7 pawn. So in this position, she takes off the queens, I think, a little too early to really pose problems. And so let's say after rook a d1, which she hasn't yet played. Rook a d1. Okay. So what do we want to do here as black? Do we need to play a move like f6? I think we do want to do that. Or we can go rook c8. But let's take a look at just like f6. Can we do something like that to block the bishop?
Yeah. I was thinking f6 would be quite natural. Yeah, rook a d1 already played. Now, if f6, probably move the bishop somewhere.
Yeah, like you're thinking maybe even to b6. Maybe even like that.
And king c6.
Then rook e6.
Oh, rook e6.
Yeah, you have bishop d6 there, but like I was thinking maybe we have something, you know, but maybe not. Maybe you just get out of that check and it's
and
like
then maintain the extra pawn.
Yeah, maintain the extra pawn. And if I give you another check, you just go back, and I'm kind of getting nowhere with all of this for white. So maybe I should have thought a little bit more. Oh, it's not so obvious where this bishop should go.
So what's this threat here? If bishop e3, just king c6?
Yeah, well, the thing is, I can probably even just go here. I have a feeling that development is probably okay too.
Yeah, but if you are allowing me to take the pawn, then okay, there shouldn't be any problem for white anymore. So now try to keep the pawn on the board.
Yeah, let's try to keep it. All right, king c6.
Let's say king c6, yeah.
Yeah, so after king c6, we can give a check. We can we can check.
And back to
d7, and then
or maybe b7.
You could go to b7
because
too.
I might have rook d8. But here bishop f4 is very strong.
Okay. Bishop f4.
And if you rook c8, just take sticks and rook e8.
Yeah, good point. In this position, even though black is up a pawn, he is basically never going to get developed, or at least it's going to be very difficult. And he'll lose other things in the meantime, you know, like maybe a very precious a pawn. So, okay, you can't go there. So if you go back.
And if another bishop f4, now bishop d7, bishop d6.
Yeah, then you actually have the ability to develop that bishop. So maybe here. And we finally get the d5 pawn. I think you got to give up in your attempts.
King e6. King e6.
You want to keep doing it? I mean, I feel like.
And
well, let me think. King e6, rook c6,
bishop
bishop d6. All right, but the thing is, I think letting my rook in is problematic because the rook is very powerful.
It will be, but let's just see how it is.
Let's see how I win. Well, I think I'm winning a piece. How about that?
Yeah, bishop c5.
Yeah,
bishop
or there, and like I just basically
give
a check and I win that guy.
So being greedy, just holding on to the pawn is not good for black.
Yeah,
so.
eventually you got to give it back. So I think the point here is like intuitively we got to make this move work. Bishop d6, rook d5, and it's time for one of these rooks to come into the action, or maybe
king e6. Yeah, you
maybe
have to
we
get
do
away
that.
from the pin.
Yeah, maybe we should get out of the pin because you are threatening. Actually, like if I just go carelessly with my rook, you got me in a pin and you just win my bishop.
I think king e6 is the move.
So king e6.
And if you double your rook, then just rook h d8.
Yeah, rook
and you're actually threatening for the discovery.
Ah, nice. Oh, that's a good point. And if bishop f4, you can just go bishop e7.
Bishop
and
e7,
black is totally fine. Right, his king's actually more active than white's king. So, okay, let's go back for a second. What can we say about this position? So we tried f6. It's a reasonable move. There could be other moves for black, I would say, that need to be looked at. And the primary one that kind of comes to my mind is rook c8. But you know what's funny? I mean, rook e8, it feels wrong, doesn't it? Yeah, it just feels wrong to play chess like that. Like, because, I mean, once we trade that rook, I mean, all of our pieces are on the back rank. I mean, maybe this can be held as well. Maybe it's not such a big deal, but it feels like
It feels wrong.
it feels like a strange way to play. It really does. Maybe the point is like, if you move your bishop back, I just kind of go bishop d6 and then king e7. Maybe it's not that easy for you to regain this pawn. But anyway, yeah, I mean, Anna has some things to think about here. But overall, I feel like this game is headed towards a draw and a tiebreak, which means that I think, okay, there's going to be at least 2 tiebreaks now. And let's see, how is Tan doing against Goryachkina? Wow. Well, white is playing in rather boring fashion here. D4, D6. Good move by Tan to try to get a game going.
Oh, you'll see what's going to happen.
Yeah, what is going to happen? Okay, the trade.
The trade of the queen.
Yes.
Early in the game.
Well, you know what's funny is that this position, I am a little familiar with it. I even took a look at it recently. I had a game here 20 years ago against Nisipiano.
20 years
20
ago.
years ago. Yeah, that's right. 2003 in Andorra, the Andorra Open. And there is, you know, you look at it, you kind of think it's nothing for white, but there is an aggressive way to play this position with f4 and like knight f3 and, you know, putting pressure on the e5 pawn. So it's not like even this is like necessarily a play for a draw. Like I did play f4 against Nisipiano. But let's see what Goryachkina does. So she goes here, here, here. Yeah, it's not like this is not necessarily putting the most pressure on black. Bishop e3, and then Tan gets to trade off her bad bishop. And g3 on the board. Okay. So what can we say? Well, Goryachkina got the endgame she wanted. She's getting the queens off the board, but, you know, it's still a playable position for Tan, right? There's still a lot of pieces. There's still some dark squares that can be used in the position. She got rid of her bad bishop. That's definitely a victory. And by the way, her point is that, like, because you wonder why did she not do anything to stop that move, right?
Because maybe it's not really dangerous. Like after knight g4, you can actually play rook d2.
Rook
yeah?
d2.
And then just kick back the knight.
Yeah, that's the point. I guess the knight will be getting attacked. And her idea is to go bishop h3 and trade off her poor light squared bishop. Let me remove that arrow. Oh, okay. Yeah, the light squared bishop is definitely not the best because of these pawns. So
Let's say you play king e7. To
yeah, I guess the
avoid
point
it.
here, like if knight c6, that I just want to illustrate her point. Like, you know, there's some annoying pressure, right? Because, well, it's actually still interesting for black. Black could even allow the pin because then she can support her knight with that.
Maybe take on d7 and play c5 itself.
Maybe
And
take.
get ready for knight e2.
Yeah, but then I have to move my king, maybe even to c6.
Okay.
And c6
Yeah.
is an interesting square for the king, isn't it? So there's a lot for Tan to think about. Oh, by the way, c6 is on the board. c6 played by Tan. Do we like that move? It's interesting.
And Goryachkina played bishop h3 immediately.
Yeah, no, I get it. c6 controlling these squares is actually very logical. And bishop h3. She's going for that trade. But, you know, white is a bit worse because black can use that square, but white cannot use that square. It's like this typical thing, right? Like this pawn being here is, you know, weakening the d4 square while that pawn is controlling d5. So Goryachkina kind of playing for a draw in this very, what would I say it? very stubborn fashion. You know what I mean? But it's not like she's giving up a little bit. But maybe it's not. Maybe the things that she's giving up are not such a big deal, and she feels pretty
King
comfortable.
E7 was on the board.
King E7, and
I think you should take, yeah?
yeah, you're here to take. So, I mean, would I be happy in this position as white if I were playing for a draw? Not super happy. Not super happy. I'd feel a little depressed actually getting this position as white. I mean, knowing that my opponent has like all these kinds of ideas and their knights are actually more active than mine. Yeah, no, I wouldn't be that happy. I mean, maybe she'll get the draw that she needs, but like I still feel like this is kind of a depressing way to play as white.
Yeah, I see your point, yeah. Because it is not easy to play this position as white, and black has quite easy plans, yeah? Trying to undermine the d4 square by some knight maneuver to c5 and e6, and also getting the other knight, yeah. And also, I don't like this pawn on c4 at all. Like, if the pawn was, let's say, on c2, I think the position would be a bit better for white. Just a bit more stable.
Yeah, well, okay. I mean, I feel like, okay, Tan will try. She's got something to work with in this end game. Let's take a look at Tan's journey to the semifinals. She also played one of her compatriots, Zhu Jiner, in a tough match that she won 1.5-1/2. And she also went to tiebreaks with May Narva from Estonia and defeated Bella Hotanashvili 1.5-1/2. So her road hasn't been the smoothest, but she got here. And Goryachkina had to play a set of very tough tiebreaks against Harika Dronavali, and that has been her toughest,
And the only match that went to the tiebreak, yeah?
Yeah.
Before that, her matches were quite smooth, I would say, winning 1.5-1/2 or in 3 matches against Nino Bachashvili, Divya Dasmukh, and Ordas Valdez.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's take a look now at what seems the most interesting out of everything we've got. I gotta say, I want to look at Abasov versus Vidit. I think this is interesting. After we saw Queen C2, Knight E5. Knight E5 was not necessarily the move we were expecting by Vidit. So Vidit actually went for kind of a strange move. I would say strange because what's the rush to trade these knights? What's the big deal? Like, you're not castled, you're not that developed, and you're moving the same piece in the opening twice. So this decision surprises me a bit. Plus, it actually blocks the e-pawn, right? So I don't know what he got scared of in terms of castling, right? But the move Knight E5 seems to me to be like a bit of a concession. So also, he has more space for the moment, and he's like trading pieces, right? So there's like a lot of rules that I see being broken with this little knight move. But okay, I mean, obviously, you can do it. It's not too dramatic of an accuracy. White castles, and he's still afraid to castle, I guess, because of E4. He goes bishop D7, E4, main idea of white to fight against the space, and here we are. He didn't want to castle, and he didn't want to take and go for bishop c6. Yeah, because I guess he didn't like the damage to the pawns.
Yep.
You would think that somehow black should be able to equalize here as well. But yeah, he's actually behind in development. Yeah, I can see why he didn't go for this. I can totally see it. There is issues of the D file, right? Maybe he thought that this was not actually exactly equal with the white rook coming in.
Yep.
Do you disagree with me, Irene?
No, I don't.
You can't disagree with the rook on D7, can you?
Yeah, but I think there is just one move that I might actually consider instead of playing Knight D5 is bishop C6.
Bishop C6 right away. Yeah, very good suggestion. Yeah, of course, the bishop wants to go to this square. It's interesting to see why he didn't do it.
Is he afraid of F4? But
F4.
well, it should be fine. Like, you
after
can just
queen
queen
c7.
c7. Yeah.
Well, I think he was probably kind of intimidated by this move because otherwise it's hard to see why he didn't do it, right? He must have not liked that, but I mean, because he has to evaluate this position. But I mean, you're banking on that bishop, right? And actually, even though you got the double pawns, you got a lot of activity. So I agree with you that, you know,
You agree with
I agree with you. Yeah, bishop c6 is a very interesting move. I mean, because the bishop obviously wants to go to that diagonal. We're attacking the knight, and we just want to get all the pieces off the board, right? Like if you go rook e1, we are just going to be trading everything. And okay, I guess you'll take with the rook, but still, I feel like black should equalize.
Yep.
Right. So instead, he goes knight d5. Right. And this is where I feel like, you know, Vidit is kind of playing with fire in this game a bit, right?
But he's been playing with fire too since many games ago, especially yesterday when he was just, I think, slightly better. But then there was also some chance for Abasov to fire back. So, yeah, he's been playing with fire a lot. But
here's
one
the thing.
game
He's
rewarded
really
him.
playing with fire with the chess principles.
Chess principles.
Yeah, this is what I mean. This is what I'm a little surprised about because think about it. He is breaking these rules of like not moving the same piece in the opening twice, right? He's kind of falling behind in development. So I just feel like that could be giving, you know, Abasov at least some chances to create something. Of course, black's position remains very solid. And these pieces in the center, it's all very solid. If black can castle and nothing bad happens to him, he'll be doing great. But, you know, right now it's going to be a critical point in the game because White's got to make something happen on these next couple of moves.
Right.
Right.
And I think also Vidit is preserving the chance to also play for a win. Maybe he just doesn't want to equalize it too easily, you know, although he has a chance to do that. But yeah, by keeping the pieces on the board, you see what he's doing. Bishop c6, knight d5, and the queen is ready to be like on the G or H file, trying to fire this G2 pawn. So, yeah, although the eval bar says that White is slightly better in this position, but it's not obvious to me. Yeah, White is better, but how to use that fact that White is better?
I actually think that also like knight f4 is a really important idea that black is setting up. And I'm even looking at moves like b4, but I feel like I run into knight f4 all the time. So I got to come up with something here. And I agree that it's not so easy, not so obvious, you know, because even though the rook is lined up with the queen, there's like no
discovery.
Yeah, no good discovery. I mean, c5 seems like a possible square, but I'm not really sure.
And rook a d1.
Rook a d1. Is that going to be enough? I don't know.
Okay, one quick question to you.
Yeah.
When you are pressing a clock,
Yeah.
what is your style? Like, do you press it with your forefinger, or do you press it with a few fingers?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't thought about it. Probably with with a number of fingers. I think I press it with like my whole hand, basically. Like
4 fingers.
Yeah, 4 fingers. Yeah.
So I just saw how Abasov did it, and it's also a style. Like I saw this with a few players as well, that they press toward the center of the clock so that it doesn't make any noise. You know.
Yeah.
So just try to make the balance.
Oh, I definitely try to not make any noise.
Yeah. But he did it like toward the center of the clock so that it's like very slowly. But of course, it's different case when you're playing blitz.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think we can also now see how Vidit got into the quarterfinal in the open section.
Yeah, Vidit, well known for his play in the tiebreaks. He had to go through a number of tiebreaks in this tournament. Actually, all of his matches went to tiebreaks except the match against Etienne Bacro. And of course, his toughest opponent so far has been Jan Nepomniachtchi, whom he beat in a very nice tiebreak in the 10-minute just a couple of days ago.
Yep. And now we can also see the tournament road of Vidit-Abasov, who is having the tournament of his life.
Yeah, I like seeing this tournament road.
Stats.
Because when we saw this yesterday, I was just so impressed seeing all these names that he's conquered.
Yeah, he's beaten Laurent Fressinet, Anish Giri, Peter Swittler, and Salim Saleh. Wow, it's very impressive indeed, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially, I mean, Anish Giri what is the highest rated player out of all of those.
And Peter Svidler is like almost a veteran in this type
Yeah.
of format. And also Peter always had like good results in the World Cup. So no, it's really truly amazing.
Wow. Well, we have some excitement on the board between these guys because after Rook AD1, Vidit went queenside. So we've got opposite sides castling. I got to say,
Yoo-hoo.
I am really surprised by this move. I really am. I mean, I thought this king was going the other way, but look at that. Look at that queenside. I mean, it's risky.
It is. It is risky. No, Vidit is really playing with fire.
Yeah.
Like what I say, he's preserving this idea to play for a win, not necessarily because I'm playing with black pieces. I just need to draw. I think he just wants to rest tomorrow. He wants to finish it off today.
Yeah, well, it's funny because, okay, the eval bar hates the queenside castle, but I'm looking at this and I'm still trying to figure out why. I mean, I think it has to do something with these kinds of ideas.
I think so too. Yes. So
Right.
it's just a matter of the race, the attacking race on the queen side and the king side, who's going to get there first. And before,
Interesting. He
White
was
does
bishop
that
F1.
Bishop F1.
Now, here's the thing. If we would play b4, the move that bothers me is knight f4, right? That's the one that I have been kind of like looking at for a while. So I definitely understand Abasov's move bishop f1. But the only thing that surprised me was how fast he played it. Like, was he actually expecting Vidit to go this way?
I think so. Yeah.
Really? And then he's got this kind of idea prepared. I mean, it just feels like he didn't. I would have been shocked and taken some time if my opponent had castled the queen side, but Abasov just decides to pull back the bishop right away. So on b4, knight f4, I mean, it was actually also possible to consider that, right? And now, what would we have done? It's a little tricky. We have to find something good.
And be careful, you might lose a piece.
Yeah,
on the way.
like if I move my bishop back now,
Just took on
it's not going
D1.
to end pretty for me because I'm going to have trouble with my knight. So there's like some decent way for white to respond to this, but at the same time, I can say it's not really clear what that decent way is. It could be, it could be b5. It could be something like that. Because there's a
knight
lot of
D3.
tactics. Yeah, there's a lot of tactics here. Knight d3, rook d3. You know what I'm saying?
Ooh.
Because I can't really go here yet, guys, because I just lose my knight and then there's no discovery. But maybe in the middle of all these tactics, like where I start with this, maybe we can make this work. Let's see. So, actually, maybe it just doesn't work because if bishop takes b5.
I think I know.
Maybe just bishop takes b5.
Yeah.
Or
I think
maybe-
I know what you do.
Tell me.
It looks a bit dodgy, but I think
Like instead of b5?
instead of b5,
Yeah.
I think it makes some sense. Although, yeah, so maybe f3 just to stop everything.
What do you want? Which one? f3?
F3
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
because there's no
Well,
check.
allow me to express some skepticism.
I know.
about that move.
But these moves, it cuts off the bishop on c6.
But here's the problem, though. Like, I am going to be taking stuff here and here. Then I remove all your attacking pieces. You're, like, going to have to attack me just with the heavy pieces. So
I'll be happy to do that.
You'll be happy to do that? All
because
right.
your rook on h8 is not doing anything, and you always have to waste the tempo on protecting h7. So
Okay. Interesting. Well, let's go. Let's take a look at this. So I take, and you take, and I don't have to take your knight. Actually, you're kind of pinned. And let me just see. Like f5, you've got
yeah, be
knight
careful.
d6.
Knight d6 is there.
Yeah, you got knight d6. So I don't want to lose my queen like that. So I guess either I move my queen somewhere, which I can do, but your knight in general is a pretty good piece, right? So I'm still thinking this, and then where would my queen go? Where would it go? What's a nice square for it? c7. But I feel like maybe I can try to be more ambitious. Maybe I should even move queen c7 immediately. Or queen f4. Maybe even queen f4 here.
Are you sure? Trying to scare you.
Are you trying to scare me? Yeah.
No, when I
Yeah,
put
I'm
my
all
knight,
right. I'm all right.
when I
I'm
put
all
my
right.
knight on c5, I'll be very
You'll
happy.
be very happy?
Yes, I'll
Very
put my knight
happy?
on c5
All right.
now.
All right. All right. I let your knight stay alive.
Yes.
Okay. But now I have the d file, although I have to give you the pawn on h7, yeah? If I take,
Queen takes.
and I go there, you might grab that pawn,
Mm-hmm.
but then you are missing bishop takes f3. Yum, yum. All right, let's go.
Okay.
Let's go for that open file. I mean, unless you wanted to take with your knight. But here's the cool idea. Let's not miss the chance to show an Irina tactic. Here we go. You know, it looks kind of dangerous, right? I
It
mean,
is
maybe
dangerous.
I might have been able to do this in a cleaner way. Like
Yeah,
maybe
queen
queen
G3
G3 is
first.
just maybe queen G3 is just winning with rook D2 as
Or
well.
even rook d2 is also, I think it's a good move.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, it looks a bit.
F3 is like hard to believe and it's a little slow because I feel like we need to keep these pieces, right? But it's tricky to see how we keep them.
So that c5, does it work?
Oh, maybe we need to do, maybe it's time to do some sort of discovery, but yeah, that's hard to believe too because you have queen G5. So, I mean, that doesn't look like,
Right.
I mean, I'm only getting myself into trouble.
Yeah, g2 and h3 are on attack.
Yeah. No, it's interesting because I see that there's like, the eval bar says there's something here, right? But so far, finding a move for white has been difficult. And I mean, this one that we tried, I thought it made some sense. But maybe taking, I have to take, right. Oh, you know what it is? I'm going to lose a pawn here, I think, in the end.
No, you're gonna lose a2 or f2 because this you have to just take on e4.
Yeah, exactly, like this, and then in the end,
Rook takes, and
right,
then
and then this pawn will hang, right? Yeah, it's not so much fun. Oh, you're saying if I take with my
if you
queen?
take with the queen, yes.
Yeah, you're saying if I take with the queen, which is a better way to take. Then okay, this one is about equal.
Take the queen and then check on d1 and rook d2.
And this one is also completely fine for black. So, hold on. Basically, well, do we want to try to check it? Maybe we can do that and see if we can figure out what white has here after b4 and knight f4. So it's just a simple knight g3. Look at that. Yeah, okay, that's kind of hard. That is hard because it's like you're going in the wrong direction from this king. Yeah, knight g3. But basically the difference is that you're not letting this be a problem. You're actually protecting your king. But that is actually quite tricky. And then you move the bishop back, right? And then you go b5, right? That's kind of the concept. So b4 was not such a stupid move. But I can see why why Abasov didn't do it and why he went for bishop f1. I do like his move. It's like, it's very solid.
It is,
right?
yeah.
So I have no problem with it. I was just kind of wondering if we could just be more direct and like start with b4. But he's certainly going to go for b4 in the near future. So I think this game is fascinating. I think Abasov, he's been given some good chances by Vidit. I mean, playing so speculatively. I don't know why Vidit felt like he needed to play like this. But, he's down half an hour on the clock.
Yep.
And he's given his opponent these attacking chances with the opposite side's castling. So I'm kind of feeling good about this position for Abasov.
Yeah, well, obviously, objectively speaking, things are looking better for white pieces here instead of black. But, I mean, it's still a game. It's still very much a game. And Vidit is a very resourceful player. So let's see what he will come up with in this position.
All right, so we are going to go on our first break. And when we come back, we're going to get right into the games of Magnus Carlsen and Praggnanandhaa.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirap.
Her damlasında hayat var.
FIDE World Rapid Team Championship 2023 inaugural edition is hosted by Düsseldorf, Germany, August 25th to August 28th, 2023. Brand new format. Star lineup featuring world champions Vishwanathan Anand, Vladimir Kramnik, Hu Yifan, Alexandra Kostyuk, world number 5 Jan Nepomniachtchi, world number 8 Wesley So, world number 10 Richard Rapport, and many others. Record prize fund of 250,000 euros. Don't miss it. Watch unique event visiting Rheinterrasse Düsseldorf or live on FIDE YouTube.
Welcome back, everyone. And as promised by Irina before we took a break, we will now take a look at the game of Magnus Carlsen versus Gukesh.
All right, guys, let's get into it. So we had the Alpine Sicilian. We last saw it around here when we were wondering which system Magnus would choose. He played bishop e2, and we got into an isolated pawn position, knight c6, castles, bishop e7, knight c3, queen d6. Knight b5, queen d8, bishop f4, knight d5. I mean, personally, I would not be unhappy as Gukesh seeing this turn of events. I mean, playing against the isolated pawn at least gives you something to do. There's an imbalance in the pawn structure. And now he played the move bishop d7. Well, I suppose, you know, it's a little tricky to get this bishop out, right? Because you can't play b6. I guess here there might be some other ideas as well, but okay, let's take a look at bishop d7, knight c3, queen b6. And interesting here, like Magnus kind of has an opportunity to trade and make the pawn structure symmetric. But yeah, I guess that doesn't really make much sense as it opens up that bishop, and the black queen is kind of more active than the white queen. So he goes bishop c4. Pressuring this knight makes sense to me. Knight went back. Knight a4, queen a5, and knight c5 on the board. So what can we say about this position? Well, black was not allowed to reach like an ideal IQP because this bishop being here is certainly not as comfortable as when he is able to get to the long diagonal.
And now I don't think Magnus is planning to take on d7, right? So the knight goes to c5. Yeah, it is interesting because I think Magnus just wants to have some attack.
He could even take on d7. I mean, if it was actually his turn, like imagine we just pass the turn for black and play like h6, right? I feel like actually
You wanna take it?
taking... Well, okay, I mean, there's obviously a pawn here that I can take, right? That's a whole different story. But I'm just saying, like in terms of this structure, I feel like, of course, that is one of the ideas available to white in the position that, like, if, especially when you just need a draw, like, you're definitely going to want to do that because, I mean, here I think you're just on the better side of a draw, right? I mean, black actually has to work for it, so I would 100% go for that if I were like, if I needed to, and I couldn't make the move knight takes b7 work. So let's take a look at Gukesh's options and let's figure out, I mean, first of all, is this a threat? I mean, it seems to be a little bit of a threat, but I guess then there's queen b6.
And then
you
knight
can
goes back.
Yeah, and then you can take that pawn.
And then like bishop b3.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think this is something that Gukesh needs to figure out. So feels a little bit unpleasant. Can he just take the knight? I think he needs to really think about that because that's sort of the most obvious move, right? Taking the knight. Obviously, you can't take the pawn again. You definitely don't want to. And also there's that, which is important.
Or maybe just play knight d5. And then give this pawn and have like an opposite colored bishop.
But the thing is, like, Gukesh can't really go for any lines like that, right? I mean, if you're in a must-win situation, you can't even really consider such moves, right? And I don't even have to take the knight. Maybe I'm just better, like, after, you know, bishop d6, and I have the bishop pair, and I don't have an isolated pawn anymore, right? I mean, it just feels like white has all the advantages. And actually, you know what I'm going to do? When you go here, or like here, right? Instead of taking here, I bet you can guess my move. What do you think I'm going to do?
Hang on.
Yeah.
a3.
Yeah, something like that. Exactly. That's actually what I was going to say. I mean, I know I'm not threatening, maybe I'm not threatening b4 yet, but I will be at some point. And I think it's just that simple advance of the...
No, you could totally do that, no?
Yeah.
Like just play b4,
b4,
queen a3,
queen
b5.
a3, b5. Yeah, you can even do that. So right now I'm still kind of wondering what is the best way for black to handle this. I mean, that means Magnus is in a good situation, right? Because, you know, he hasn't allowed Gukesh the ideal isolated queen pawn setup, and it feels like he has some initiative, right? Now, could there be some tactical ideas like knight takes d4? Perhaps we should just take a look at that, because that's
knight
kind of the
d7.
most, that's the most forcing.
Knight d7, and you take with the pawn.
Yeah, you're allowing me to take here.
Knight
and-
f3, gf3.
Yeah, you're taking with a pawn, and I guess white keeps their extra piece, because unfortunately when I pin you, that's a check. And a white's going to be up a piece in this position. So, okay, that didn't work, but of course it's kind of a tactic that you got to check. Well, you can't also put a rook on d8. That's another problem. Like, I'd like to put a rook on d8, but I can't. So I feel like he's got Gukesh under some pressure here.
Yeah, while you are checking,
Yeah.
I think we can also now see the road of Gukesh, how he got into the quarterfinal. So Gukesh managed to defeat Wang Hao in the top 16, and before that he also had a very interesting matchup against Andrei Shapenko, which is his only match that went into tiebreak, and he needed to beat his compatriot Narayanan SL before that, and won the second round against Misraddin Iskandarov.
Iskandar. Well, here's a trivia question for you guys. In this tournament, Gukesh has only played the Sicilian in one match. One match, one game. Who is that against? You can think about that. I did my research this morning, so I know the answer. All right. It appears that Black needs, the best that Black has is indeed taking this knight and then playing rook fd8. Yeah, so if I were Gukesh, I would be extremely unhappy that this is the best that I've been left with, Irene, because, okay, we looked at knight d5, which basically allows bishop d6, so you might as well just put the rook away, right? But still, I mean, this position after, like, let's say something like a3, not only does it just seem worse for Black, but, like, given the fact that Black needs to win this position, it's even more depressing. You know? And I mean, I like how Magnus has handled this whole game, right? He's like it's not like he's like the difference between, let's say, his game and Goryachkina's game, you can see that's there, right? Like, where, let's say in Goryachkina's game, somehow she, maybe she will get her draw. She kind of gave her opponent like a very easy life from the beginning and was slightly worse in that end game. But Magnus is trying to, if he gets that draw, he'll get it from a position of strength, which I think is the best way to get it, right, when you're better.
Right.
And the way I like to play these situations, Irene, like when I'm in a situation where I need to draw to win the match, I like to make my opponent forget that he can win the game. When you're playing and then the person they're starting out the game thinking, oh, I need to win. But in the course of the game, the way the game goes, like, you just make them forget that idea. And then you can make the draw. That's my favorite way to do it.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. And I think it's also because Magnus is a very universal player that he could just pick any line or variation according to the outcome that he wishes. And I think we also can now take a look at the tournament road of Magnus Carlsen, how he got into the quarterfinal.
Well, Magnus produced the most drama in this World Cup by far. I mean, I think everyone was just captivated by this match against Vincent Keimer because after Magnus blundered a couple of times in their first game and lost, he was on the verge of getting knocked out of this World Cup, and it would have just been another, as he said, another humiliation in the World Cup. And he came to that second game really focused. He won in a must-win situation. A game in which he also blundered in, but Vincent Keimer didn't take advantage of it, and Magnus ground him down in an endgame. And since then, things have been looking a lot smoother for Magnus as he beat Vasily Ivanchuk without too much resistance, 2-0. And then he continues his winning streak yesterday against Gukesh. He seems to be having a good game today. So I feel like, once he got over that hump with the match with Keimer, we're seeing we're seeing a different Magnus. And I got to tell you something funny that I read online. Someone came up with this idea. It's like the number one player in the
I was
world.
about to say,
yeah, you saw
Vallejo,
that?
Yeah, Vallejo Pons came up with that. Yeah, the number one player is motivated Magnus, and
The
number two player is demotivated Magnus. So it's actually I totally agree with that with that tweet of Vallejo. Yeah. It's interesting.
Yeah.
Even when he's demotivated, he's just still playing like wow.
The best. He's still the best in the world.
The best still.
Yeah.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, that's why I would really like to see Magnus in the finals because just first of all the chess that he produces, the determination he brings to the board, the confidence, right? I mean, like I feel like if he would have lost to Keimer, like it would have been a loss for the event.
Mm-hmm.
So as nice of a story as that would be for Keimer, but I feel like it's better for the tournament for Magnus to stay in. So he's continuing his quest to win his first ever World Cup. And now let's take a look at our other must-win situation. Is Praggnanandhaa going to be able to manage it against Arjun Erigaisi? So they also had a C3 Sicilian, which we talked about. How interesting that was that both Pragg and Gukesh decided to go for the C3 Sicilian. For the Sicilian and Erigaisi and Magnus went for the C3 Sicilian in response. But they have different lines because Pragg played knight f6 on move 2 instead of d5. And actually, he did play knight b6, which I thought wasn't going to happen. Bishop b5. And instead of taking on e5 and going for this line where a lot of pieces get traded on c6, he went for bishop d7. That is a possible move as well. Knight c3 takes. Now, no pieces have gotten traded, but of course, white has the space advantage. Okay, that's not a bad line to try, I guess, for black. h3.
I think it's rook moves, to d1.
A rook to d1. So what can we say about this position? I think we're going to see queen c7 on the board here. And after queen c7, you would think the most natural move for white would be bishop f4. I mean, I know it's always possible to take this knight, but it wouldn't be like the first move that comes to my mind.
Yeah, I think you have to be ready with a6. But okay, I understand you can pull back your bishop to d3. Totally. Bishop f4 is something that I would also think, but do we have knight somewhere or maybe not?
You really can't move. You can't move this knight really anywhere. And then also, if you move it, then you have to also deal with knight d5 ideas. I feel like you can go rook d8. I mean, that's the thing. Like black seems to be very solid, and he's able to trade pieces. He can trade the rooks and be completely okay. But is that okay for him in this situation?
No, I like this bishop f4 move. It's very typical and also very natural. And at this moment, it is also quite useful to protect e5. So probably if your idea with rook fd8, trying to exchange the rook on the d file, there is some idea of just keep exchanging it, like takes and then play another rook to d1.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. In his situation, this might be what he decides to do. Although, trading all the pieces off, of course, is not really applying any pressure to black's position. And in this particular position...
Oh, you cannot, because e5 is hanging.
Yeah, you might even be hanging this pawn, right? And also maybe that's why sometimes the bishop should take that knight, because it's left without anything to do here. Here we just blundered away the e5 pawn, and obviously black is
better.
Is doing quite okay. By the way, white can actually get the pawn back. Maybe it's not too bad. Maybe that'll...
Oh, there's queen f2, queen q1, queen f2.
Yeah.
If bishop f1, that's quite risky.
Yeah, but you're pinned too, so fortunately you don't have bishop c4.
So maybe knight c4. Knight c4 now with the idea knight d2.
Yeah, knight c4, but I have something where I can try to use that square maybe.
You have to play queen d8, queen d3.
That's my only choice. It might be. Queen d8, but It's getting a little scary after knight d2 because actually
there's bishop c4.
Yeah. Like if I go back, it just your pieces kind of keep coming.
You can give a check first instead of queen d3. Yeah, queen d4.
Queen d4, and you want to give some sort of a perpetual,
f6. And I know it's different because then what can be different? If queen d3, bishop c4, there's at least a check.
You're wondering how we can save ourselves here, yeah? I have a really funny idea. I just don't know. You know what it is? Actually, I think I do have it. And it's like crazy. It's super unusual. Can it possibly work? Like, my idea is to go here.
And then you force me queen f1, yeah?
So I force you into queen f1, and I go here, and then you got these two pieces still hanging. And this is very unusual, but it seems
to be working.
It seems to work. Let me see. Like, you go here, though, and now you don't. Hopefully, you don't have a checkmate, but I guess you don't. I guess this is not a checkmate. This is only perpetual, right? This famous pattern of the queen and knight on the back rank. It looks like you're only getting that draw. Okay, that was a crazy line. We're far away from where they are, but okay, bishop f4 is on the board.
Yep, and we're waiting for Praggnanandhaa to reply to this bishop f4. And meanwhile, I think we can take a look at the tournament road of Praggnanandhaa. So Praggnanandhaa had a very superb tournament performance. Especially the highlight was defeating Hikaru Nakamura 3-1 and had a smoother match against Bartosz. But before that, he also defeated two very strong players, Maxime Lagarde from France and the well-known Czech player, David Navarro.
Yeah, it's amazing to see how many favorites have fallen in this tournament so far, like how hard it is for the favorites to get here. I mean, we just going through that list of names that have already been knocked out is quite impressive. So then we have Arjun-Praggnanandhaa, who has made his way to the quarterfinals through winning some nice long end games against Javahir Sindarov and Niels Grandelius. And so he only played one tiebreak, which is really quite interesting, only against his I guess it was a second round opponent, Sergei Azarov. And since then, even though he's played very strong players, he's been able to defeat them without the need of any tiebreaks.
Yes, so very solid performance by Arjun. And also yesterday, he won his first game against Praggnanandhaa, and now he's playing with white pieces and only needing a draw to proceed to the next round.
Yeah, and so now like Pragg has a big choice, right? So does he go rook d8 or does he look for something else? The only other move that I can really see for him is something like a6. Maybe just kind of posing a question to that bishop, right? And I think putting the bishop back, it's not really doing much here.
I think you can take on c6 now. How do you take it back?
Yeah, taking with the b pawn is interesting because it gives you d5. Taking with the queen.
There's knight d4, and then I'll take on e6.
Yeah, I can't go for that at all, right? Just too many piece trades, yeah?
Yeah, this looks
probably not
easier for white to play. Yep. So
I mean, I can still play this position. I can still play
e6.
It. Because at some point, like maybe you just need to play positions like this comfortable enough for black. I mean, he's not going to get like some forced win. But it's certainly comfortable for black. At least he has an attack on that pawn, right? So, somewhere black will probably have to allow some piece trades.
Yeah, I think it cannot be avoided totally.
Yeah.
So if you take it with the b, then I can play knight d4, knight g5. Just want to get that bishop on e6.
Let's think about which one is better.
Probably knight g5.
Knight g5.
Yeah,
right.
I'd like the idea of the potential knight e4. So bishop c4 maybe?
Yeah, I mean, I also have that. But bishop c4 probably, well, the queen will move, and what will the bishop be doing there? It's a question. Bishop d5 seems like something I would at least look at. Because after you take, I don't really mind that too much, I guess.
I don't think I will take it immediately.
Yeah. So I'll go here.
I will guard my bishop on f4. So probably I'll do no with the queen.
Queen, how?
Thinking. So maybe queen g4.
Oh, yeah. It's a little tricky, though, because you don't want to give away that
That's
pawn.
true,
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I cannot play queen e3, yeah? Then
Yeah,
c4.
you probably don't want to, yeah, because also you give away that pawn. So maybe just bishop g3.
Bishop g3 looks solid.
Looks like a possible move, right?
And then my direct threat is e6.
Yep. And you want to go there. So I got to move my queen somewhere. Oh, we're seeing a few moves from them, though. Let's take a look what they're doing.
Rook a d8.
Rook a8 by Pragg. Okay. Quite a reasonable move. So now, I mean, taking the rook is what we do if we're very desperate, but I don't think that white really is in any hurry to trade all the rooks because all of those trades will happen anyway. So white, could play a move like bishop g3, which is interesting because it kind of solidifies the bishop, makes it hard for you to ever move the bishop on e6. I kind of like bishop g3 as a concept. So that's one possibility. Yeah, I kind of like bishop g3 here.
Yeah, bishop g3. I think that is also the similar idea in the game of Abasov versus Vidit. Definitely a very solid move because your bishop there is unprotected. Also to prevent some idea with f6 maybe.
Yeah.
Something like that.
I mean, I definitely wouldn't be going for that rook d8 stuff that we saw. That's like it's a little playing too desperately for a draw. Like there's really no rush to trade the rooks. Like black put the rook there and he knows there can be a trade and it's not going anywhere. So you might as well make some useful moves. So to my mind, bishop g3 is useful because it makes sure that this bishop can never move because of the e6 threat. So that would be my choice. I mean, I know, again, bishop takes c6, interesting move. You can try to force things as white a little faster. You can do it, but I feel like we can wait on such things. That's my feeling that black probably will, force you to go for this stuff at some point. I don't know. I just don't know how black tries to play this position for a win. If we go bishop g3, what can he do? Maybe knight d5. Okay, it's good that he's not hitting our bishop, right? It gives us more options. Knight d5, yeah. And so if I just take you...
Yeah, can you just take twice and play e6?
Yeah.
Or if you play knight d5, bishop d5, then now e6.
Yeah, actually, again, it's all a question of the tournament situation. Like maybe this is not so dangerous for black objectively, right? But, letting those pawns get traded, how's he going to feel about that? Maybe it's not such a big deal. I mean, after e takes and rook takes.
And bishop c4, maybe.
Yeah, there's a lot of, at least black gets some sort of activity over here, but...
There's some compensation, yeah.
Yeah, the funny thing is, we can even go for this, because, your kingside structure has been damaged too, even if you damage mine. Or maybe...
And there's knight d4.
There's knight d4. Actually seems...
No, you just take it and bishop c4.
Ah, okay. Yeah. That's important, isn't it? This move coming and everything is getting kind of liquidated, although I guess we should just take a quick look because, yeah, you don't have time to take my pawn, yeah?
I can go queen e6 maybe? I don't need to take
Yeah,
it
I
immediately.
can't go there because of queen c1 and you win my bishop.
So queen e6, queen f6.
But this move looks pretty good.
And
you
then
got to
queen
go
c8,
here.
bishop f8.
Yeah, and
and
then I can
then-
pick up b7.
Yeah. Or
And then we get
take
to a
first.
draw.
Take first because there is e6.
Oh, wow, there's e6, yeah? Kind of blundered that.
Yeah, you can take on f7 first and then queen b7 and there's almost nothing.
Yeah, something like that. Well, I still lose a pawn. It's kind of funny.
Ah, yeah.
Black can still actually keep on playing in this one, right?
So actually you can you can play queen b7 without taking on f7 because there's going to be some compensation. e6 will be weak. Let's try that.
Maybe if we don't take
queen
the
b7
rook.
now.
If we don't take the rook, queen takes an e6. So where is our compensation? Of course, this is not really what Arjun is going to
know.
want. You see it? Hold on. Let me try to find it.
No, it's just a normal move.
Queen e4.
Queen e4 because if rook e7, there's bishop h4.
Ah, that's nice. Well, that's a nice point, though. It's a nice point, though. I wonder if Arjun is going to welcome such,
We're
crazy lines.
This is a little bit too far, though. But yes, this
And then
would have
there's
been
even
nice.
g5. Hold on.
Oh, g5.
It's not even over.
It's not over.
It's not. Yeah, I don't know.
It's not over.
I don't think Arjun is. I mean, it doesn't really like the engine bar is still saying this is equal, but I just don't think Arjun is gonna be so thrilled about being down in exchange and trying to find some only moves.
So things like queen g4, then
Yeah.
h6, and f4
Yeah.
doesn't work, does it?
I mean,
It doesn't look like it's good, yeah.
yeah, it doesn't look like it's good. I'm actually kind of surprised by the engine bar here.
Or you could just play bishop g3 because, okay, let's say it's a provocation move to play g5.
Yeah, maybe we just go back,
Mm-hmm.
right? Okay, and like white is down the exchange and like not even having a pawn for it, but there's compensation because this king is open and the structure is broken.
And the pair of bishop is just too strong.
Yeah, well, I don't think we're going to see that.
No, I don't think so
we're
too.
going to get
No.
anywhere close to these kinds of lines. But right now, what we got on the board is rook a d8. And yeah, a choice for Arjun. By the way, I heard someone call him Arjun.
It's Arjun. Arjun is like, I think if you pronounce it, no, it's Arjun.
Okay, so we're saying it the right way. Okay. Well, if maybe our viewers from India can tell us, is it Arjun or is it Arjun?
It's totally Arjun because Arjun is the third son in the Mahabharata story.
Okay.
After Yudhishthira and Bhima, and then it's Arjun.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. All right. By the way, let's go back to Magnus's game. So Gukesh did not capture the knight on c5. I'm not surprised he was not attracted by that at all. And he went bishop c8, which is obviously not the ideal move, but it does protect the pawn and get out of that trade. And I think Magnus just played a3, which makes a lot of sense. It's like a helpful move in all the variations, and you have ideas of b4, and then he just goes back. So certainly things have not worked out great for Gukesh. I mean, actually, this bishop is back where he started. Like, when did he first come out to d7? It was right here. Do you remember how I kind of was like, I don't know about that move, right? It's not a perfect square for the bishop. And then to think that he's exactly back there a few moves later, you can see that Magnus is definitely kind of outplaying him. All right. So bishop b5 by Magnus. Okay. So what does that move tell us? Well, he's still stopping b6. Stopping b6 idea. I get it now. I get it. So probably b6. I mean, why didn't...
It's cutting down the queen.
Yeah, well, why didn't Gukesh just try that move? Is it losing in some way tactically? Because if there's b4, there's still a queen a3.
I think you can easily try like knight b3. Where do you go with the queen?
Oh, I'm going the other way. And then maybe there's a tactic
The tactics like...
against this knight, right?
Yeah. You can even pull it back to e2 and it's already like very horrible for black. So
Yeah.
I'm a bit unhappy with the choice of openings here by Gukesh.
Oh, don't worry. It's all going well. It's all going well for Magnus.
No, I'm rooting for Gukesh.
Yeah,
so.
I see. So we're on opposite sides of this
Yes.
one, huh? Okay. No, well, guys, of course I'm not rooting against anyone actually in this tournament. It's more like who do you want to see continue? And I feel like, look, the way Magnus is playing, I mean, it would be a loss for the tournament if he wasn't here. So in general, I like to see the best player go through. So it's good for chess.
Yep.
But we do want, I agree with you that maybe Gukesh's opening is not going the best way. I kind of feel like he's getting a pretty good lesson from Magnus in these games, right? Like it's going to be a very good learning experience because, I mean, the way Magnus is just approaching this, like, do you see, like, he's not giving him an inch. It's not even like, you know, Gukesh going into this game is like in a must-win situation, but that's what I mean. Like, you got to erase from your opponent's mind this idea that they're there to beat you. You know, that they're the only ones interested in a win.
Right.
Right? Because that sometimes happens. Like when someone is in a must win, they're focused on the win, and you're like, well, like, how do I get that draw? And when you can turn that around and remind them that they can lose again. They haven't even equalized yet. You know, I think that's a very important psychological moment, and that's what Magnus is managing to do here.
Yep. Certainly, there will be lots of lessons can be taken from their match, not only about the chess itself, but also some psychological aspects there. The way how Magnus chooses the opening and the way how Magnus just pretty much choose his moves depending on, again, the result that he wishes. So,
by the way, we have a question, Irene.
What?
Do we know what happens if Carlsen wins the nomination for the candidates and she chooses not to participate? Does the invitation go to fourth place, finisher, or to second highest rating?
For the open section,
Yes.
it's going to go to the fourth place, but it will be only until December 2023 where Magnus, well, we suppose that Magnus gets the spot for the candidates here. We will have to wait for his official reply when the contract is being given later the year. So, yeah, we will see if he's going to change his mind. Because in his interview, he said there is only less than 1%.
Yeah,
that
that's not
he's
a
going
lot
to play in the candidate.
Yeah.
So,
No, I don't
yes,
think I
we'll
don't
see.
see any reason why he would. I mean, just think about it, like going through the candidates just to earn the right to play a match that he already declined to play. It just wouldn't make a lot of sense. So I don't really see him doing that, which would be very good for the top four finishers in this tournament,
Yeah, so,
apart from him, right?
Yeah, speaking of which, we can also highlight in the women's section, it's going to be a little bit different rule. It's not going to go to the fourth placer, but it's going to go to the highest rated player by January 2024.
Yeah, interesting that, the rules are different for the open and the women's sections.
I mean, suppose Goryachkina got into the top three, yeah? That's going to be like one of the scenarios.
Yeah, so after A3, Gukesh went with his queen back all the way to D8. Bishop B5 happened. There might have been some other moves for Magnus other than Bishop B5 that could have been interesting. Actually, kind of similar is maybe, you know what a cool move could have been here? Bishop A2. And actually, it's very thematic because it opens up the rook, right? The bishop is great here. That's why putting the pawn on A3 is a good idea. And then they still have problems playing B6 because their knight would be hanging and there would be a tactic on E6. The knight hangs. You win a pawn. So actually, Magnus did have some other options here. I personally do like Bishop A2 a lot. It's like a very flexible square where the bishop can stay on this diagonal or be rerouted to the other important diagonal in these positions. But Magnus chose Bishop B5, and Gukesh went with his queen back to B6. Probably a good idea. And by the way, if we take, then maybe Gukesh can just fearlessly take with the queen, as we don't really seem to have a good discovery there. So now Magnus got to figure out how to protect the bishop and also maybe the pawn. And also how not to blunder some sort of like knight takes d4, bishop c5 tactic.
Right.
Which he could easily do. Like if he goes queen e2, knight takes d4 is already a possibility. I mean, that's not exactly what Magnus wants. So I feel like bishop b5 was a bit of an inaccuracy by Magnus. And yeah, it's not super thematic either, right? Like it's not like the bishop dreams about that square in these isolated pawn positions. So,
Yep.
okay, bishop b5, queen b6. Let's see how Magnus responds to this. What do you think about his expressions right now? He seems a little bit unhappy.
Is I think You know what? This is my personal observation. When Magnus has a more tidy hair, he's very motivated on that game. And I think today he's less motivated because look at his hair.
Oh, you feel like he hasn't done
Yeah.
a good job
Yeah.
combing it? Yeah.
So I remember the second game against Keimer. Yeah, he was very focused because,
Yeah.
well, you know, the first game was quite a roller coaster there. And he had his hair very tidy. You know, he combed it all the way through, probably with some hair gel or some, I don't know, like some hair products. And today he looks like a bit unruly.
Yeah.
And then maybe he thinks, okay, a draw is what he's needed. I don't have to push so hard. So anyway, that's put
Yeah,
that
that's
aside.
another astute observation. Okay. Well, yeah, I feel like he's a little bit unhappy about something. I can certainly understand him. Now, look, there's a line here. Well, first of all, yeah, he let the queen back out. He kind of let the queen activate, right? And I'm just thinking, like, imagine he would have played bishop a2 instead of bishop b5, right? And then on queen b6, he might even be able to go like b4.
There would have been more thematic, yeah? Like,
Yeah.
it's very principled as well when you're playing with IQP.
So yeah, his move kind of, because now he has some decisions to take, like where to go with this bishop. And on bishop a4, okay, first of all, already this is like he can do this move, but it involves a sacrifice of some pawns, which is a little bit difficult to do in a situation where you just need a draw.
Yeah, but can we show it? I
Yeah.
just want to see it. It looks interesting to
This is the
sacrifice.
concept. Like,
Uh-huh.
look at this one. You just give it up and you go here.
Oh, wow, that's
Yeah.
so deep.
I mean, like, look at this. Like, and they take 2 pawns, and then you're down 2 pawns, and apparently still better because maybe we can get back 1 and have a lot of initiative.
This is actually
Right?
this is actually the principle in the London system. When you're playing white, you're kind of like giving up this b2 and a pawn, and then in return you have like lots of activity for your pieces. But also you might actually get one of the pawns back, like always the c pawn, and then yeah, that's some compensation there. So
I do see some beautiful symmetry here with like the rooks in the center and the
the
knights in the
knights.
center. There's something very beautiful about that centralization.
If only there was the bishop on b3.
Yeah, I mean, the queen is also kind of nice in the
Yeah.
middle here. But I mean, it's hard to go for that. For that line, I mean, just because you're making things complicated for yourself, right? Maybe you can even just take actually on c6 immediately and just go for knight e5. That's also quite okay. I don't know why do we even need the rook on e1 exactly? This seems fine. So maybe Magnus will be playing bishop a4. But then he also has to consider that when he plays bishop a4, there's the move rook d8, right? So black can also do that and start threatening knight takes d4 again. But I guess we're still got everything under control because we can go b4. But obviously, like, think about it, he's kind of giving him some extra time to set at least this up, right?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I think he must realize now that the move bishop a2 instead of bishop b5 would have been better. And yeah, this is going to be quite a battle, hopefully. Maybe, I think he would just take on c6, I guess, because that's the easiest option, unless he wants to work hard to think about all the sacrifice and taking some risks. But
You think he might even just take on c6 right here and go for this. But the problem is, if there's no good discovery, then we might just be worse, right? Because eventually, like, the queen will occupy that square. We've given up the light squared bishop. Then they're going to go like b6, bishop b7. It's actually kind of a risky way for him to play. At least when he kind of gives up the pawn and takes here, right? Then black has the structural damage, and then your knights have something to target, right? Because that pawn is a big target, and just tactically speaking, when the knight gets there, it's going to be very uncomfortable.
Yep.
What if we go, like, let's just make some moves, yeah? Let's say I don't want to give you my pawn. But you're probably going to make me.
I think I can also play knight a3. Sorry, knight a4 and take on c4, c6 again.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, just knight a4 and knight c6.
You want to just go back and take. Yeah, that's also possible.
That's possible.
I mean, like, you can go rook b1.
You can also go queen a4, right? So
Yeah, I
many
mean, you're
options.
getting this pawn, basically, because there's no queen c7, right? So there's a lot of ideas here. Yeah, I mean, I guess bishop a4 would still be my choice. And I think just like, but he just needs to evaluate. He needs to evaluate this trade and this. And I think he will. I think he will go for it. And white still, is doing completely fine and is applying some pressure here.
Yep. I think we can do one little round again, and especially let's take a look at what happened with the game of Fabiano Caruana versus Dominguez before we take our second break.
Okay, so how did Fabiano manage to get himself a little bit of an edge here? So we have this position. And I think I remember when we talked about this opening, right? I was saying, like, I would just, like, never really want to be black here. Yeah, you give up the dark squared bishop and, okay, rook e8, knight c3. And then for some reason, Dominguez did not go for bishop g4. He did not apply pressure to e2. That kind of surprises me. So he went for f5, and he actually allowed white to castle in peace. Which just seems like some kind of concession. I mean, knight e4, he's still very solid. Still wants to maybe take, and take. So rook e1, yeah, Fabiano protects that pawn. Queen d7, rook c1, rook d8, starting to trade. Why he didn't take with that pawn is a great question, actually. Right, Irene? Because he could have taken on e4 with the pawn, and that is obviously a big alternative. The bishop's under attack, so he could have played this position, which I think also could have been quite reasonable for black. He preferred to actually stay with the bishop. You know what I wanted you to check, Irene? How much time did Dominguez spend on that decision? Because it's like so fundamentally different.
The bishop takes e4, yeah?
Yeah, on move 17.
4 minutes.
4 minutes, so it wasn't...
3 to 4 minutes.
Yeah, he didn't think that this was such a big deal. But to me, like, I would have, yeah, obviously you want to think about this because they're very different choices. With the way he played, he still has the isolated pawn. Are we going to be playing f3 here, or how are we? He went e3, okay. So the bishops got traded. Rook e4, bishop c3. It's pretty much forced. I mean, you can't let them take. It's going to be nothing for white. And black is like kind of hoping for that move, but I guess he can't get it in just yet because if we take, and the bishop is doing a good job of guarding the rook, and this rook would be under attack. So here we are, knight e7. So I guess my big question would have been, could this move have been possible? We
yeah,
got to take.
you guys take it.
Take, and now what's going on? Are you just
I think
too
it's just,
pinned up?
yeah, I think it's the fact that b7 is hanging. I think that's the reason why.
You just take, actually.
Yeah, take everything and queen
Take,
takes b7.
good point. And white would have just been up a pawn, so black couldn't actually eliminate the d pawn that way. So he played knight e7. Now he's lower on the clock than Fabi. And yeah, he's going to have to suffer a little bit in this position. And he's not going to have really an opportunity to play d4 here. So after knight e7, I wonder what Dominguez's point is with that move. Like, he just wants to transfer the knight to f5,
That's
still
possible.
controlling that square, or maybe he wants to one day put the rook here, kind of transfer both rooks to the c file.
Yep.
It's kind of interesting. I mean, yeah, personally, I'm not like a big fan of these positions for black.
The bishop on c3 is standing
Yeah.
pretty strong, yeah?
I mean, unless you can get rid of this pawn, you're basically always like suffering a bit. So, yeah, this game is going to go on for a while. Fabi has some little time advantage on the clock.
Yep. And they still have about 18 moves to make to the time control. Yeah?
Yeah, but it's solid enough for black. I mean, in terms of like what game I think is the most exciting. Oh, wait, let's go to my favorite game of the round. It's definitely Abasov versus Vidit, because that's a big one, right? That's where we saw Vidit playing with fire and castling queenside into the attack. Nice move here by Abasov. Bishop f1, king b8. And now, not b4, but queen d2, a rather unusual move that would like surprises me a lot, right? I don't know. Just not the most intuitive thing that you've ever seen, putting the queen opposite the rook.
Maybe hoping for knight c7.
Yeah, that's right. Nice point. If the knight moves, we do get this beautiful checkmate on the back rank. But of course, the knight is not going to move. And I have to wonder, like, why like b4 wasn't played. I mean, to my mind, b4 is actually, yeah, it's definitely the most logical move.
Maybe he was afraid of f5 and, you know, leaving c3 without any protector. Like
Yeah,
apart from
maybe
the
like
queen.
that. Okay.
He has to work though. I think f5 is it's not a bad move, but white has some other good reply to that. Like for example, knight c5, and then e6 would also be hit back.
Yeah, there's a lot to
So-
think about here,
Yeah,
including
exactly.
b5. I
B5,
mean,
yeah,
there's
it's complicated.
There's a lot of moves. But if we just go with the most obvious, knight g5, could we try? I mean, is there some sort of fork that I can employ here, or you're kind of attacking my queen, so I don't really have time to do it, right? Maybe I need to look for a better move in this position.
Yeah,
But knight c5, like you're kind of doing the same thing.
I like your move b5.
Yeah? But like, what's the difference here, though? How do we claim our advantage? Is it like, it's not in the end game. I really don't want to trade the queens, but maybe.
Maybe you have to, yeah, because b4 is hanging.
Like, I really don't want to. Really, really don't want to trade the queens.
Yeah, but there should be some difference, because otherwise we could have gone to this position after knight e6 with the other knight move to g5. So I think you should just prevent
like here,
exchanging.
if I trade the queens, black is okay. So I need something else here. I don't have a whole lot of other moves, right? Like queen e2, I guess.
I think you have queen b1.
Queen b1, but if I go queen b1 and you go queen b4
Rook
and then you rook
d5.
d5.
That's my idea.
Ooh, nice. So like I go back. Oh, that's clever.
And now you have this knight e6 and also some idea with b5.
Yeah. Like
Yeah.
there's knight
and
e6
rook c1.
coming.
I like this inclusion. Maybe at some point, yeah. Or
And
even
this is the big tactical
Yeah.
point, is that you can't actually take the pawn because I win a piece. Yeah, because there's another check coming, and then white is up a piece in the end game. So, I mean, to my mind, well, but you kind of have to look at this move. Like, how much time did he spend on this? Let's actually find out. I'm just so interested in the time usage of the players, because queen d2 seems so unnatural to me. Even though, you know, his idea is c4, right? He wants to go c4 and actually use the pin on the d file. So I
Yeah.
kind of get that.
he usually used 13 minutes.
So he used a lot of time. Like
Yeah.
he obviously was looking at b4. Yeah. So he played queen d2. And what do we got on the board in that game? Oh, they're way further. Okay, but he was threatening c4. So what did Vidit do? He went back to protect the rook. Okay, I mean, makes some sense. Knight c5, h6. Okay, are we going to see some aggression on the queen side? Finally, we see something. All right. Nice square for the queen. b4. Okay, Abasov is kind of going in the right direction. And let's refresh. Wow, they're in this endgame now. So what happened? All the rooks got traded? Okay. The rooks got traded, but his bishop got kicked to e8. And this is our current position. Well, white's still better in the endgame, right? I mean, these pawns are advanced so far. The knight is looking very attractive. But at the same time, Irene, like black wants to go queen d4, force a queen trade, and then I don't really see what his problem would be.
Yep, so maybe it's time for the knight to move back to b3, and then you can start pushing c5, because the b5 pawn is protected.
Yeah.
I like that idea, knight b3 now, also preventing queen d4, and then with the idea of pushing c5.
Quite interesting. Knight b3, voluntarily moving back, huh? All right, let's try to generate some candidate moves. I mean, I agree that knight b3 is certainly one of them, but let's see if we can generate something else. So the funny thing is, if I go G4, a la Polina Shuvalova, right? I mean, not only there's, well,
There's
you
the
can't, yeah,
D4.
you can't go there. But actually, my problem with this move is Queen D4. Is that you're just like not going to move your knight. You're going to offer me the queen trade, and you're going to attack my knight, so I don't have time for Queen F3. That's my problem. So this is a very powerful idea by Black. So your knight B3 makes a lot of sense. I just want to see if anything else can be generated here as an idea. Yeah. But it's so interesting. I don't want to go on the break. I want to analyze this position. Hold on. He moved his A pawn, right? I think he went A4. All right. But now, what does he want to do against Queen D4?
Probably just Queen A3 or Queen B4.
You think he's just saying like, okay. But the end game is definitely not the way to go, right? Because I think you lose a large part of your advantage. Yeah, if you trade the queens, Black is immediately fine because your space on the queen side is just no longer dangerous. And, you go A5, they always have B6. So, obviously he's planning to not trade the queens. And that means one of these moves.
I like B4 better.
You like B4 better?
Although there's knight.
Yeah, I guess A3.
Yeah,
it's A3, right?
Yeah, I'm a bit worried of knight G3.
And look at that. Look at how sneaky that queen is. She might be able to get into F8 in this game. I can see that happening. Very interesting idea, actually, by Abasov. Let me see. So after bishop E8, yeah, A4 seems to be, I see the engine's choice, although your move knight B3 also very strong. So basically, it's just the general outline of this position is that it's just good for white.
Yeah, I think this reminds me of a better version of Caro-Kann for white because white doesn't have a pawn on H5.
Yeah.
But white also has the pawn majority on the queen side. But now this is just a better position anyway. Now I think the direct plan for white is just to keep pushing this A pawn.
You want to just get all the way here.
Yeah, everything is protected.
Or maybe even there and there can sometimes be played, right?
Everything is protected, so why not, right? After you put A5, now you can actually think which pawn that you want to push. I think I like A6 more than B6, but I think B6 is also why not? No, this poses a lot of problem for Vidit, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, first of all, it's this bishop is the main problem in the position, right? It's just that it's a very bad piece, and it's hard to improve, and it's hard to even get him out because there's so many tactical issues. And also, even this knight, which is not bad, is currently kind of restricted, and putting him there is, first of all, it's not even possible. There's probably Queen G3, and I guess we can look at Knight D6. Maybe we need to just create some sort of threats against your C4 pawn. But there could be issues with that. There could be, Knight B3 at some moment, right?
I think I can let it happen.
You can let me take, and then what do you have planned?
Takes Queen G3. That's
some
also
kind
possible.
of a Queen G3 at the end, and then just Queen in, and it's
Yeah.
very dangerous. So you're thinking
A4,
maybe even
A5.
A5, but then I take.
Or I was thinking now, what happened after Queen B4?
Queen B4. How do I save that knight? What's my trick?
Yeah, how to save that knight?
I save that knight. Yeah, I know I have some trick here, but I don't see it yet. All right, that's very tricky.
Bishop takes B5.
Queen takes B5?
Yeah, but that's almost...
Yeah, that doesn't quite work.
Yeah.
Hold on, Vidit is about to make a move, so at least let's see what he does. How much time does he have? He has 20
21.
minutes against 55. Yeah, this is just going to be, I feel like it's a sad way to end your World Cup on this game.
Yeah.
He has played so well.
No, he
against
overpushed.
Nepo. He just lost his objectivity or something. We've been talking from the beginning, why is he breaking the basic chess principles, right? With the development and stuff, and then he went for this very very risky. Castle's queenside. I mean, he must have known how risky that is, right? So I don't know. I don't know what happened to him in this game, but he gave like such an easy play to Abasov. I mean, Abasov is playing well, but you know, he's been gifted some opportunities. You know, normally you got to work to make your opponent's king, castle, queenside into the attack. And in this game, Vidit just did it voluntarily and also gave up half an hour on the clock. Yeah. All right, guys. Well, we're gonna come back to this game in just a few minutes. We're gonna go on a short break, and we're gonna see if Abasov can be the first player to qualify to the semifinals. Yeah.
So yeah, stay tuned. We'll be back after the break.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
Welcome back, everyone, to the third hour of the second game of the quarterfinal and semifinal of the FIDE World Cup and FIDE Women's World Cup. And we have some moves happening in the game between Abasov versus Vidit. So let's take a look.
Yeah, when we left off, we were waiting to see how Abasov was going to be converting this advantage in the end game. And the last couple of moves, they went with A4. Wait, no, 1 second. Let me just refresh that. So we had A4 and King C8. A rather strange move by Vidit, I think, kind of testifying to how difficult his position has become. Because, I mean, it's just not a good sign when this is your choice, right? I'm trying to understand the move. I mean, maybe he's trying to get away from some checks on this diagonal. Maybe he's trying to get away from a check on A6. I mean, it's really hard to understand, but like King C8 is just like not a good sign for the position. So white goes knight B3, actually a move that you had mentioned earlier, controlling that square and also opening up the way for the C pawn. And you know what's really funny in this position is like white can basically have like all their pawns advanced. Like they are actually supporting them well enough to even have that be possible. So F6 by Vidit, who is actually quite low on time as well. And A5, Queen D1, and Queen to B4 was Abasov's final move. So Abasov playing rather quickly. What does this move signify? Well, it certainly signifies an interest in the check. It also signifies an interest in that pin. What else can we be trying to do?
Any pawn push to A6, maybe?
Yeah, A6,
C5,
A6,
yeah.
B6, and like C5, right? Yeah, you can. I mean, I feel like there were probably a lot of options, you know, instead of Queen B4 even, right?
I think, okay, maybe if I can make sense of this move, you just want to play C5 now. But C5 is not possible due to Bishop B5. So Queen B4 is just a preparation move to that.
Okay, so he's basically just defending that pawn and wanting to play C5 next. Actually, yeah, you're right. It may maybe not be so much about the queen on this diagonal, but as much as the pawn moving forward. On the other hand, you know, if the knight tries to go somewhere,
then Queen C5.
Queen C5, yeah, is the move. So actually, I mean, poor Vidit, like unable to really do much with these pieces. The king is so weak. Is that why that queenside castles was a very bad idea?
Yeah, looks like Abasov is the dark horse in this tournament. Look at how he's been winning all his matches against high-rated opponents, and well, objectively speaking, on this game, like Abasov is in the upper hand situation. So maybe not even a tiebreak tomorrow between two of them.
Keeping alive the hopes of the local chess fans. I think that's awesome, you know, like representing the country that is hosting this tournament and being the one that is left in the field when the higher rated and more famous players have already been knocked out.
Yep, and Vidit is in time trouble, and he's reaching for his queen. But he's having a second thought, so he pulled his hand back. Man, how many moves left? Like, Vidit has to make 11 moves,
yeah.
And he has 11 minutes to do that.
Yeah, I mean, and basically Nijat is in such a comfortable situation on the clock, using only like 40 minutes for this game. And it really goes to show that it's like a lot of it has been like the opportunities presented to him by Vidit that have given him like this relatively easy game. All right, well, let's take a look at some action in the game between Arjun, Aragaisi, and Pragg. We have seen this position somewhere around this moment. Black playing rook d8, white playing rook c1, knight d5. There was a trade, queen b6. So white was trying to trade a lot of pieces. Well, so far it looked super stable at this point.
Yeah, but Arjun sacrificed his b2 pawn, which I thought what he played after e6, queen f6, he would have taken on f7.
Yes, I also was kind of, I was thinking that he would be taking, and like let's say after rook takes, all right, just moving the bishop back somewhere. Also, there's actually rook d8
and then
here.
bishop h6. So
Yeah, so rook takes is maybe not the best capture, but
queen takes.
queen takes. Okay, and then I thought Move the bishop somewhere.
Oh no, the queen is hanging.
Oh, the queen is hanging. Yeah, there
You
we
have
go.
to take the queen. It's
Oh,
okay.
yeah, I gotta take.
Then after bishop e3, I think the position is
Yeah.
fine.
Actually, maybe we should take with the king just to bring the king out to the center.
And rook d7.
Yeah, but you know, he's actually still down a pawn.
Ooh, what's king e6?
Yeah.
That little move, king e6 is a double attack, so you
Yeah.
cannot do that. Yeah.
So I mean, okay, I would say Prague is still, keeping the game alive. But let's see what happens. So bishop e3 immediately. He wants the a pawn. Okay, yeah, makes sense. I do like that move. And he's going to take the a pawn, I think.
Yep,
He's
he did.
basically going to say, he's going to say that your extra pawn is double pawn. It really doesn't matter. And so he just took this guy. And now on rook a8, there's rook d7. He has an a pawn. Prague has a c pawn that's not very easy to push. I don't really see Prague being able to use those doubled pawns. So I still feel like a draw is the likely result for this game.
Yep, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, this is going to be.
I disagree, and I think Prague has excellent chances to win. Yeah,
Yeah, no. I don't see any other outcome. Yeah.
I feel like you even got to be a little careful because the a pawn is the outside pawn, right? So I mean, it's not even clear exactly where's the exact equality for black.
Yep, and we know that in this type of endgame with rook and bishop, it's always, you always have some edge, pun intended, if you have an h pawn.
Yeah, exactly. And so rook a8 on the board by Prague. So we're expecting, of course, Arjun to not give up the 8-2 pawn to go
Yeah,
rook
rook
d7.
d7.
Seems pretty forced.
And then like king f7 or bishop f6, yeah, either of those moves.
Yeah, king f7, and then perhaps, okay, is the king coming here, or is that a problem? Not really
I
too
don't
much.
think so. You can actually
Yeah,
start.
I think we can go a4, a5, and then we can always have that, right?
Or you
So-
can start doing some king moves as well. I think it doesn't hurt. But I agree with you. Like this a4, a5 is very tempting. Just
Yeah.
play it. But it also means that this position, that maybe bishop c3. Just trying
maybe
to stop
bishop
it.
c3 is stopping me. Yeah. Or you don't really have this move, do you?
Well, you do, but it will just allow some easy equalization. Just take on c5, take on e7, and that's it. Draw a grid.
Yeah, so I mean, how do we get this pawn going? Do we need to protect this pawn?
Yeah, just bishop c3, bishop b4, and c5.
Yeah, that's another way to do it. And it's like, all right, rook d7 on the board, because here at least you can sort of get this pawn going. That was sort of my hope. But the funny thing is,
Oh,
he goes king f7.
king f7 first.
Yeah, the thing is that like even this position is
Yeah.
just a draw, right? It's like really hard to win with those double pawns. So, all right, we will take a look now at, how about Magnus Carlsen versus Gukesh? That is definitely the big matchup. So after queen b6, Magnus actually played a4. Choosing not to offer the b2 pawn. And did Gukesh play a6? No, he played rook d8, queen e2. So Magnus was giving this pawn on d4, but Gukesh didn't take it. It's kind of interesting to know what was so bad about taking the pawn on d4. Well, there was some line like this: knight takes, rook takes, and knight b3. Oh, tricky move, because we have bishop c7 ideas trapping the queen. So that's why Gukesh didn't go for this. Now, what did he do instead? By the way, I'm kind of curious, like if he would have played a6 instead of rook d8, what was Magnus's plan? Was he just going to take on c6? Most likely, right? He's likely going to take and play knight to e5. Something like that. And maybe, you know what it is? Maybe he has the move pawn a5. Maybe that kind of helps him. Yeah, or maybe like a5 or even like this type of idea, because that square is suddenly weak. It's funny how it makes such a difference. If the pawn was on a7, I was even thinking black could be better here in these kinds of positions. So, all right, so what do we have on the board? Queen e2, rook d5, and Magnus captured on c6. Queen takes c6. Okay, so Magnus has to have a very precise idea here in taking that knight, because obviously, strategically speaking, you wouldn't necessarily want to make that trade. So what did he just do? He played b3. Really? Okay. I have to say, I'm not like so pleased about how Magnus has handled this whole position. I think everything after bishop b5, like he's kind of managed to lose the initiative. And now he's also kind of lower on the clock.
Yeah.
Doesn't this like kind of make you sad to see bishop takes c6, like trading the bishop for the knight, and then there's not even like some specific idea of how you're going to use that discovery. And then you just go b3. It doesn't feel right. I mean, I get it. He's defending the pawn, but I feel like in the long run, I mean, if black even just like steps back with the queen, plays like b6 and bishop b7, I mean, I get it. Maybe on b6 you have knight a6. But you know, it's starting to look like a game for Gukesh. I mean, I definitely feel like Magnus has lost that moment where he was the one pressuring him. So now let's find a way to play.
We need to get that bishop out for sure.
Yeah, we need to develop this bishop. So I'm thinking this queen needs to move. She doesn't have a whole lot of great squares. Queen e8 was an interesting idea. I mean, let's just try it.
But first of all, you're not interested in taking on c5, yeah?
Am I interested in taking on c5? Playing the bishops of opposite color. Well, let's look at it. I agree with you that we absolutely should look at it. There might be b4 here. No, it's probably not b4. Okay, let's just take. And
there might be knight e5 first.
Yeah, but even here, there's knight e5 if you want, right? I mean, your pieces are not so developed, so I feel like
So, yeah.
this or even that.
I don't think Gukesh will go
Yeah,
to
and even
this.
knight d4 could be very interesting because maybe that knight's going to come to b5, right? And, I mean, unless you're going to sack your queen, you know, you could actually sack your queen and get a rook, knight, and pawn. But I don't think
think
Gukesh.
it's enough.
Yeah, I don't think Gukesh is going to be going for this kind of line. It doesn't really offer him any winning chances. So after knight e5, where could he go? Queen b6? Queen b6, I guess, right? Something like that. And what can Magnus do here?
Then you can just take and rook d1.
But maybe they go knight d5.
Yeah, but then there's like queen h5 maybe. Or queen f3.
Queen e7. I mean, we can try it. Like, the thing is, like, do we even need to take? Okay, Gukesh has, I think he's actually made my move. I have a feeling. But maybe
No, it's rook d8.
Rook d. I know he pulled something back.
He pulls back the rook from
he
d5 to
pulled
d8.
back the rook. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. No, actually, I like that. I like that even more. Way
And
more.
put the queen on d5.
Oh, yeah. Way more than what I was saying. Of course. Absolutely.
And then you can have bishop d7, bishop c6, and so on.
Yeah. Or sometimes even b6. So rook d8 is good. And, okay, like, look, this is actually the perfect scenario for Gukesh. You have an edge on the clock. You've created an unbalanced game. There's an imbalance in the pawn structure. You have the bishop pair. You have complete control over d5. I mean, I feel like Magnus, look at him. He's very concentrated because he knows he's like messed this up. Wow. I'm a little sad to see this isolated pawn position so misplayed by white.
And I'm a little happy.
Yeah, and you're happy. That's great. But, because I really like these isolated pawn positions, like the structures itself. I like it. I mean, I like it for both sides, but certainly I like playing the side that has the initiative, which is the side with the isolated pawn. And to see Magnus kind of give up the light-squared bishop and all the control over d5, it is rather sad. Right? Because the most important thing in these positions is control over that square, and white has none of it. So it's really like damage control time for Magnus, which, I guess the positive side of his position is the c file, right?
And the bishop on g3 is amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's because there's always some ways to, I guess, bail out. But, if I go there and then I go there, and you can't even really go there because maybe I take the pawn, then you have to hope that your initiative on the c file is enough. Let's make a couple of moves, right? Let's say we do nothing for Magnus. Okay, well, he played bishop h4. Okay. So what does he want?
Okay, I think he wants to play
Well, we're going queen d5.
95 maybe?
We're just going here. This is an automatic for black. And so you go here. Maybe you go knight e5. Maybe you go really go for the initiative like that. Or the initiative. But then the problem is you're hanging this pawn. And the bishop is actually on a bad square. So I don't really have time for rook d1. So what do we do after queen d5? Rook d1?
Rook d1.
But now I'm getting closer to my b6 idea. This is my dream. Can I do it? We're going to try. Okay, queen d5, played by Gukesh. Knight a6. And here, because you're threatening this fork,
Just take and be free.
you just want me to go for the pawn. And you
black
can't
is-
even go here because
Yeah.
the rook is hanging.
Yep, and black is great.
Well, black is up a pawn, so they definitely have chances, right? Yeah, Magnus in damage control mode. But rook d8, beautiful move by Gukesh, and queen d5. And the thing is, his position is so easy to play, while Magnus has to figure out what he's doing against that. And he's got 12 or so minutes for 15 moves.
Yep.
This is a lot of pressure. He hasn't been under this kind of pressure in since his match against Keimer.
Yeah, he's totally in time trouble right now.
Yeah. So what can he do? Maybe he goes knight e4 and tries to trade some pieces. Maybe that's his idea, bishop h4. That actually makes sense. Yeah, I kind of like that. I like opening the c file. The knight has kind of exhausted his role, and he was about to get attacked anyway. So knight e4. If you take, I take. I mean, I'm actually probably still worse in that position, right? Because my dark squared bishop is so bad for white that it's so useless that I'm probably just still worse, and I have no control over these light squares. So I don't know. Magnus is facing a tough choice here.
Yep, tough positional decision.
Yeah.
Right. So probably we can take a look at other games while Magnus is thinking.
All right.
Which game are you going to
Where are we
see?
going to go? Where is the most excitement? All right, most excitement is Abasov versus Vidit. I mean,
wow, and the advantage is increased for Abasov.
yeah, queen d1, queen b4, b6, and that didn't seem to help Vidit very much because now his king got completely exposed. Look at the difference between these kings. Right? Incredible difference. So king b8. All right, so he's going to be going for the kill. I feel for Vidit. I really do. I mean, he had such a good run at the World Cup. He just defeated the two-time World Championship challenger Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah.
And then to go down to a lower-rated player not just like, I'm not saying it's surprising for him to lose to Abasov, because I think based on how Abasov has been playing here, like it's it's kind of a toss-up, this match. But I think this particular game he can be kind of unhappy with. It wasn't like Abasov created the chances for himself so much as Vidit created the chances for him. And it was like move after move in the opening. There were at least like 3 decisions, I think, that Vidit played that were surprising to me. Like he just refused to castle. He like moved his knight, one of his knights, twice in the opening. And then he did that crazy castles queenside. And like now look what's happening to his king. So when he looks back on this game, he'll be like, I really did this to myself. And that's, I think, a sad way to go.
Right. Yeah. I totally also feel it for Vidit. This is not the way you lose in the World Cup, but Vidit himself has already got pretty good run in this tournament. But the story behind this game is like, I wouldn't have expected it would go down this way. Abasov is definitely going for the kill here, and
he's already able to like take a pawn if he wants. He could be up a pawn, or more likely he's thinking, I mean, can I just come in with my knight to go queen b7 and then take with a knight for a checkmate?
I like knight c5 idea.
Knight c5 is very hard to say no to, isn't it? I mean, you're probably going to go queen d6. So something like that.
But queen b7, king d8.
And again, obviously I can always like kind of go
Takes
for this position.
Yeah?
I mean, it's, this is not really what's going to happen. We're going for the kill here.
Even like if you push b6.
b6 looks very tempting.
Yeah.
Do I actually just promote my pawn?
Yeah, just takes and queen a8.
Queen a8, and I just promote it just like that, so insolently. Like, look at that guy, just giving a free knight in order to play here, and then b7. And the pawn just becomes a new queen. There's nobody around to stop it, and there's no counterplay against this king.
There is, though, bishop c6. You just have to play queen c8 after that. And you can promote it next move.
Yeah, good point. Oh, that's a good point. Pin the bishop. Hikaru would call that pin the tail on the donkey.
Pin the tail on the donkey. Yep, wow. So if Abasov wins this match, it's going to be another score in the book. And he's going to be really the dark horse in the candidates later, because everyone who gets into the semifinal has a great shot in the candidates, because knowing how
the stakes are so high, it's incredible. I mean, it's just incredible to think that, out of all the grandmasters in the world who are so much,
stronger,
famous names, right, that by winning this game against Vidit, Vidit-Abasov could be representing Azerbaijan in the candidates.
And probably, correct me if I'm wrong, but he might be, by now it's 26-32, but he's gaining lots of rating in this tournament, and he probably is the lowest rated player to be in the candidates. Could be. Yeah,
I mean, last time I think it was Alexenko who had qualified from, I believe it was the Grand Swiss.
Oh, Grand Swiss.
Yeah, I think so.
No, it was it was Shevchenko, not Alexenko.
No, I think it was Alexenko. Yeah, the other guy, Shevchenko. I think is he from Ukraine?
Yeah.
But anyway, no, it was Alexenko playing in the candidates, and of course he had a rough time of it. And that's always kind of the issue when a lower rated player makes it to the candidates, is that like they're not super relevant in the run for the top spot, and that's a little, and it makes it a little less suspenseful in that way. I mean, I do think it would be very hard, I think, for Abasov. But at the same time, it would be like a great life experience. I mean, what a chance, right? So few players can make it into the candidates in their careers, and this would be just an amazing dark horse kind of moment, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Why don't we circle back to quickly take a look at the women's boards? We haven't really touched that in a while.
Yeah. All right. So, by the way, Magnus did play that 94 move that we were talking about. We'll come back to that. All right, women's boards. Okay, we got the big one, the must-win situation for Tan-Zhang Yi. Maybe she had her chances somewhere in this endgame. Let's see how it went. It was certainly like more pleasant for black. Again, we talked about the importance of that square being weak in white's position. But somehow she seems to have improved things a bit. Yeah, I mean, I really am not like a fan of the way this game is going, right? Just because like what is it called? Groveling on the first ranks to make a draw is not really the way to do it. It's a little sad to see, after yesterday's great game that now we're playing for a draw like this. But okay, I mean, maybe it's all going to work out as the position is kind of getting simplified. Yeah, I don't know what happened here. Why exactly is Tan giving that pawn? I guess she wants knight d4. But, the more things get traded, the closer white gets to a draw. So I didn't understand this at all. Okay. First of all, even king takes looks interesting. But she wound up taking here. She just wants to go knight f3. Yeah, I think Tan has allowed a bit too many trades and knight f3 on the board. Okay, so yeah, she has very little to work with here. She still, has some sort of nominal advantage because if white takes, I mean, sure, it should be better, right? But white's about to go rook f2.
Rook f2, probably knight e1, knight d3. Not really taking on d4.
Yeah, and I feel like, okay, this knight, it's beautiful, but we've traded so much, simplified the position. You can't even move your rook because you're going to lose that pawn. Yeah, no, I think Goryachkina is going to get the draw that she needs. Something went very wrong for Tan, and I certainly think that last sort of most recent skirmish with this move that she began, that just traded everything, oh, that was not good. That was not helpful to her cause at all. All this trades of pawns, trade of knights, and what does she even have left to play this game with? I don't know. So I think Goryachkina will get that draw.
I think Tan Zongyi is just spinning her hopes up on the d4 knight. But that knight is standing very strong on d4. So it looks like black probably has some edge. But if we just ignore the knight, I think it's okay for white too, yeah? But I would say this is still a game. Black could still create some tricks. And I think it would definitely be a bit easier to play as black here. I don't know. It looks like it's almost equal in that drawn. But there should be some tricks still.
It's tricky. It's tricky. If you move your knight, I could maybe even come into d5, right? I'm just saying, if you start looking at that, or
d6 even.
d5, d6, yeah,
d6,
you start having
e7,
problems.
Yeah, and then rook b6.
My point is that this move is actually just coming, and it's going to be very annoying for your king, because if you move your king to e6, there's knight g5, and I'm just going to create my play on the f file. So yeah, I don't really like what Tan has done. But Goryachkina, okay, rook g8 on the board. So what do we think about that?
Yeah.
She's giving up h4 pawn? Why? How's that going to be? She just wants to go rook g1? Or what's the point?
Good question.
Now, why can't we just take it? I mean, the more stuff we get off the board, the better.
Yep.
So yeah, quite surprising. But I mean, I'm not surprised that she goes rook g8. I'm just
oh, probably she's thinking after knight h4, rook h8, and if you go back to f3, then there is rook h3, and you're kind of stuck.
Good point.
And then it will be zugzwang, because you just move your king. Rook f2 has to be played.
Yeah, maybe she wins the king and pawn endgame like this. Take a look.
Not even. It's just zugzwang, because you just move your king, and then you don't have any move. Oh, rook f1 is that.
Right, but it's actually interesting because what I wanted to say, well, first of all, this king is in an unfortunate place because, and I can't take yet. But imagine, how did I want to do this line? Let me see.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So you just move the king and then you play a4 or something, put the king on b6 because all what can do is just rook f1, rook f2, right? And then you just create all these, all the way to the queen side with the king.
Yeah, okay, 1 second. So it's pretty tricky. I guess rook h8. Now, do I have to go to f3 or?
No, in case it was and on f3, of course you can play. I think knight f5 is the best move here.
Oh, I think knight f5. Yeah, so that way you can just go to g3
Yeah.
on rook. Yeah, that actually. Well, that should be quite an easy draw.
Yeah,
So-
just don't go to f3 and create this tension on the queen side.
So this position, yeah, we should be able to hold. I mean, you do have your check idea, which is quite deadly, but I guess I'm playing rook f2 just in time. Should be a draw. Yeah, so she can take the pawn. She just needs to move her knight to f5 instead of f3. Yeah, well, Tan's journey could be coming to an end on this game. Yeah, Goryachkina still has time to figure this out. All right, let's take a look at Salimova versus Muzychuk. What do we got here? It looks like just a drawn rook endgame.
Yeah, so I think there's some inaccuracy here in the choices of endgame by Salimova. If we could move back a little bit earlier when there are still bishops on the board, I think it would have been better if you want to choose one piece to trade. I think we can keep
Yeah,
going.
around here. So it looks like Salimova had some initiative actually. Oh, maybe she should have been going for a bishop endgame or like maybe rook d1. She could have thought about. But then there's like bishop e7. There's
Let's rook d7.
rook d7 is at least interesting. It's still
King
not
c6,
winning, you know? Yeah. King c6 seems to hold the balance. So hold on. So what could she have played here?
I think just a5.
A5, just like blocking in this king, yeah? But still, if a5, we go bishop e7.
Oh, there's a direct one. You can just play bishop f4.
Yeah, so she did that.
And
Bishop
after
f8.
this, can you? It looks like it's almost winning for white. but
Yeah, the
there's
reason
no
it's
way.
not is because there's back rank tricks against white's
Duh.
own king. Like the rook can come into c7, but the king just goes there and your rook is hanging and there's a back rank problem. So king f1, but so she lost the advantage somewhere here. So right around here, she actually had some chances. Let's think about it. You know how we should think about it? Let's just ask ourselves what black wants, and then we have a better chance of figuring this out. What does black want? One idea is rook ac8. Rook takes, king takes. That seems quite solid for black, right? Trade a pair of rooks after king c8. I don't really see the problem. So this seems to be the next move. What else does black want? Well, she can't move the bishop off this diagonal. So the only other move is like moving back there, trading the other way.
Yeah, I also have to note this game. If Salimova wins, I think it's enough for her to get her second GM norm.
Oh, wow. You can make a GM norm in a World Cup.
Because I think if you played more than 9 games.
Wow. I mean, could it be a move like king f1? Just trying to improve the king and take care of the back rank issues? I mean, I can see why she didn't navigate this right? Because like we're kind of struggling as well to find the best way forward for white, right? So I'm thinking maybe king f1. There's no real point in going rook g4, I think, and attacking the pawn and giving up the open file. So I don't think it's that. So I guess I'm willing to try this king improvement. There we go. Now my point is, on this move, I guess I could even consider taking and king e2. Still a little bit of pressure because my king is actually getting better. You know, I could actually see myself doing that, like something like
no,
this.
there's a direct attack here, like takes and bishop. Oh no, I was saying bishop f4.
F4, yeah. But I think we just like keep making the king better,
Yeah.
and it actually makes it hard for you to offer up the rook exchange, right? Like it's hard to offer up this bishop endgame when my king is so much better, and I might even win this pawn
Yeah,
or
you
get
don't
my
actually
king
have
here.
to take. Yeah, you just can. You can.
Yeah, I
just
can even play king d3 right away. I could also do that. So look at that subtlety. Okay, it took some. It's not easy, but here's the principle actually for all of you guys watching. Improving the king in the end game. It's an important piece, right? And also we have these back rank issues.
Mm-hmm.
She tried playing without the king, so what she did was she did that. And
Which is natural because
yeah,
you think that there should be something along the 7 rank.
and the reason there's not is because the king is bad. So she kind of forced the issue too early. And let's say we go here. So rook ac8 we just dealt with. We know what we're going to do. And if you go with the other move, I think we just go king e2. I think we just kind of keep going. And, bring up the king to d3. If there's anything else we can do here, maybe even rook here. This is actually very interesting. What if we go here and we threaten the invasion, and in case you go here, it's the same kind of concept. What we can take, or we can even play king e2.
I like king e2 better.
I like king e2. King e2 is interesting, but taking is also very interesting because we just have to evaluate this bishop endgame. It's funny because, I had, this endgame against Polina Shuvalova, from this exact line, and of course the bishop endgame of the bishop of the same colors featured pretty prominently there. So I always had to figure out, can I go for this one or not?
The king goes to c4. Yeah.
But the thing is this actually losing? I don't know. Because there's basically one weakness, right? So, okay, my king can never move. I get it. But you have to make progress on the other side. So it's actually quite subtle. It's not like I think someone can just look at this bishop endgame and say immediately, oh, white's winning. White's better, but it sort of depends. It's going to be a long, winding road. So Salimova, she kind of misplayed it. There was a bunch of trays. Then she remembered about her king. But the bishop came back. Maybe could she have gone here? But then there's bishop e5, right? Ideas.
Yeah.
There's bishop e5 and maybe even bishop c3, activating. So it's a blocking off the rook. Yeah. So she doesn't get this good version anymore. And in the rook endgame, there's really no problems for black.
Yeah, this is actually what I was considering. Maybe bishop endgame is giving her a slight edge, because she knows that she's going to be better in the bishop endgame anyway instead of rook endgame. So even though it's not clear how to win that endgame, but still you have this feeling, right? You have to juggle about all the possibilities like rook endgame or bishop endgame, and neither of them is actually clear for white. But having the bishop endgame is just a little bit obvious because there's already a fixed pawn on a5 and b4. But yeah, let's see. This might actually go for a tiebreak. What do you think?
Yeah, they made a draw yesterday, so I think this is very likely there. Well, I think it's going to be over. Is a more question. Will it end in the next 10 minutes or not?
And how many moves have they made? Oh, okay, they already passed 30 moves.
Yeah, so they're heading for a draw. The pawns are getting traded. Black just played g5, so obviously no one's playing for a win here. So that's going to be our first tiebreak. Meanwhile, all right, let's go back. Abasov. Abasov is still playing, actually. Oh, let me find him. Yes, that's his position. Okay, so let's see how he handled this. He actually took the pawn on e6 instead of knight c5, but we also said that was fine. Now I gave a check. So he's up a b pawn. I guess his approach, he just wants to promote that pawn. Queen d6, queen g8. And Vidit is...
You have to play bishop e8 or king e7, yeah?
He
king
played
e7.
king e7. And what happens on b7? It's just...
Yeah, b7.
b7. I think
bishop
it's just
e8.
the end, but there's bishop e8. Some kind of knight c5 coming in.
Actually, knight f5 looks good.
Yeah, he went b7. Bishop e8 is the only move. Yeah, so we're witnessing, I think, the last few moves of this game. Bishop e8, and now, well, we certainly could consider the move bishop b5. Did you say that?
Oh, there's queen d1
King h2?
and queen d6.
G3?
G3.
I mean, bishop e8 on the board, and we would like to get this bishop to move so we can promote. So I am thinking, like, maybe if we just calculate this move, it just works. I think there is, I think it is working, because at this check, all you got to see is that it's not some kind of a perpetual, because we're going to block. And that's kind of it, because nobody can guard that bishop, and there's no more checks, and that is a threat of check and checkmate all at once. And once you take my bishop, I queen, and you still have no checks. So, so Vidit-Abasov is going to make his way through, and we can see Vidit. He doesn't even want to like
look at the
the board. There's no
anymore.
need. There's no need. You know, when your position gets to a certain level, I feel for him.
Yeah, it's totally quite sad moment right now.
Yeah,
For
you
FIDE.
know, it just he played really a little too boldly in this game, like a little bit like too much caution to the wind. You know, that's what it was.
Yep. So maybe this is a good time to remind our dear viewers to send a question to any players that you want in this quarterfinal or semifinal, and go to the social media of FIDE on Facebook, on Twitter, and Michael will pick the question because they will be having some interviews with the players.
Yeah.
So your questions might get picked to be asked. And he's done it. Bishop
He's
b5.
gone for it. Yeah, he's putting the final nail in the coffin. Oh,
Do you think FIDE will play queen d1 or he would not bother and then just resign?
it's 50-50. I mean, he can give a couple of checks. Why not? He'll probably. I would probably say he will give like a check on d1 or something, and he'll allow white to play g3 and block. And I just don't see any moves here for Vidit.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they also made their 40th move. So Abasov has another extra 30 minutes on the clock.
Yeah. So
Not that he needed.
Yeah, there he did give the check, king h2, and he'll try queen d6. There's nothing else to do.
And then
Yeah,
G3.
I feel like I'm in my funeral mode voice now, you know, like I'm so sad for Vidit, you know. And it's funny how you can be happy and sad at the same time, right? Like I'm definitely happy for Abasov's story and for Azerbaijan to keep having a player here, but I am sad about the way this game went down.
Yeah, as a player, we could totally feel it, right? Because this is not the end that you're hoping your tournament run to be over.
Yeah, I mean, it's just not the most glorious game on which to finish your World Cup run, right?
Yep.
I mean, he played so many better games here, had such a great moment against Nepo in their tie breaks. Do you know that he had remember that first rapid game that we saw that was the Petrov? You know that was 35 moves of preparation?
Oh, wow.
35 moves of preparation. I mean, where has chess gone? You know, is that what we have to do now to remember that much? But yeah. And he just did something.
Bishop
F7.
And Abasov just
making a
promoted.
new queen.
Yep.
And I guess he's just going to be up a piece, yeah?
There's a
it's
checkmate on E8,
You cannot even,
And
I think Vidit should take the queen, though. He should. He really should. He should
And
allow
allow
the
this
checkmate.
checkmate?
Yeah, because it's nice. It is kind of a nice checkmate. Yeah.
I think he would just resign.
No, just make the move, Vidit. You're one move away from checkmate. You got to make the move. It's more sportsmanlike, I think, when you're one move away from checkmate, just allow your opponent to show their point.
Yeah, we saw that in the. Oh yeah, he did. Oh.
He is sportsmanlike. Very nice, Vidit.
What a
I
gentleman.
appreciate that. Yes.
What a gentleman,
Yes.
Vidit. is.
Yes, that is a good move. I mean,
And that win, Vidit-Abasov is the first player in the open section who is through to the semifinal.
yeah, well, congratulations to him. And, and we feel for Vidit. And, I guess you just have to play with a bit more caution. You got to, even if it's a draw, you got to take your luck in the tie breaks, right? He was pressing so hard yesterday. I mean, their game yesterday, over 100 moves. Meanwhile, let's take a look at, oh, wow, Fabiano Caruana against Vidit-Dominguez. Well, it looks like, first of all, Fabiano sacrificed a pawn. So he's down a pawn here, but apparently he's got some initiative, and I suppose that initiative is coming from the attack on G7.
Right.
So I guess H4 is almost like a forced move unless there's something else I'm missing. Well, I mean, I guess you can take that pawn if you're very interested. Yeah, you can think about it. I mean, you can think about this end game. I mean, I would at least think. Yeah, so he went queen c8, king h7, and then I guess, wait, there's no other, you don't have queen f8 to attack the pawn because of the knight. So he's just going to go bishop b6, isn't he? Yeah, he's just going to go bishop b6, get the pawn back.
Yep, and before we see another move, let's quickly take a look at the tournament road of Fabiano Caruana, how he got into the quarterfinal. So Fabiano has quite a shaky start in the beginning of the event. Yeah, almost losing to Yilmaz Mustafa, but he quickly bounced back and won the tiebreak against him.
Yeah, and by the way, yeah, now on the board, and if white takes the pawn right away, there's actually a little problem because there's a check, and then there's like another check, and you can lose that pawn. Yeah, Fabiano's road to this quarterfinals has been like comparatively quiet compared to Magnus. I mean, I know you mentioned that thing early on against Mustafa, which I guess I kind of missed because I was playing my own event. But ever since I've been watching, it's felt pretty smooth for him, while, Magnus was involved in like the biggest drama. And still like, Fabiano Magnus was my pick for what would make the best finale at this World Cup. Let me know what you guys think in the chat. Who would you like to see as your top two?
And your top two, remind the viewers again.
Yeah, it's Carlsen-Caruana. That's my favorite matchup, actually.
Yep. So, as mentioned earlier, so Fabiano has like a shaky start, but then he defeated Ray Robson, another American grandmaster, with 1/2-1/2, and before getting into the quarterfinal, he defeated Jan Krzysztof Duda, the reigning World Cup champion from 2021. And if I could make my personal observation again, Fabi is taking this match very seriously. I mean, this game, because that is a clean shaven face.
Oh, yeah. You really pay attention to these details. I don't think I noticed anything compared to you.
Compared to yesterday.
Yeah, okay.
And meanwhile.
All right, Vidit-Dominguez had one tiebreak against Radoslav Wojtaszek and then beat Alexei Serrano. Overall, Dominguez has been playing very well here, and I think Caruana also pointed that out, that Dominguez was in good form. Yesterday, Dominguez was winning against Fabiano, missed his big chance, and we're going to see what happens today. So right now, Fabiano put queen f5 on the board, attacking d5, controlling e4, and by the way, attacking f7 as well. It's a pretty powerful move, right? Because if you lose the f7 pawn, I guess that's the game. So let's see. We got, I think, nope, that's the current position after queen f5.
So I'm still trying to figure things out that in this position, what's wrong with h4?
Yeah, why he didn't play that, yeah?
Because the idea is very obvious. You just want to play h5 and attack on g7.
Yeah, why he didn't go for that? Good question. Okay. Let's try to figure this out. Tricky. I don't have a ready answer for that one.
I think you have to play h5 and give
You got to give up that pawn. Yeah, that might be actually your only move, right? And then you got to give up that pawn.
But doesn't it mean that it's better now?
I mean, it certainly was a possibility.
And queen d7, yeah?
Queen d7, you got to guard this pawn, yeah? Bishop b6.
Queen d7, bishop b6, or queen g5. Yeah, so many possibilities.
Yeah, no, the h4 is a great question. That was our first thought. Actually, it seems like he could have done it. But he went for queen c8, king h7, and queen f5. And now I suppose he just has to go king g8, right? Because there's no way he can give up. Yeah, he can give up the f7 pawn. So he goes king g8. Now Fabi has his choice of pawns, this one or that one. I guess I would take the one on b6 because at least it still leaves black with an isolated pawn. Because if you take the one on d5, then there's b5, right? And then black has the queenside majority, and you might not be able to win one of these queenside pawns so easily. Although even here, you can actually keep playing for an attack. It's quite funny, because the knight is so bad compared to the bishop in this open position.
Exactly. The bishop is just is a killer bishop.
Yeah. So you really have your choice. It's not obvious. So queen d5, maybe they got to do something else like bringing in the queen, because if you take, I take, and you take, and maybe I can't win that 4 against 3 so easily with pawns on one side of the board, maybe something like that. But Fabiano has a pleasant choice here. I mean, he probably will take on b6. But then there's like a line, let's see. Maybe black's best bet is actually just to give away these 2 pawns if he can. Just give them away, win the b pawn, and try to hold the 4 against 3. Is there a way we can get to that?
But I don't think Fabiano will give up the b2 pawn at all costs.
Fabiano actually went for the d5 pawn. Clever. So he has this h4, h5 idea in mind.
He will not give up this b2 pawn because he knows that in the long run that this is going to be a very important pawn.
Well, this is like a really interesting moment for Lanier, right? Because Lanier either can try to defend this pawn, or he can just try to activate the queen like that. I think he should find that move. I mean, I know yesterday I was ready to put $100,000 on him finding rook a6.
You're lucky I didn't take it up on
you. Yeah. But today, how much money would I bet on him finding queen c2? I'm gonna bet only 20,000. Okay, so I'm like 5 times less confident than I was yesterday. How about that, Irene? I'm still willing to bet 20,000 on this move.
Queen c2.
I think so. I think he will sense the danger, and he'll just be like, okay, I'll give you my pawns if I can take just b2. I'll make a draw with the queen and the knight. I have that feeling because if he doesn't do it, h4 is so painful.
But you can actually take on b6 even without bishop b6. So queen d8 and take on b6 with the queen.
But then maybe I have some sort of perpetual.
I don't think so. Like you want to attack my f2 later on?
What did he do? How did I do?
No,
did I lose money again?
You lost your money again.
I lost 20,000.
Yes.
On that one. Well, see, at least I said I was 5 times less sure. He played b5.
b5. So he didn't want to lose that pawn then.
He didn't want to lose it, but now he might actually lose more than the pawn, because what is he going to do after h4? I mean, if I go after your knight can't really go there because of queen d8. If it goes back there, g7 is going to be so weak.
Yeah, h4 is on the board.
h4 is on the board, yeah.
Wow, so we might have another decisive result in the open section.
We may. I mean, it's still like not like Lanier's position is hopeless, but right now he's got to make 2 moves to get to time control with just over 2 minutes. And then later on, we can also take a look at what is going on with Arjun, Erigaisi, and Prague in their endgame. after these two guys make the time control.
Okay, so I mean it's not over yet, but the most likely scenario would be, well, I don't know what's happening with the game of Magnus versus Gukesh.
Yeah, well, he's got to go. That's also an interesting one that we will take a look at for sure.
It's not very clear whether Magnus could end it now or does it have to be the tiebreak.
I mean, I think Lanier has to go something like queen b4 because his queen is almost trapped, right? It's actually queen b4, queen c4, but queen c4, first of all, kind of hangs a pawn, right? And then white's just going to be up a pawn and pushing for free with the b pawns on the board, right? So it's like it feels like this is his only move if he wants to move the queen. Then h5 is going to happen, and then he's going to go.
Wait, I think you're going to hang the knight because if you play queen c4, just play queen a8, king h7, and then h4. And then where will you go with the knight? You have to go. You have to go to h8.
You're saying in this position.
Not d8, but a8, just to keep control of the diagonal. Queen a8, so that there is no more check.
But the funny thing is, I can't even go there because the check doesn't even help you all that much, does it? It doesn't help all that much. But you're right. The knight's going to have to go to h8.
Yeah, I mean this is actually the point. In this position, you can play queen e4 if the queen was on a8.
Yeah, well, let's just take a look at what he played, because he played queen d1, a move that we... Okay, well, Mr. Dominguez, I think we see your point. It's not that hard. I don't think Fabi's going to miss this one. Good try. Good try, though, by Dominguez, and we didn't see that one, that he actually could move his queen here. So the point is that if queen b5...
No, I don't... Wait, is it? Not queen b5, but...
Queen b5, maybe... I think it's still perpetual. I think it's perpetual check. Like if I go for this, right? How are you getting out? Because you don't have king g1 to go queen f1, right? So it does.
Yeah.
Maybe you go here and I take, and I mean, yeah, it looks like
the same.
It looks like I'm getting the perpetual, right? So let's go back. Queen d1. Yeah, definitely quite tricky. And the one thing you don't want to do is take that b5 pawn.
Or you might want to take on a5 because then you cannot sack on h4 because there's queen e1.
That's a good point. You can take the other one. You can take the other one because now the sacrifice doesn't work.
Or does it?
No, I don't think it does because now you block with the queen.
Yeah.
Now you block with the queen. Wow, that makes a big difference. I mean, if Fabi goes through in this game, which I kind of expect that he will, you know, Lanier can just look back at yesterday and be like, I blew a really big chance there with that knight e2 retreat.
Yeah. So instead of queen d8, is it a move as well to play h5 in this position? Or you can still make a sacrifice on knight h4?
Yeah, I can still sack. So this is the big idea. So Caruana needs to just not miss that. I mean, you don't want to let the knight in and lose your bishop and all of that. Then black will be totally fine. So, yeah, basically just the check and the right pawn, and he's going to be up a pawn with pawns still on both sides with, you know, should be a winning position with a knight on g6 severely limited.
Hang on. Is it really a draw? Let's say, okay, h5, knight h4, takes, queen g4, king h2, takes on h4, king g1. And then queen g2.
Queen here. Oh wow! And I still
and
might have a draw.
D1, yes, and then king h2, queen h5, queen h3, and where's the draw?
Yeah, where is the draw? I only got 2 pawns. Yeah.
Yeah, but this is enough. Yeah, or maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah, it does seem like even this is still an advantage.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but I mean, but here's the thing though. There's no way he's gonna go for that. There's just no need, right? Like after queen d1, I mean, there's only one idea the opponent has, so why bother allowing it to happen? I don't know. I feel like queen here, you're up a pawn, there's no sacrifice. Why not go for that? You know, but we can certainly take a look at this h5 thing, and there is, I mean, definitely Some advantage there still for white. Just a very long line, yeah? Yeah, I mean, it's possible. It's possible to go h5. I just don't think he'll be that interested. Maybe going for this position. Yeah. I mean, oops, not like that. That's
Queen D1.
checkmate. Yeah, let's start with the check first. Yeah, that's winning too. So actually, he's got some choices here. How is Magnus doing? He's not making time control. I think should we switch over? Take a look. He's got 6 more moves to make. And he is, a little bit worse in this position, actually. Actually, well, I say a little bit. He's about to lose the d4 pawn. He just captured back with a knight. And, wow, this pawn is just kind of there for the taking.
Yeah, but there's rook c7. I mean,
You
takes
take
takes
on
and
c8.
then rook c1 and then rook c7.
Yeah, well, we got to look at that. So rook takes d4. Rook c8, bishop c8, rook c1. And you want to go in, yeah?
Yeah, I think this is what Magnus has in mind.
Well, he's still down a pawn. He's still down a pawn here. After rook c7. Okay. All right, let's see what they're going for.
Rook d4,
Okay,
rook
rook
c8,
d4 is on the board.
bishop c8, and then I think rook c1 should be on the board
There
soon.
could be some endgame where Gukesh has 4 against 3 all on one side. It's quite likely. So rook c1 by Magnus, and yeah, bishop d7. Gukesh has still plenty of time to figure this out. So bishop d7, rook c7. And after b takes a5, rook a7. Yeah, I think we're going for this position where white is going to get the a pawn, and it's going to be the 4-on-3. But the thing is, I mean, of course, Magnus has to do some work here. But it's funny because he's usually on the black side of such positions, right? And now we don't really see Magnus very often having to defend such things as white, I would say. He's very good at trying to press these with black, but now today we're going to see him on the defending side.
Yep.
And I mean, black's pawns are doubled, and usually the knight can sort of hold these pawn down positions on the same side. But it's an unusual 4 against 3. It's very unusual because black pawns are doubled, right? Does that help black? Does that kind of give him more control of the center or not, right? It's a question. Probably white has to go like g4, I would say, in this position, just to like make it harder for black to push these pawns. They're going straight into it. So this is already on the board. And so my question is, I mean, Magnus has not made time control yet. He needs to make one more move. And will his choice be g4, or will he go for something else? I predict g4 because, the light square diagonal doesn't matter so much because his king can always come out like that. So I do think he's going to go g4 and not just let black play like f5, because then black is going to be squeezing him on space. By the way, the Arjun-Praggnanandhaa versus Pragg game has also been quite, well, I think we can, oh, he went for something else.
Rook a5.
Rook a5, huh.
Oh, if f5, you just simply take it.
Ah, he's making a trick. He's going to take that pawn.
I think, you know what, g4 move is, I agree that this looks good, and I totally understand your point, but it's a little bit too committal for the 40th move.
Yeah.
And while you can stop it using either move, I think he's done it. And we have a result on the board between Salimova versus Muzychuk, and it is a draw.
Yeah, what else could it ever have been?
It is a draw, so it means they will play their tiebreak tomorrow.
Yeah.
And they're doing the tossing of colors right now.
Ah, okay. Well, I don't know. I find like this match is a toss-up, to be honest. You know, because no doubt Anna is the more experienced player, much more well-known. But the way, you know, Salimova has played this match against her, even these two games, I feel that it's not really clear that she's such a big underdog.
No.
You know, I feel like if she wins tomorrow, I will also understand kind of that story, you know. But on the other hand, you know, of course, for Anna, it would be very disappointing to be so close and not making it into the candidates. Yeah. I mean, I feel like, well, Anna will be very motivated for sure. And by the way, let's go to Arjun-Praggnanandhaa. They have just made the 40th move, and very interesting position that Pragg, I mean, he's kept this game alive. Wow. I mean, I wouldn't even be surprised if he somehow manages to win this game, because right now this bishop can't move. It really can't go anywhere, because then you lose the pawn in a6, you free the rook. And this king is coming in to just munch on these pawns. So like the rook is tied down, the bishop can't move because it's pinned. You can try king b5, then your rook can move, but she has nowhere to go. Wow. I mean, I think maybe Pragg is just making his comeback in this game.
It looks like he is making a comeback, and I wouldn't mind watching their tiebreak. It would be very exciting.
Yeah, it's a very friendly 1-1 result, you know, with both sides winning with black. Actually,
yes, without any draws.
Yeah, no, I mean, that would be amazing. I mean, amazing how he manages. How did he manage all of that? So we saw king f7 on move 27, and Pragg went bishop e5. Oh, he brought his bishop to d6. Okay, he's going to trap that rook in. Pawn e5. Okay, he got his king all the way to d5. f3, c5. I mean, when did it start going like really bad for white? I mean, maybe around this point, right? So a5 and a5, rook f8, a6. Maybe a6 was a mistake. Maybe somehow he pushed the pawn too far.
And look at that. After rook f8, a6, and go back.
Yeah, he goes back because like he's
because
like
there's no
completely
bishop
paralyzed.
b6. Yeah.
So maybe what he should have done is, instead of a6, gone like back with the rook, so at least his like bishop can be sort of normal on b6, right? That seems to have been like the really big mistake. Oh wow! So he kind of tricked him. He went a6. And then he never got a chance to do this because it got pinned again.
Yeah, the bishop got quarantined.
Wow. Quarantined, yeah. That harkens back to 2020 when a lot of people had to sit in quarantine.
Yeah.
And we know that's a really bad experience. So it's a bad experience for the bishop as well. King c3. G5, and white had like nothing to do, and he hasn't been able to move anything for all these moves. So sad for Praggnanandhaa. Wow. I mean, like with the white pieces, could not hold a draw.
Well,
look, neither Carlsen nor Praggnanandhaa are having an easy time making those draws with the white pieces in the C3 Sicilian. Isn't that interesting?
Well, in this moment already, it's gonna be very hard. Yeah. Well, at least you know they will have something to talk about again tonight during their walk.
Yeah, well, I think they talk about everything except chess, I think is what Praggnanandhaa said. You know, they're also, you know, we were teammates on the SG Alpine Warriors, and in that tournament, you know, Pragg played so fantastically. He showed himself to be really good in rapid, and he also knocked out Naka in rapid. And I wonder, you know, I would think that he would be the favorite, to be honest, in the tie breaks. And well, I would be, like I said, I've been certainly a fan of his based on everything he's been doing here and what he was doing for our team in Dubai, you know, contributing so much. That, yeah, I mean, I'm quite happy to see this comeback by him.
Yeah, and I think we can quickly see the game of Fabiano versus Dominguez, because I think that's the only game that hasn't made to the time control.
Oh, wow. has not made the time control. What does that mean? Does that mean like Dominguez is
Fabi-
going to lose on time? Or no, Fabi's just been thinking.
Yeah, but it is his 40th move.
Oh,
so-
he's still been thinking all this time.
So he just went Queen A8 actually.
He just made a move?
Yes.
He went Queen A8.
Yep.
Oh, that's the same thing as Queen D8.
Yeah, I think he's gonna take on A5
Yeah.
anyway. Mhm.
Okay, it doesn't matter. So he played Queen A8.
But I think it's a better move because if there's Knight F8, there's Bishop C5.
Yeah.
So just
good
a
point.
little difference there.
King H7
So he has
and
to be
Queen
King 7.
A5
And
is going to be played. So Fabi has a good chance to wrap things up today. So what do we think in terms of, tie breaks tomorrow? We got
one already in the women's section. It's between Salimova and Muzychuk. And in the open section, we have one decisive result. Abasov-Vidit is through to the semifinal. But a potential tiebreak would be this game, yeah, Praggnanandhaa versus Irene. I think.
Oh yeah, well that one is for sure going to a tiebreak.
And this one, Fabiano has a good chance to end it today without any tiebreak. And we still have to see whether Magnus could defend that game or not. And I think everyone has already made to the time control.
Yeah, everyone's made it to move 40. We're waiting to see if Magnus will be playing a pawn move like G4. He is adjusting his knight.
Is he going to make that move?
Yeah, interesting. I don't know if he said anything. It's always a question when a player is adjusting when their opponent is not on the board. Did they say I adjust or sometimes that's caused some controversy. But anyway, neither Magnus nor Arjun really having an easy time of it. But of course, Magnus's position is a lot better than Arjun's, which is looking hopeless. So we are in for a long ride today.
Yep.
Because I don't think Gukesh is going to let his match end so quickly. So we're going to take our final break, guys, and see you on the other side in a few minutes.
Yes, see you.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
I'm pleased to be joined by Vidit-Abasov, who's just defeated Vidit in the quarterfinals and therefore qualified to the semifinals of the World Cup. Vidit, first of all, congratulations. A stunning performance in both of the games. What are your feelings and sensations right now, being the top Azerbaijan player in the World Cup and already moving forward to catch Rajab Mamediyar on the scoring table?
Well, I mean, I cannot comment that. They are too far from me, and they have always been, top players of the country, and their results always inspired not only me, but all the young generation. They didn't have a successful tournament here, but I'm sure next tournaments will be much better for them. Regarding myself, I didn't expect to come this far before the tournament, obviously. I think, my play was decent today. It was a nice queenside attack, which came suddenly. I guess just we didn't expect that my pawns will be so quick. And also I had a nice advantage on time, so on the clock, and that gave me, extra chances, and
You've probably noticed that there's a huge amount of press, fans, other players cheering you on. There was even some cheers at the end of the game. So do you think, is this adding added pressure every day?
Absolutely. I mean, it's just, boosting my confidence, and I really enjoy that.
So let's talk very briefly about the two games from an openings perspective. I've noticed in both of the games and also in your previous play that you play very fast, very confidently, and also some of your opening repertoire are very similar to Rajapov's one, for example, yesterday with Black. And you seem to go out of the opening with much more time than your opponents. Now, is this just luck in the selection, or did your full repertoire have a very broad and deep analysis? What can you say about that without going too much into detail, of course?
Exactly. I would rather comment on that after the tournament, if possible.
Okay, well, I'll ask you again. I won't forget. So today, what was the decisive mistake of Vidit? Although he was very low on time, where do you think he strayed away from the path to equality?
Honestly speaking, I have no idea myself, because I myself also didn't expect that this C4, B4, B5 will eventually just be so powerful. I think I spent quite a bit of time on Queen D2, and it was a tricky move. Of course, I was also considering Queen C7 mostly because whenever knight jumps, I have this knight D6. I think Queen D2 was strong, and then Queen C7, Knight C5, and my pieces are getting closer to the queen side, yet nothing direct. H6 looked a bit slow to me. I might be wrong, but H6, and then I suddenly got this C4, Queen C3, B4, and after that I felt very comfortable. It's like ideal Caro-Kann kind of positions, and yeah, it ended up to be decisive.
So now you're in semifinals. You enjoy tomorrow a rest day, while others might be tie-breaking. We don't know who your opponent is going to be yet, but it could be either Magnus Carlsen or his opponent, I'm blanking, but it's Gukesh. Now, do you have a preference for one of those two opponents? What is your past history with both of them?
I have never faced Magnus in an official tournament, and it's just wonderful feeling to play world #1. So, well, clearly, as I told before, no preference, but yeah, just enjoy chess.
Last question, no added pressure. You're one step away from the candidates. In your wildest dreams before the tournament, did you think at some point this could be achieved here in your country town?
No. No. I mean, fair answer is no.
Do you think it's going to be possible?
Well, I hope so.
Okay. Vidit-Abasov, the man of the day, just defeated Vidit in semifinals. Good luck, and we'll see you later.
Thank you.
Now remember this question.
Yes.
Okay.
Hey guys, we're back to see who's going to make it into the semifinals of the open section and into the finals of the women's. Of course, the most suspenseful result here that we're awaiting is Magnus Carlsen versus Gukesh, because Magnus, did misplay his game a bit to lose a pawn, and now he is having to defend this end game down a pawn, which should be holdable. Black just played f5, but still, if you take bishop takes, you're down a pure pawn, and I can see some scenarios, obviously, where Black wins this game, where Black eventually starts pushing these, and it gets kind of unpleasant. I don't know if maybe we shouldn't take. Maybe we should actually wait for Black to take so we can capture with the H pawn. That's probably true, and I think Magnus.
Also, King f4 is also an idea.
Yeah, I think he actually played that.
Oh,
he played
did?
King f4. Yeah, he is waiting for Black to capture, which I think makes a lot of sense. Or at least, now he wants to capture himself, and that's going to be a completely different story because his knight is not going to be pinned. So I like the move King f4. And I kind of struggle to see what Black is going to do to try to keep this alive. Because, he just somehow cannot really get these pawns to the dark squares. Everything is on the light squares, and if you notice, White's pieces are on the dark squares, and that's where Magnus is mustering his defense. By the way, you can't even take the pawn anymore because the bishop would hang. So he simply wants to take on g4. It could be a fairly easy draw for Magnus, actually.
Yeah, probably the only thing that to consider is if rook d2 is a move here.
It is a move, and you're going to have to, since you don't want to really go f3, rook f2.
You have to take on f5 first, I guess, and to force. Maybe.
If you take on f5 first, so they can take with the bishop.
Yeah.
And then you still can't really take because you lose 2 pawns. It's a little too much. But I think you just go back. You basically are saying, look, I want to take your pawn. Then you stay with those double pawns no matter what. And if you take me, okay, that's fine. Because I'm capturing in the best possible way, and we're just going to get more pawn trades. So he's just basically, it's just, I think the most important thing that Magnus didn't do something like this. This I think would be giving Gukesh way better chances to win this endgame. Because now his pawns are undoubled, and there's no trade, and his bishop would be able to escape. Because you can't even go there now, because you lose that pawn. So I think the way Magnus played it is the best. And it does seem to me like this could be quite a painless draw for him. Of course, I expect Gukesh to be playing for quite a while. But, I don't see where the pain is going to come from.
I don't disagree.
Yeah. So rook d2, king g3, takes. Okay, let's just look at this. Obviously, I can think about taking, but that is probably in your favor, as I'm kind of unbalancing things. What is even Black's plan here? Does Black even have a plan? If I just sit, what's the point? If I sit, just kind of sit on these squares and wait to see what you're doing, and if you want, we can trade more pawns. So, I do expect Magnus to hold this. Yes, we are more used to seeing him on the better side of endgames, but things didn't go so well for him today.
Yeah.
In the middle game.
Yeah, so just get ready, guys, because this game will go long.
You think Gukesh is not going to give up on winning for a while?
No, he's not going to give up. He will keep trying.
Yeah, he doesn't have a lot to work with. So, all right, let's take a look at Pragg versus Arjun.
And we expect this game will go further into the tiebreak tomorrow because Pragg is looking great in this position. And how do we evaluate this?
Well, White has this idea of bringing the king to b7. I think that's why he opened up that square by moving the rook away. But the problem is that black is going after these pawns while this rook is basically, I mean, do you see how entrapped it is? The rook really can't do much. So white's only plan is this. Then we take. Then you attack. I move away. And then you can finally move your bishop.
Wait, is this... Okay, I was thinking like rook d6, c d6, and bishop b8.
Interesting. Sacking the rook for the bishop and then going this way and wanting to promote. Yeah, but the thing is I have so many pawns.
Yeah.
The problem is, but maybe on this move you still have the block with the bishop, right?
Yep.
So I guess I know what to do.
Go
I
all
guess
the way
I got
down.
to go all the way back, come back to stop your pawn from that side, and I guess I should win with my remaining pawns because I have a little too many of them. And then ultimately I'll play there or I'll take. And I think that should be it.
Yep, definitely. So the sack will not work.
The sack doesn't work, so then that means that you have to go this way, and then you want to promote your pawn. So what do?
Rook b8 check.
Rook b8, king c6. There's this almost like I can almost promote this pawn without the help of my rook. Like there's almost this idea, right? c4, a7, c3, a8, because your rook is still trapped, right?
Yeah, but what if bishop d8 instead of a8?
Yeah, but I mean also here, like you still have this move, but I guess, this would actually be kind of a crazy position. Actually, I don't even know what's going on here. I guess you can still go for this. I mean, it's funny.
But this is lost, right?
Lost for who?
For white. I think just play bishop
Probably.
f4. Bishop f4.
Yeah, bishop f4 here.
Yep.
And then promote this pawn, yeah. Well, black has a lot of pawns to work with, and Pragg is thinking, after rook d7. No, he's moved in, and actually we have a couple of moves, so let's go to the position. So he moved in the king, and rather than trying to go for this, actually Arjun played bishop b6. So what's the idea of that? Does he just want to like go there, or actually what happens on c4 and we run? Because we can either take on g2 here, which also looks quite possible, but then there's a little trap. Like if I take on g2, it's actually this move.
a7 doesn't work.
a7 looks tempting, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you want to go rook d8.
But I think it's still winning for white. You can just simply take on h3. And rook
You think
b8.
that I just have too many pawns?
Yeah, you have too many pawns. And then take on a7, bishop a7, and then just g4.
Really? Wow.
You can totally afford this.
I can afford it because your bishop is out of the play. Because now this barrier is still working against the bishop, not the rook, right? And then the pawn just runs. That's a pretty cool line, actually. So a7, and we just take on h3 and give up the rook and win. Yeah, that works. That works. Okay, so king g3, bishop b6. And if we take on g2 and you play rook a7, how does that change things?
Oh, you can just take and g4.
Pragg is about ready to make a move. I can sort of see him taking on g2 because it looks very natural, and rook a7 looks pretty tricky. But that would be
Yeah, just
that
take
would be
on
a
g4.
mistake.
No?
Which one?
Oh, I cannot take on g4? I mean a7 and then g4.
Okay. Takes, well, because I'm promoting something too, right? Okay, he actually went for the best move. But let's figure out this one first. How does white survive this? Well, white queens with a check. So I guess I take on A7 on C5.
And then bishop B8.
And then I take on E7.
And can I just take on H3 with
Like that? Mhm.
well with the king? But okay, let's try this first.
Yeah, this is my idea.
And then
Wait, so you
H2?
go here.
What?
Oh, you want to go H2?
H2
Oh, H2.
yeah, and then yeah.
H2. H2 is also not clear. Because I take.
Takes with the king.
I'm going to play here.
Mhm.
But you have
Bishop
time
A7,
for this. You have
yeah.
time
and
for
if
that.
you play king B6, I have bishop G3 or something, yeah?
We found a way for black to win. Okay, hold on. Okay, these lines are really complicated. I think that's the first point. So we're looking at the move king G2, but Pragg played C4, which is apparently better. I mean, it makes sense because basically if you take the pawn, I take on A6, and as long as I get rid of that pawn, I win easily, right? Because I'll just take all the rest of your pawns with no counterplay. And yeah, no, I mean, it makes sense. He basically says, like, okay, this pawn isn't going anywhere, and this one's really dangerous to you. So, you know, if you don't take it, it just runs away, and then who's going to be stopping it, right? So, like, you have no real time for these kinds of ideas, right? On this move, what do you think we should do? I mean, there's even rook c8, I would say, is a move. So c4, rook a7.
Yeah, rook C8
rook
is good.
c8 looks really quite good. Just support the pawn and run with the pawn. And if you go a7, I think I just go c3. I mean, your rook is just trapped. When you go rook d8, right? And now does c2 work?
I think so.
Yeah, c2, you take I queen first. You don't have a check. I should be winning.
Yep. It is winning.
Yeah. So the pawn just goes. But you can also, in this position, can we take on d8? I'll take and then play c2. We might actually be winning this one as well. Like at first I thought we weren't because white has a check on f3, but it's not checkmate. The king runs away, and actually we're winning this one too, believe it or not, because our king is actually excellent on h2. And we're going to trade the queen somewhere and then just win your pawns. Like the king on b5 is really bad. So that's another winning one. So it's funny, you know, I see this kind of parallels between today's game and their game yesterday. Because yesterday, Erigaisi was using these beautiful, you know, ideas of domination. He was winning down a piece in the end game because his pieces were dominating. And I feel like, let's say when we see something like that, it's also domination, right? It's like the king being on h2. It's very beautiful. So they're kind of beating each other in similar ways. And also with the black pieces. By the way, Magnus Carlsen, we've had some changes here. And after king f4, Gukesh played f6. Yeah, obviously you can't allow e5 and f4, so you got to take. He took with the bishop. We captured, he captured. So now we're in a rook endgame. And, okay, this really should be a draw. f3, rook d4. King is improving, and he kind of wants, well, he doesn't really, he's not able to play there yet. I guess he wants to go h5, h4. Rook c2, h5, and Magnus is just
Waiting.
kind of sitting on this position. Yeah, he says, no big deal. You know, you can go h4. I'm going to play king g2 and just stay on the second rank, and how are you going to win?
I think the only way to win is to somehow switch the rook to the g file, but then one of the pawns will be hanging. So yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, like, let's just take a look. h4, king g2, king here, king here. And that's it. It's a draw. Because you just can't ever move your rook because it's a check. You just kind of sit on this, right? Like rook here, check. Yeah, you also have a problem with that. I mean, I think you can even afford to get your king cut.
And then back to a2.
Yeah, that's right. You can just go back to a2. I was also even thinking that, like, even if you allow this, which you don't have to, but this actually looks like a draw too, because the king is not making progress, and you're tied to h4. So, I mean, here I guess you could try a little bit, but yeah, no, I mean, it should be a draw even here. So I think Magnus is going to be getting his draw without too much trouble. Interesting, Magnus is kind of looking like at what? What is he looking at right now? The score sheet? He's wonder what he's thinking. What are they both looking at, actually? They're not looking at the board at all.
No, something is going on the square of h1. That's
Yeah.
where they're looking at. And yeah, there you
Interesting,
go.
right? Yeah. Huh. Calculating without using the site of the board.
I think they're just, imagining the dream position of what white could achieve and what black could actually achieve, because you have to somehow rearrange all the pieces to get like the position that you wanted. But there's no easy way. Like what I said, if the rook could stand on g3, then I think black would be close to winning, but there's no way to get there.
Yeah, you mean if black could get a rook over here? Yeah, it would be nice to win another pawn, but that's not really going to happen.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think Magnus will get this draw, even though he allowed himself to be put under some pressure, but after misplaying a very nice middle game. I mean, he had Gukesh under pressure, but then he completely misplayed it, and he was forced to defend. Okay, what's going on in Fabiano? Wow. Well, it's not quite over. Not quite over the way we were. Well, I don't know. Maybe it is. It is getting. It is making. There is some progress going on, right? But black has at least avoided losing this knight, or getting it stuck on h8. So at least it's on e7. How does white make progress here? I guess we gotta. Well, at some point we'll be playing g4 at some point, right?
Yeah, I think Fabi is thinking if any attack on g7 would work, but yeah, how to win this position? I mean, it surely is a better position for white, but
Now let's just bring the queen back to the center.
so if we trade, okay, some
Yeah.
queen like this, would you take it?
Would I take it? Yeah. Yeah, I would take it. I
You
would take it. Yeah.
You'd like to move this endgame to this minor piece endgame.
Yeah, I think so, because your pawns are so bad, right?
So I just move the king here, maybe. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, you don't care about the.
And
Yeah.
I think I move in, and also because you haven't actually gotten rid of your b pawn yet, and by the time you're done playing g6, right? My king is going to have run over to your pawn on the queen side. So, yeah, I would not mind a queen trade in this
So-
position.
Okay, so queen trade is okay, but definitely not the minor piece trade. Yeah, queen. And,
Yeah,
sorry,
probably not.
knight
Not
and
unless
bishop.
I'm winning another pawn.
yeah.
If I'm winning the b pawn, then sure, we can also trade the minor piece. But for now, yeah, I think in Fabi's place, I like queen e4. He has a lot of time, though. He has 27 minutes versus 14. So the knight can't really move other than to f5, right? And now, well, we're going to prepare these ideas. I mean, the only thing we need to be careful about is something like this, this, and this. That would be an example of white, I think, letting things get out of control. A little too many things hanging here. What do you think, Irene?
I'm thinking. I think you can actually.
Yeah?
It's fine. You can just play king g1 here.
King G1.
And after queen takes on h5, you take on b5. I think that pawn on b5 is
More valuable than the
more
H
valuable.
pawn?
Worth more than h5.
Well, that could very well be the case. And your queen kind of always defends all the checks here, yeah?
Yep. And now at least white has a passer.
Yeah, that's one way to win. I mean, I don't have any tactics like this because you can just
Give a check and
give a check somewhere and then take the knight. Yeah. So that even that is possible. And I was trying to give an example of how things could go wrong for white, but on like in this position, personally, I just like G4. I think that's the way I would be handling it. If I can play the move G4, why not?
yeah, looks strong.
You know, you can't even go there because your knight gets trapped.
Looks strong to me.
All right. Well, I think, well, you know, Fabiano has a technically winning position, right? I mean, he's up a pawn. He's got the bishop versus knight. Pawns are fixed on dark squares. I think he should be able to win this without too much trouble. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the still balanced game of Goryachkina and Tan. I mean, Tan can't afford the draw due to the match situation. So she's doing her best, setting up this checkmate threat as her like last hope, I guess, in this endgame. And, you know, it is something to actually kind of pay attention to. Because you don't want to blunder into that and suddenly experience problems. So how do we deal with that? I suppose knight d3. And I have a feeling that knight's probably like been on that square already.
Yeah.
So the first thing that comes to my mind is just knight d3.
And after knight d4, just go back
And
to
knight d4, go back. I just feel like they've had this position, like something like that, where you're not making any progress as black.
Yeah, so Goryachkina play rook d6. So I think with the idea of knight e1 and then rook d2.
Okay. Very sensible. Very solid. And on this move,
Then you can
Knight
already
d3.
ignore, yeah? Now
Oh.
you can even play rook d7 back because
yeah,
there's no checkmate.
there's no threat anymore. Okay. So,
Yeah, this one will not go to the tiebreak, I think, because it is a very solid position for white, and Goryachkina has been handling it very well. So I think we will expect, one tiebreak already in the women's section, Muzychuk versus Salimova, and then a potential tiebreak between Irene versus Praggnanandhaa. And the third tiebreak is not sure. Maybe actually Magnus is holding it very well too. So probably 2 tiebreaks tomorrow.
so you think tomorrow we are going to see just Muzychuk versus Salimova and Prague versus Irene? Okay, the game just ended.
The game just ended. So it means it's a draw. And Magnus is through to the semifinal and will be playing against Vidit-Abasov.
Wow. Wow. Well, first of all, what a dream journey for Abasov to be facing Magnus Carlsen, not like, you know, in the first or second or third round of the World Cup, but in the semifinals. So that is,
You know, if
Yeah.
you're playing like some video game, you're actually facing the boss right now.
oh, right. Oh, yeah, level 9, the boss. That's right. No, that is, I think, first of all, I think that's a wonderful sort of reward for Abasov to get a chance to play the world #1 player in the semifinals of the World Cup. It's
And a potential to be in the candidate if Magnus
Right.
refuses his
That's
spot.
right.
I mean, if he, in the worst case scenario where Abasov loses and then, also loses in the double loss.
oh yeah,
double
he's going to be
loss.
playing another match after
Yeah.
that. In any case,
In any case, yeah.
wow.
But whoever gets to the semifinal, they get like a very huge potential to play in the candidates, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, Abasov, we saw this very heartening video of like how the local fans here were
cheering for
applauding him after his game, how they greeted him. And I think he's spoken about how that support, you know, has helped him a lot. So, you know, of course, I see Magnus as the favorite in that match. And I really do want to see Magnus get into the finals. But at the same time, you know, the way Abasov has been playing and all the people that he's beaten, I feel like he's feeling his most confident.
Yep.
You know, it's just the only thing is that maybe playing against Magnus, you know, makes you a little less confident. Right.
Well, I think for Abasov right now, after he's beaten lots of strong and famous players like that, playing against Magnus is like, okay, I have nothing to lose anymore. I can just enjoy and play chess. And I think that's a dream for every chess player to get out of this stress situation.
Yes. Yeah, no, I feel like in his place, there really is not that much to stress about. He has accomplished so much in this World Cup already. And probably is going to get a candidate spot no matter what. So really, it's just about the chance to play Magnus Carlsen.
Right.
And that's going to be an awesome matchup. And then we're going to have Fabiano Caruana, if he wins today, going to be facing the winner of Prague versus Erigaisi. And I think that, you know, if my prediction is correct, and that would be Prague, that would be also a fascinating match, Caruana versus Praggnanandhaa.
Either way, Caruana, Erigaisi will also be interesting. I just like to see, you know, like this battle, like a more experienced player against the youngster. It's just...
well, that's what we're going to get to see. And then everything is kind of setting up for my
dream,
matchup, my dream matchup between Carlsen and Caruana in the final. You know, because I'm going to feel like I'm commentating on the World Championship again. You know, that's the goal.
Feel it, yeah?
I enjoyed it so much in Astana, you know, that I want to do it again. And it's like a replay of the 2018 World Championship, which, you know, was decided just in the tiebreak games, right? And I really feel like it would be a very close match.
Yeah, I think so too. And we might be expecting another 12 draws again, and then everything
rapid
will be
tie breaks.
Yeah, everything will be decided on the tiebreak. Maybe yes, maybe not. We'll see. Anyway, this game has gone into the Rook's endgame. Erigaisi versus Praggnanandhaa.
Okay, so let's take a look. How do they get the bishops off the board? After c4, Erigaisi played bishop c7. Trade. I guess he's just going to take all the pawns now. King takes g2, rook c5, and rook g8. Oh, yeah, he doesn't want to give up this very important pawn just yet. Yeah, well, you know, white basically has one pawn keeping their hopes alive on a6, and I guess what's going to happen is most likely you will sacrifice the rook for it at some point, right? So a7. Let's say king takes h3. Now, do you have that move here? You don't,
no,
because
there's
it's a check. So, like, you have to move the king somewhere, but then the pawn just moves, right? Yeah, it kind of looks hopeless, actually.
Yeah, you can just move back to a8 and then take on a7 regardless. And protect her there. Yeah.
Now it doesn't even require much talent.
Yep.
To win. It just like you just start pushing up that pawn and that's it. And you give up the rook. I mean, when they go king b7.
Yeah. That's why I meant like you just.
Hold on. Let's find the win here. Well, we could be up 3 pawns in the queen endgame.
Hang on.
Like I see what you're saying, that it's a little problematic because you're going here, and you're actually going to get it to make a queen. I am up 3 pawns, so I don't know if that helps me.
Of course, that is something.
it's something, right? But I mean, 3 pawns is quite a lot. However, you always try to avoid these queen endgames whenever you can, right? Because you never know what can go wrong.
Just queen g3.
Yeah. Queen g3.
And you don't really have a check right now because unless you go queen h1. Because if queen f1, then queen g2 and no check. Because queen f5, queen g4.
Right, so I'm going to give a check here.
King g4. Yeah, and then queen f4.
So you're thinking like black's many extra pawns are enough here, yeah? I kind of want to do it in a more clean way. Like I don't even want to see the queen endgame. So let me see if I can avoid it. So let's see the position on the board is rook g8, right? So yeah, a7 is going to get played. Well, I mean, I think the idea is to eliminate the pawn. So let's take there. You're going to go king b6. Now, maybe there's something else here, but you're about to go king b7, though. Oh, maybe... I was thinking maybe we can queen this pawn in some way. Oh, but we can't, because your pawn is too fast, right? So maybe that's just what we have to do. We got to go for this queen endgame. It's a little unfortunate, but it does appear to be winning anyway for black. Yeah. So we just got to push and let you play your rook c8 move. g2, queen, queen, and win this position. 3 pawns is still quite a lot, right?
Also, black has this king h2. Yeah, I think they're equally good.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see. Let's go back. Did he have to do all these moves like rook g8? Rook g8. Yeah, he just didn't want to deal with losing the g-pawn. I can understand him.
Although I think in this position, could e5 be a move? Because I just want to have that idea with rook g7 at some point. Like e5 here, and...
We're seeing a move on the board by Aragaisi. Yeah, he went for a7. So I think we're going to see this line.
The queen's endgame line, yeah?
Yeah, I think we're going to see the queen endgame. So you're asking if he could have just played e5, yeah? It's interesting. Instead of rook g8, yeah.
Yeah,
But then,
because...
then I take...
And now rook g8,
and
there's a
then-
difference.
Yeah, but then this apparently is the problem. That I can actually guard the pawn so you don't win it yet.
So if I play g4?
Yeah, g4. I think I just eliminate all your pawns, right? Like I take...
h3.
And then I take again. Maybe. I take again.
That's true. That
You get a
could
lot
be.
of your pawns. All right. But they're heading into this line.
Yeah, they will have the queen's endgame soon.
Yeah, it's going in a very forced direction. So now we're expecting king b6, g4, and king b7, g3. Just like very direct. Yeah, he went king a6, but it's the same thing. Meanwhile, Dominguez's king has been driven out into the middle of the board. So Fabi, instead of going queen e4, that I thought was maybe simplest, he goes bishop b4. He's aiming for that square. Actually gives the check. And wow, Black king is out in the open.
Maybe
But
that's
can
the
it be taken
safest.
advantage of, you know?
Yeah, but maybe that's the safest place to be.
Yeah. I don't know. I kind of feel like Caruana maybe should have just kept that queen on e4 instead of chasing this king. Because who knows? Like, this king might even go towards this pawn and create some play. I know it's not very likely, but what are we going to do here?
Probably the question is, do you play f4 or not in this position?
Yeah, and also the bishop is hanging at some point. You play f4. I can't sack yet, right?
I think I know what Fabi is thinking. It's bishop f8.
Oh, bishop f8. That's a big move, yeah? But then I just go king f6. So it's not like I'm very scared, yeah? But then you go bishop g7, actually.
Yeah, and then now you win another pawn.
And then you win the queen endgame easily. So hold on, maybe bishop f8 is a very interesting idea.
Or there is also another move after king f6. What if I play queen h8? How do you defend that?
Well, let me ask you.
Actually,
you're not threatening anything. I know.
it's the other way around, symmetrical. Oh my gosh.
It's okay. You saw all these pins and you were like, I'm threatening the pawn, right?
Yeah.
And I wanted to ask him, but yeah, what is it that I need to defend from? You can play your move if you want. There's no pin.
There's no pin, right?
Yeah, no, I think bishop takes G7.
Yes, bishop G7 and win
Yeah.
the pawn. Yeah.
But I think on,
Should be enough to win.
after 4 hours of commentary, like it's totally fine to suggest moves like that.
How many positions have we seen today?
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a long day. All right, so bishop f8. Let me try to find a better way to defend. I completely agree that this move looks strong. I mean, is there some kind of like knight f6 and maybe some perpetual?
Knight f6.
Not really.
He's gone back to where?
He went back to d2, so
D2?
he didn't go for bishop f8.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me try to see what was wrong with it. Oh, there's a very cool move here.
And after take?
I think we're going to get a perpetual, but let me just figure out the squares. It might be just this one and back to d7 and then d8. I think this is a cool perpetual, isn't
That's
it?
so tricky.
It really is.
And king f3 is just queen d1, yeah?
Yeah. and-
Yeah, if you go to the back rank, it's just d1, d2, and yeah.
Uh-huh. Oh, that's a cool perpetual.
And h3, there's d7. Yeah, there's no...
Oh,
And
wait, there's
g4?
G4. There's G4, so maybe did we choose the wrong square?
But there's no other square.
No, hold on. There is another square.
Oh, c6.
There's C6.
C6 first.
Ah.
And
But
now
wait.
you have all this...
And then you have this, you need to stay on this diagonal.
Yeah, you have all this, yes, important squares.
Ah,
C1,
yes.
C2, C6, C8, and H1.
Yes,
yeah,
like
yeah.
that. So you need to, oh, it's kind of a good,
Very, very resourceful.
good puzzle. Like it's C6, not D5 that, you know.
That's very cool.
Wait, so we try, one second. Wait, sorry, it's C6, not D2, right? Because you need this diagonal. You can't do D5 because of the white queen, yeah. Otherwise, that would have worked too. So that's why he didn't go there, and he went for bishop D2, stopping knight E3. Well, king D4. Dominguez is just like, all right, since you pushed me out, I'm just going to be running around with my king in the middle of the board.
Queen H7, I would play.
Yeah, queen h7, you're setting up this threat, huh?
Mm-hmm.
It'd be more fun if they got down to like a minute for this position. I still feel like there's a little too much time to make this as exciting as it could be.
Yeah, Queen H7, I like it. Not necessarily taking on H6, but of course that's an idea. Oh,
Yeah,
he's
he
done
did it. Very nice. Yeah, taking on h6 would be nice. Now Dominguez has to basically move his queen somewhere. Can't really move his knight. I mean, he can't. This knight is perfect, so he has to kind of go here and get under the protection of the knight. And also, it's a good square because it gives him ideas on this file. So I think he'll be going queen e7. Maybe setting up the queen somewhere here and just kind of going between these squares. By the way, we were asked a question. Who do we want to see in the final of, I think, the Women's World Cup? Well, we already know that Goryachkina, I think, is going to make it, right? So really, it's just a question. I mean, her game is still in progress, so let's just take a look. Yeah, I don't think Tan is really getting anywhere. He's not getting anywhere here, but they're still playing. At some point, you know, I'm sure White will also play rook d7. Yeah, they might agree to a draw pretty soon. No,
King D3, Rook E1.
and rook c1.
Oh, Rook C1, yeah. Yeah, what about Rook D7 here?
Probably, let's see, rook b1. Then maybe you can go for after that pawn. I guess you just You can't do that move because, first of all, you lose because of rook d1. And there's really no need to get so dramatic. And, in trying to simplify things.
What about rook d5? I just want to get this e5 pawn. Actually, if anything, it is white who is playing for a win. If white wants to. How do you protect that?
Yeah, why not, actually? I think that's
maybe knight c6.
A very good question. Yeah.
Knight c6, but then when the knight is pushed back to c6,
And then you go like rook d7.
Yeah, doesn't have anything else. No.
So rook d5.
d5, knight c6,
Knight c6, rook d7, king b6. Do we have that? Oh, because you can't take like that because rook d1 wins the rook.
But even then, there's knight a4. And where are you going with the king?
Yeah, you can just go back
I
between
can
these
go
squares.
back to c5.
Yeah, yeah. That's one way for the game to end in a draw. So we think Goryachkina is going to make it,
Yep.
and so basically we're being asked, who do we want to see, Muzychuk or Salimova in the final? I mean, I don't know. I feel like they'll decide it between themselves tomorrow. I think we're going to see a good match.
Yep. Well, Anna Muzychuk is definitely a more experienced player, but Salimova has proven to be
Tough opponent.
very tough opponent. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be an easy match for Anna. So I don't know who's going to be the winner of their match tomorrow. Like, first of all, I have no preference, and also seeing how they performed, it's going to be a very close call.
Yeah, definitely rooting for the chess to be interesting tomorrow. And I guess I would say I would hope that there's not like some really dramatic blunders tomorrow.
Yeah, let's. Yeah, I actually hope so too. I hope that the winner will deserve it because just the way how their chess is progressing, not because of any blunders or mistakes by their opponents.
Yeah, because I think having another match like Pats versus Muzychuk would be a little bit sad to see. So hopefully it's just going to be decided on the chessboard, but without the blunders tomorrow. So.
King G1 on the game of Fabiano versus Dominguez, just to avoid this queen E4.
By the way, we
idea.
are in the queen endgame between
Do we?
Arjun.
Ah.
Yeah, we are in the queen
Now
endgame.
2 pawns, but it's solid.
He's only up 2 pawns, so all of this happens. Like there was a check, there was a block. I think they're getting ready to have a second score sheet. Maybe they already have one. A few blocks here. Okay, 1 pawn got captured. The pawn is going further. It's important, I guess, that there's not a lot of ways this king can be checked because you can't go here or here because of the queen trade, and you're also shielded on the H file. So queen c3.
And there's no check again on e6 because there's queen g4.
I sorry, queen f3. Yeah. He just kind of keeps progressing here. I think the H pawn maybe wants her turn. Yeah, why not? Why not just push the H pawn here? Let's see.
Yeah, H3, queen G1 maybe.
Yeah, queen G1 is...
I mean, there's some calculation
It's funny.
to do.
Yeah. Okay, so let's say you go queen G1. Can I just go... Maybe king f4.
Queen D4.
Queen d4. I'm not exactly making...
Yeah, I could understand why Praggnanandhaa is pausing in this position because H3 looks tempting, but it also means that he lost his escaping square for the king.
And he's actually reaching for another piece. Maybe for the king?
Queen C6
no, queen
check.
c6 check. Okay. Maybe he wants the pawn to go all the way to c2? Or you know what he wants? Maybe he wants to like...
Get to the D file and queen D2.
Yeah, I'm thinking about that. King b8. Yes.
And this is also possible. You play queen B6 or, queen D6. Yeah. Yeah. Centralize the queen and then go to D2.
So let's say he goes I don't know, back to c8,
And then queen d2, yeah?
queen d2, and then,
You only have one check
oh,
there.
you're out of checks. You're out of checks in this position, right? Not a single check.
Queen f1.
Oh, nope, there's still one. Okay. By the way, I remember watching Prague win an endgame in the Pro League, Global Pro League. You know that endgame against, I think who was it against? It was against Bier, maybe. And yeah, he won a queen endgame that was kind of like he shouldn't have won, but he found a way to win it. So,
Yeah, he's tricky. So queen c5 and king b7. I think this is going to be c2, because you are covering the g1 square, and the only check is e1, and then you can play queen f2.
and then the checks kind of continue, but you're going to go
Yeah,
to
but king
here.
g2, yes.
Uh-huh. So you
Yeah.
think this is it?
This
You
is
think
it.
This is
C2.
C2 is the move.
Yep.
Check, only one.
Queen f2
Block, only one.
and king g2.
Well, there was a check there, but actually,
No, there's
yeah,
queen
there
f3.
wasn't.
huh?
Okay, and like that. Yeah.
And you only have checks on the g file. Mm-hmm. And here you can choose which one you,
You
want
can
to
even go
King
to
h1.
H1.
Yeah, you can totally go there. And then if queen c1, king h2 back.
Yeah, then you're out of checks. And I'm making some progress,
Yeah.
right?
And he's done it, c2.
Okay. So the pawn is quite far advanced, and this queen can no longer move without a check. So the only check she has is queen e1. Otherwise, I mean, I guess, yeah, he just goes for it.
Yep, and Arjun is just trying to press on his opponent's clock, but Praggnanandhaa has enough time to figure things out. Queen f2 is on the board,
Yep, they're going for your line. Queen f2, queen e5,
and
king
king
g2.
g2. I like this king g2 move.
Yeah, why not? Because their only checks are on the g file, and then you can get out of it.
And when there is no check, and then you're just one square away from promoting your pawn.
He's reaching for it.
Oh,
Oh.
king h3.
King h3. Okay. King h3. Well, right now he wants to promote. So where's the next check going to come from?
sc3 or there.
Queen
e6.
e6. So king h2. Okay. Maybe the king is just going to like h1 actually. Because then, yeah, why don't you just go to h1? Because then you have the g2 square. You're completely shielded from all the checks. Just go here.
And after queen a1, just queen g1. That's it. There's no check anymore.
Yeah, and then you promote your pawn, right? So yeah, the king is going to h1, and it's very helpful to be having the h pawn as a shield, isn't it? So those 3 extra pawns that he had.
2 is enough. 2
Yeah,
is
2 is enough, so he was able to give up 1, but the h pawn is actually very key to making this easy.
nice shelter.
Yeah. So what can oh, Prague, go ahead. Oh, no, he doesn't want the king on h1,
Queen
queen
g3.
g3.
Because there is no more check, yeah, on e2.
Yeah,
There's
no
queen
checks.
G2.
Okay, so he goes here. Now Prague. Does Prague have a way to promote this pawn?
Yeah, why not? Just queen b3 maybe? No, wait. Hang on. There should be a way, like forcing way to do it.
Yeah. I mean, right now the pawn's under attack, so he needs to be...
Queen g7. You have to go to c file because otherwise I will promote it by force. Queen g7. So king goes to c8 or c6.
Okay, yeah, you can't go to here.
Oh, here we just push
Okay,
it.
he's just pushing this pawn.
Yeah, there's so many ways to win this
Wait,
position.
wait. So the point is, the point is you can't take the pawn because of queen g2. So he is just pushing. Okay. Pawn is immune. Oh, right. King a6. Arjun is just playing quickly because, there's not He just needs to avoid the queen trade, right? There's not a whole lot of strategy involved for him.
Queen d3, anything's good here.
What's like the key square he needs to be on? That's what I want to know. He's thinking, okay, he's going queen d3. Yeah, check. Arjun going to a7. Too bad we can't use that square. Or that square for a check, yeah?
Oh, queen d7. Yeah, queen d7. And it's forcing. Queen d7, where do you go with the king?
King a6.
King a6, queen a4, queen just zigzagging. And then promote.
Like, let's see. So queen d7. King here.
If king b6, queen d8.
Where are you trying to get to?
Ah, king b7.
Still a little tricky.
It is tricky.
Queen d2, yeah. So he puts the queen on that square. Queen d2.
If any check on c7 or e5. Just king
Then-
move. Just king move to
G1,
G1, sorry.
because now the king's in a dark square. Yeah, he's found the king on a dark square. So now he's going to put his king on a dark square in order to be able to trade the queens. Yes. Oh, we're not guessing too many of his moves. We thought this, but then maybe there was that. Okay. Yeah, first he goes here, and then he will go there. Okay. Yeah, so that there's no, like, check.
And the only check
none
is
of that.
queen e4. But even then, you can play queen g2. No need to play, because there is queen g1.
Yeah, although I think this one is good. This is the way I would do it. And I think I finally am comfortable that I'm completely winning. Because queen f2 is coming. That's it.
Nope. He played my move.
You played your move. All right.
Queen g2.
Queen g2. And what? That's it. Queen g1 next. Promote the pawn.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah.
And I think they will shake hands very soon. There's almost no way to get out of this. And queen f4 is on the board. And here you can just give a check on g1 and then promote.
Yeah. Or you can promote.
You can promote as well.
And then give a check. It's kind of funny, but he did it kind of the logical way, right? Without getting too fancy. He's looking up at him and he's like, okay, time to resign. And the guy's like, no. Wow. So Pragg is going to be allowed to put a second queen on the board. And I think then Erigaisi will resign because there's no stalemate here. There's no stalemate. So what's the trick? You make a queen, and that's all right. He's thinking. He's like, is there a stalemate or something that I'm missing? Because why aren't you resigning?
Right.
But there's no stalemate. This king has like a million squares.
No, it's good to double check it. Yeah. And he's done it. c1 queen. Arjun might play queen f3. And, he resigned. So it means we have a tiebreak tomorrow between Praggnanandhaa versus Arjun-Praggnanandhaa.
Yeah. I guess they can go for their walk and make each other feel better, in the evenings about these decisive games. I mean, it is like in a way a very friendly thing, that they each got a win in this match. And Pragg, got to give him credit. He kind of outplayed Arjun in this endgame where it felt like, Arjun should be able to get a draw.
Yeah.
So
unfortunately for Arjun, there is no Rosen trap in that last position to stalemate himself.
All right, so let's take a look at our final game. But Goryachkina is still playing against Tan-Goryachkina, but I think the interesting one is definitely Fabiano. Fabiano trying to win and get himself a place in the semifinals. I mean, these days it's so competitive to even get into the candidates tournament, right? Like even when you're rated 2750, I think it's not like you've got a spot guaranteed. So getting a spot from here would be nice.
Yep. And it's looking like Fabiano is increasing his advantage, yeah?
Well, I think he's won
now-
the B pawn.
That's what I meant.
Yeah, he's won the B pawn, kind of like you were talking about. That was his last move, capturing it. So,
Hey,
but the thing is that you can't even take that bishop.
no, you can't.
That's the funny.
There is no d5.
I'm not
You want to
winning.
get the
Yeah, I wanted to
skewer,
win the
yeah?
queen. I wanted to win the queen, but you're saying I can't, huh?
Yeah, there is no d5.
So I have to go for this?
Yeah,
And
you
this
have
is
to go
quite
for this.
winning, yeah?
And how
Because my
is it
king is
winning?
quite safe.
Uh-huh.
And
Yes.
your king is like running around the middle of the board. So yeah, too bad I couldn't win your queen. That was sad.
Yeah,
but
that would be actually nice.
let's say you go queen d1. I guess I just go king g2, queen d5, king h2. I'm out of checks. Your king isn't the best. And yeah, just queen c4, I think. And eventually, well, queen c4, depending on what you do.
So he decided to keep the queen on the board by playing queen f3.
He decides, like, hey, maybe there could be some trick one day with a knight, right? Like coming to one of these squares.
Yeah, the knight is always a tricky piece in the endgame, so no wonder Dominguez is keeping it.
So what do you think? Maybe just bishop d2? Obviously, bishop c5 also looks pretty good. Queen c4 is an option as well. The thing is that, like, yeah, white can just kind of do anything here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So probably bishop c5, and maybe even b4. Just something simple. Not really sure what black is going for here.
Yep. And by the way, the game between Alexander Goryachkina versus Tan-Goryachkina, I think it could end anytime soon. I think Tan-Goryachkina has to accept the repetition, otherwise things will not do well for her.
I think she's going to lose a
Or
pawn
maybe
otherwise.
or maybe she's just going to force things anyway.
Okay, so let's
Yeah.
take a look.
Because after
Pawns are
rook's-
getting traded. Yeah,
Right,
rook takes
c4,
c4, and then just rook c5, and it's the end.
If not taking it, then
There's nothing to
there's
play for.
nothing.
Yeah, the game is going to end with rook c4, rook c5, and a draw offer.
yeah,
I think so.
because as much as you want to force things in this position, there is nothing to hope for.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
b6.
wow.
He's still playing for
that's
something
that's
like that.
unnecessary, Tan. I think. I mean, I guess she's hoping for c5, b5, and at least keep that pawn on the board. But yeah, she wants to basically capture the pawn without allowing the rook trade, right? It's
Can you
pretty
just-
funny.
Yeah, can you just give a check? I think, yeah. Rook e7. Where does the king go? Because b6 is always
It
under
goes
attack.
here, I guess, and then
And
maybe
then
just
rook-
rook b7.
a7 even, like, and then trying to
Yeah.
attack the knight. Anything.
Yeah, like
Pretty
this
much
move,
anything
I
in this
mean, it's just
position.
like 0 chances for black, right?
Yeah, and then king c6, rook e6. So
you got to go here. I don't even.
yeah, rook b7 also.
I'm just winning the pawn. So I don't really know what she's trying to do here, but I do think Goryachkina is going to be through to the finals.
Yep.
Yeah, b6 is a surprising attempt, isn't it? At some point, you tend to give up, but Tan she's still got those hopes.
Yeah, I'm not sure actually what she is trying in this position.
I mean, we could try to make other moves for white, then rook d7. We could try to play rook e6. That's fine.
Rook h5 also.
You can go
fine,
rook
or
e6,
anything.
late take, you take, and then even when you lose the knight, like, it's still a draw.
Yep.
You can just do anything, really. And it's impossible for white to really figure out a way to lose this, I think.
Wow, so it means if Goryachkina wins this one, then tomorrow she will have a very good rest day and waiting for her opponent, or for future opponent. And what
I
did
think she just went for rook b5.
just go after the pawn.
Yeah, just take the pawn.
And
Rook
there's
c4,
nothing- Rook c4,
knight
knight
b6.
b6.
I don't know why she went for this one. I find it
It looks a bit awkward, right?
Yeah, I find it less attractive for sure than rook e7.
Yep. So Tan-Goryachkina took c4
Yeah.
and now knight b6.
Yeah,
should
I
be-
mean, okay, knight b6. I guess she attacks the rook too, and then she gets a check. I mean, she's even up a pawn for now. So it's not like Tan has a whole lot to work with here.
Or maybe Tan-Goryachkina is hoping for some mistake and then go for that endgame rook and knight versus rook, and then repeat the case between Juwenjun versus Fatalieva. Remember that endgame?
So what happened? Yeah, knight takes b6 is on the board. I wonder if Tan's going to go like king c6, or she took
No,
the
he just took
pawn.
on e4.
All right, so can we please end this game? Knight d5,
King c6.
king c6, and then I don't have knight c3.
But you have like rook b4 if you want.
Yeah.
So
All
it's
right.
pretty much anything.
Yeah, well, how much analysis can we do on this position?
Yep.
So knight d5, king c6. And actually, I like this move. You're right. That's good. Just offer the rook trade.
Yeah, and she went for this knight d5. I think
yeah.
Tan-Goryachkina will play king c6 anyway, otherwise no chance. And I think rook b4 should be on the board soon.
And then the funny thing is, like, the knight gets to go here no matter what.
Right?
Yeah.
And yes,
Yep.
rook b4.
Yeah, it's not the most exciting finish, like, for Tan this whole game, but you know, yesterday's game where Goryachkina beat her with black was really decisive, and even though today's game was not the best effort, I think, from Goryachkina, you know, she held this endgame without too many problems.
Yep. And she's been playing very solid. You know, she knows what to do. When she just needs to draw, she goes for it. When she needs to win, and like the first game, she also goes for it. So, yeah, she's a very smart player.
Yeah, you can kind of see her looking up at Tan, asking, okay, are you ready to give up now and give me my spot?
Oh,
Yeah.
and yep, they agree for a draw. And it means Alexander Goryachkina is the first player to go through the final round in the women's section, while Anna Muzychuk versus Nurgul-Salimova will be playing the tiebreak tomorrow.
So we got 2 tie breaks planned for tomorrow, right?
Yes, so far.
If FIDE manages to win.
So it's 1 tiebreak in the women's section and 1 tiebreak in the open section. So let's take a look in this last game that's currently still going on between Fabiano Caruana versus Vidit-Abasov.
Yeah, we last saw it somewhere here. Actually, FIDE decided bishop a3 to go to b2. Interesting choice. And he actually won another pawn. So he's up 2 pawns now. h5 on the board. So what can we say? What are Black's hopes in this position? Well, the problem is his king is so open that it's even hard to like offer up the knight, because there's always the knight needs to protect the king, right? So I guess he's just going to throw this pawn away.
Yeah, though it's gonna hurt now. Bishop d4 is holding everything.
Yeah, well, FIDE is, I think, threatening.
No, if you play h4, you can just play queen g6, queen h7, and then takes on h4.
Yeah.
That's what he's thinking.
That's the idea, right? So h4,
That
there's
is
going to be a
even-
check.
It's even protecting the bishop on d4.
Yeah, whenever you go back, there's going to be another check, and then I take, and then I guard absolutely everything. And then you can take there, but, you
Two
know,
pawns.
2 pawns, I'm going to win. Yeah, I mean, that is okay. Linier's main hope is that move, but the problem is his king is so open, so many checks, like you can never really move the knight at all from that square now, right? Because bad stuff is going to happen. So I do think, yeah, you know, FIDE, he's looking pretty comfortable. He knows he's got this game. Wow, this was a long game. Remember that we were looking at the opening, that Tarrasch variation, and I don't know. I feel like Linier might have wanted to play bishop g4 early on in the opening and actually kind of put more pressure to e2, because the way he played, he was kind of like a little bit worse. And I don't know at which point things got really critical for him. We kind of missed that. We can obviously take a look. Should we take a look, or should we just stay on this because he's down to like 2 minutes?
Totally up to you.
Yeah, well, okay. Let's just keep watching, because this is pretty much the decisive point, and I think we're gonna see FIDE claim his spot, and then only one matchup will still be determined tomorrow.
Right. 1-1, yeah?
Yeah, 1-1. So we'll only have 2 games to follow tomorrow.
And yeah, he's done it. Queen G6. I think after he takes on H4, I think Dominguez might resign. So Queen H7 now.
Yeah. Fabi sees it. This might be it. This might be it.
Yeah, this
for
might be
Lanier.
it. So yeah,
He's not usually the player that likes to play like endlessly. I mean, he can try, but like 2 or 3 pawns is quite a lot. I mean, I suppose he can try. He can go knight e7, give up that one, take that one. He probably should try, you know, why not? Something can still happen. Yeah, I wouldn't resign if I were him.
Actually, if knight e7, I might just try bishop c5.
Bishop c5, yeah.
So you have to move the king anyway.
So you're saying if knight e7, maybe even bishop c5.
Yeah,
But then I have this though. That's annoying.
That's annoying. That's right.
And then I get like at least 1 capture, which you didn't really want to give me, right?
Yeah. So okay, a safer option is always take on h4.
Yeah. All right. So let's see what Lanier does. He's definitely contemplating. I think he's contemplating resignation, but you know, but he'll probably play a few more moves.
Yep. I think he will.
All right, guys. So we're getting down to the end of today's coverage.
So,
And let us know if you have any questions for us.
yep. Oh, he's played knight e7, probably trying to tempt Fabiano to play bishop c5 and then go for this.
Well, it's tempting in a way, but I don't think, I think Fabi will just take on
I think he will take,
an h4 and allow queen takes b3.
But he's definitely thinking about it. He's currently calculating this bishop c5 because it looks very natural. You just want to, you know, simplify everything and go to the pawn's endgame. But yeah, unfortunately, there's this queen d1 and takes.
Yeah, this is maybe like the way that we could actually mess things up because then we don't win the pawn when our king gets opened, right? And then there's actually checks to the king from g1.
Yep.
Actually, we could even lose that pawn, you know, as well. So yeah, he's going to take.
Hang on, but is that... there's queen b8 as well. No, he took it. He took it. There's no point of risking this position.
Yeah, so he took on h4. Okay.
Queen takes b3 is already on the board.
It's on the board. Okay, so now Fabiano has to show a little bit of technique here, yeah? These players must be kind of tired. What do you think? 5 hours into the game? I'm feeling pretty tired. All right, so how are we going to win this? Well, as long as we don't blunder the bishop with some kind of a check. He just goes queen g4. Okay. Yeah, controlling d1. King e8. King d6 played by Lanier. Maybe just bishop e3 I kind of like. Just put the bishop on a solid square. Queen e4 is pretty good. You can keep your queen in the center. Threatening this kind of stuff.
Yeah, many moves, definitely.
Yeah, I think here it's kind of hard to pick something very wrong.
Or pull the bishop somewhere. But
Where'd he go? Centralization.
Yeah, centralization with the queen. Yep, I think we are nearing the end right now. So let's summarize the matches of today, Irina. So the match between Magnus and Gukesh, Magnus had a better opening toward the middle game, but I think he lost control in some moment, and Gukesh managed to get a slightly better position and slightly better in game, but it was not enough for him to win the second game.
Yeah, Magnus kind of felt the danger and started defending quite well. Obviously, it was kind of uninspiring for him, given the position he had. So I wouldn't say that this game really went according to plan. But yeah, he was not, I guess, in serious enough danger to lose this game. Pragg versus Erigaisi also featured a C3 Sicilian. Praggnanandhaa went for the Sicilian, needing to win. And he went for a different line than Gukesh. He went knight f6, but also managed to outplay his opponent in a kind of surprising endgame where he had a doubled pawn, but managed to somehow just outmaneuver White's pieces, and White got stuck on the queen side, and his king was able to break through to Erigaisi's kingside pawns.
Yep, and their match will be decided tomorrow on the tiebreak. And the game between Abasov versus Vidit, it was quite a heartbreaking game for Vidit fans, to be honest, because, yeah, Vidit kind of overpushed there in a quite equal opening and decided to do the long castle, which is, I think it's a bit, well, it's brave of him, but it's also quite dubious because he knew that he's walking into a slightly better position for White, and Abasov also managed to play a very good chess, very dominating, and won convincingly in the end.
Yeah, Abasov's game was definitely a highlight of this round. I was just wondering, is Fabi going to finally push a pawn? Because he can't just win without pushing any pawns, so he just went g4.
Yep. And the last game in the open section is the one that we're currently seeing right now. So in the women's section, we saw that Anna Muzychuk drew the game against Nurgul-Salimova, so they will also play the tiebreak tomorrow. And Alexandra Goryachkina drew the second game, and she already won the first game yesterday, so she's the first player to go to the final in the women's section.
Yeah, so for the first time in this tournament, we're having a tiebreak of only 2 games. It's going to be really easy to follow compared to our previous tiebreaks.
Yep. And now it's looking like Fabiano will also go to the semifinal, and we'll be waiting for the winner between Praggnanandhaa versus Arjun-Erigaisi.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's hard to predict, obviously, the outcome of either of these tiebreaks. I think I won't
It's going to
really
be very close, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if I have to predict, like if you really put me on the spot, I'm going to predict that it's going to be Pragg and Muzychuk. Yeah, that kind of makes sense to me, but I can even go with Pragg and Salimova. Even that would not be such a shock. For some reason, I just have a feeling like it's Pragg's moment. That's all. You know, like I just feel like he's been on fire lately. He's been playing such a bold chess that I kind of feel like he should get this match against Caruana. And I feel like I even feel like a finale like Carlsen-Pragg would be super interesting. Right, and kind of fitting, right? Like given like how I remember Carlsen was congratulating him when he beat Naka. Like it would be quite a nice end to the tournament as well.
Do you think it's like Magnus congratulating Praggnanandhaa is like a torch relay? Hey, you're gonna, you know,
you're gonna beat me in the finals.
Yeah,
you know how like Meet Me in Seattle or something like that. There's a movie like that.
I think it's
what is it?
Sleepless in Seattle.
Yeah, well, there's something like there's Meet Me Somewhere, but yeah, it's like Meet Me in the finals. So I feel like that could be it. Yeah, like that might have been symbolic in some way. All right, what do we have on the board? Dominguez attacking the bishop. Fabi moved it away. King d7, I guess.
Yep, King d7 is on the board.
And what are we going to do? G5?
G5 is a move. Queen f5 is a move. I like queen f5. It's just, I think you want to get to the 6th rank. So queen f5, what do you do? And next move, I'll just play queen e6.
Yeah, king e7.
If king e7, then bishop f6 maybe?
Yeah, you'll keep me running around.
Or g5
King
is
d6.
just very direct as well.
I mean, it's like
G3.
we always have that. What did he do?
King g3. Very safe move
King
by
g3.
Fabiano.
Oh, nice. Nice technique. Staying out of the checks of the knight. I like that.
Uh-huh.
Although, yeah, there's no queen f1 because the knight would hang. Sure. Sure, he wants to be like very safe about it, like
Very,
maybe
very
pawn
safe,
to f3. Sure, yeah, makes sense.
So this is how you win, guys.
Grandmaster technique.
Yeah, you don't give any sort of counter attack, even though obviously the knight goes to f4 or e3 would have been a mistake as well, but you just don't give any choice or any option for your opponent to do that. And now knight e7.
Yeah. So by the way, we did see the tournament info earlier today. So we know the losers of today's round get
35,000.
35,000. But unfortunately, you know, they miss out on their chance to play for that candidate spot. Yeah. So it is quite costly for Lanier, I would say. If he was able to win yesterday, I mean, Caruana might still get. I mean, I don't know. There might be some other way for Caruana in, although it's not clear because a lot of those spots are going to Grand Swiss.
Yep.
I think only one by rating, right?
So this is the first qualifier to the candidate. So the top 3 in the open section and the top 3 in the women's section will be playing the candidates in Toronto, April next year. And the second qualifier will be, I think, very soon for the in the Grand Swiss. It's going to be in
Isle
October.
of Man, yeah, in October. After like October 20th, it might be like around October 23rd.
The first game is on the October 25th.
Are you playing?
No, I'm not playing.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not playing either. It was a little too soon after the U.S. Championship.
So bishop f6 is on the board. Yeah, where does this knight go? Oh, back to d5 and then queen f5 check. And then you can just simply
Push the pawn at some
the
point.
pawn.
Yeah. I mean, every time they give you a check, you can block it with this pawn.
Yeah. Or even queen f3, yeah, anything.
Yeah.
much.
I mean, Lanier, of course, has to kind of play it out, but it's not a whole lot of fun for black at this point.
Right. So tomorrow, just another friendly reminder to our viewers, they will play 2 games of rapid 25 minutes plus 10 seconds. And if the match is still tight, they will move on to the second rapid tie break, that is 10 minutes plus 10 seconds. And if it is another tie, then they will play the blitz section, that is 5 minutes plus 3 seconds. If it is another tie, then it's going to be 3 minutes plus 2 seconds, but the 3 minutes plus 2 seconds will be the sudden death. So whoever wins first, and he or she is the winner. So king e8, can you play queen? Queen e6, king f8. Is there any direct win in this position?
You just want to checkmate that king, yeah?
I want to checkmate that king.
Well, now, by the way, at some points, if you push the pawn, there could be like a check, and I can at least take and go into a queen endgame with you. And I think Fabi...
Unless I play queen f3.
Yeah, unless you play queen f3, and that's kind of funny that you're still winning that one, but I feel like Fabi doesn't really necessarily want to allow that trade. He probably feels like he should be winning with the queen and bishop. But I don't see like a direct win, right? Because like the knight just covers that square, so there's never a direct win like that.
So there's no direct win here?
Yeah. How did the bishop get to f6?
Yeah, bishop f6.
He got attacked, yeah. Well, maybe he just, you know what I like? I like the check, actually. I like the check, and then just going back. Look at that. This I like. Yes. I think this works quite nicely. And the queen and the bishop are super powerful, and I am kind of lining up more attacks on your king in the future. And fortunately on this move I have that, and because this king is well placed, there's no discoveries on the queen. So I think this works.
I think so too.
I mean, you have to be a little careful again with your king's safety. Right? It's a little tricky as your pawns move forward.
Yeah, I think it's a tricky decision by Dominguez to keep the knight in the center of the board, yeah? To make things a little bit harder.
Yeah, what did he go for? He did
Queen
go for
E6.
queen e6 check.
King f8 is already on the
So
board.
any other thing that he can do other than bishop e5? I mean, you could go king h4. Doesn't look like the most natural, but
But it is a move, yeah.
it's a move. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, everything here is a move. The question is how to clean up in the most precise way. Yeah. You could go g5. I'm starting to feel a little nervous about my light squares, even though it's sort of okay. But probably I would still like play bishop e5. Poppy is down to 4 minutes. The near is back up to almost 2.
Yeah, bishop e5. Centralizing the bishop again.
Or you can go like f3. I mean, you could just offer them to take your bishop. That is fine. Of course, Fabi's probably not going to do that. f3 is an interesting move.
And he did it. Bishop e5.
Okay, he went for my first option.
So
Yeah, so I expect some kind of a check, and then like putting the queen on d1.
the only hope is after queen b3 and king g2, there is knight f4, yeah? Just be
Yeah.
careful with that.
Yeah.
But I think after queen b3, just f3.
Well, here's the thing. Let's just break it down. The king cannot move at all. The knight shouldn't be moving anywhere. So the only piece that can move is the queen, and she's got to guard the knight. So yeah, most likely she will be doing it from like these squares. So she needs to get to d1 to have some chances to go from the back. I think that's pretty clear. And I mean, I would just go queen d3. Queen, no, but you can also start with queen b3. And then there's maybe king h4. Then you go there.
Yep, queen d3 is on the board.
Okay. So now Fabi needs to decide.
Queen d3, not b3.
D3. He goes for
F3.
He goes for f3. Yeah, I think we looked at that position, and now I think you just got queen d1, right? I mean, you got to try to bother them with checks. I mean, I guess you could move your knight, but I just feel like better leave it on d5. It's pretty good on d5. Lanier down to less than a minute.
Yep. And he has to play his move very soon. 30 seconds left on
Queen
the clock.
d1. There you
Queen
go.
d1, that's
It's kind of
quite, I think it might be the only move that has some idea.
Yeah, so now white has to be kind of smart here, because if you go to h4, you might just be blundering that pawn. Fabi needs to figure out the right way to put his pieces here. And also, there's checks coming. King can still sort of run away. But you have to be a little careful. What did he do? He gave a check. King g7, only move.
He might just play bishop c5. Just to stop the
I like
check.
bishop c5.
And
good,
he did it.
Good point. Stopping that and stopping that. Yeah, make sure your king is safe from checks. That's very important.
And now g5 is G5 is the idea, yeah.
Yep.
If there's nothing else.
So basically, the knight can't move.
And the queen cannot attack the bishop because the queen has to keep protecting the knight.
Yeah, so yeah, it is getting very difficult for Lanier to keep coming up with moves here. I think he's going to go like queen d3.
And after g5?
Or maybe queen d2. How about queen d2?
Queen d2.
At least that gives me some idea of checks. Yeah, just go queen d2.
Yeah. Or...
Oh, he moved the knight. I don't know. Moving the knight.
hoping for g5 and then knight h4. Knight h5.
Yeah, we don't even know how good that is, but But
At
I don't have a
least-
good feeling about this move.
Yeah, I like this bishop f8 actually.
Yeah, bishop f8. It's kind of simplifying. Yeah.
Or maybe better to keep the bishop. I don't know. What do you think?
King g6.
And then queen, yeah, queen f5 doesn't really work, yeah, because king f7.
Yeah, it's still a little tricky.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, black is not threatening any checks.
Queen e5. Just
Well, should we just analyze this move? I mean, oh, did he go queen e5?
Queen e5
Oh, he
already.
went queen e5. Okay, so he's not allowing any checks, and he's threatening g5.
Mhm. Very solid move.
So king f7. You
King
got to get out.
f7. King f7 might be bishop d4.
Is there any points at which we're finally going to play g5? But I agree with you. Actually, bishop d4 is great, right? Because the
Yeah.
knight finally cannot come to d5.
Mm-hmm. And after the knight moves, we can give a check first, or we can move the pawn. I think, yeah, he's played it, king f7. I think we will see bishop d4 soon on the board.
Yeah, Caruana is playing this like very carefully. It's not allowed any drama.
Mm-hmm. Very, very careful indeed.
Yeah.
Making sure that the king cannot be checked.
Very professional, I would say.
Very professional.
Yeah.
And even with the time management.
He's definitely not playing quickly, you know? So he's thinking about bishop d4, yeah? He hasn't put that on the board yet. What do you think about g5? G5, is there any reason, though? I feel like there's no reason.
He's played
Bishop
it.
d4,
Bishop
yeah.
d4.
Nice move, and now the knight loses his outpost on d5. So now, no checks. The knight has to go somewhere, and that's definitely spelling the end. Okay, now the knight there is like not nearly as stable. And you almost got to wonder about this move.
Yeah, you have to play king e8, yeah? On
Yeah,
the
you got to
move.
go king e8, but now things are getting dangerous. I mean, like, I go here, I mean, you're forced to go all the way there. And, okay, of course I can, like, play some kind of bishop f6 or bishop b6, or I could just do something else.
Or you can just play bishop f2 and then focus on
Yeah.
pushing the pawns.
Yeah, like going here and just being like, wow, your knight's not that good, your king's not that good, and now I can just, yeah. I agree. Well, let's see what he comes up with after knight d7.
Well, so far he's been listening to me, so
Yeah, oh, now he didn't listen to you.
he now didn't listen.
He played queen e3. What a surprise.
Queen e4.
Queen e4. No, queen e... Is that a 4?
Yeah, it's on e4.
Okay. Okay. That's
Still
fine.
okay. Yeah, no check still. No check still. And g5 is the next move.
Yeah.
And there's nothing stopping it unless you play queen d2. But
And then there's queen f4 maybe.
I don't think you would like to go to it. Or, of course, it's winning, but...
Yeah, probably doesn't want to go into the queen trade. I agree. Queen e4 was pretty solid as well. Although, I don't know. I liked queen d5 a little bit more. All right, so Lanier, how much time does he have?
under a minute.
It's hard to find a move because his knight can barely move. Yeah, he just... Okay.
Knight
he
f8.
Found a knight move.
Knight f8. And now what happened after g5? Knight e6. But there's
Queen
queen
f5 check is always kind of
Yeah, and then
interesting, but I guess then that leaves the bishop kind of hanging. Yeah, g5 looks pretty good, right?
yep.
On knight e6, there's g6.
No, on knight e6. Oh yeah, there's g6 as well.
Here,
Or queen f5.
yeah, there's kind of a lot of nice moves, yeah? Maybe like that. But, you know, you kind of keep playing. All right, let's see. Let's see what Fabi's going to come up with. So we're thinking G5, but either of these checks could work. The thing is, like, okay, it's not possible to actually come up with a bad move here for white, yeah?
Yep. Yep, and also there is no check, so all good for Fabiano. But of course, Linear is just playing it till the end until the win is quite obvious on the board.
Yeah. So what do we think about this match between Carlsen and Gukesh that just took place? I mean, it was very anticipated. Gukesh moving to number 7 in the world after his recent games, right? And looking very good here at this World Cup. Gets his kind of shot at Magnus. And overall, it was kind of a fairly uneventful match, right? Compared to the drama that we saw in Carlsen-Kmar especially.
Right.
You know, because Carlsen was just able... You know, what's interesting is that Carlsen in his interview said that he was happy that Gukesh came with this sort of London, Jobava London, because he understood that he was going to get a chance to play. You know, so he was actually quite happy at being surprised like that by Gukesh. And, you know, in hindsight, Gukesh might feel like that wasn't the best choice of opening. But I feel like overall, you know, if you look at the big picture, it was fine. I mean, he chose an opening where he thought he was going to, you know, get an unfamiliar game with Carlsen. That was his intention. Obviously, there's some risk in doing that. But overall, he got to play, he just got to play chess and not like 30 moves of theory, right? And okay, he lost the match. I mean, even if you draw that game, you can still lose the match.
Yeah, I agree. And there's just some queen trades on the board.
Okay.
So Fabi decides to, okay, let's just get over it. And having these 2 extra pawns, let's see how are you going to defend my 2 extra pawns. Which is not going to be...
He's not going to let the knight sacrifice itself for both of the pawns, basically. It's actually pretty easy to just push it. Yeah.
Just keep pushing.
So, yeah, I think looking at the match, Carlsen-Gukesh, even though it didn't work out for Gukesh, I don't really see any mistake fundamentally, I think, in how he approached it.
I think Gukesh is just a bit inexperienced. Well, it is his debut here in the World Cup, so he has a lot to learn, but just watch out. In a year or two, man, I'm sure he's going to be top 5 in the world very soon.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the right approach, though.
Yep.
Like when you play the world's number 1, you want to go and show that you're willing to play.
Yep.
And I think that is good.
And what's a better way than learning from the best, right? Yeah, directly from world number 1.
Yeah, playing his system, against him.
Oh, there you go. And Fabiano is through to the semifinal in the open section. And he needs to wait for the winner between Praggnanandhaa versus Arjun-Praggnanandhaa tomorrow in the tiebreak.
Yeah, so often happens in chess. When you miss your chance, you know, you kind of don't get another one. And Dominguez missed a really big chance in the end game yesterday.
Yep.
Could have been a completely different result to this match, but once he let Fabi escape that losing position, Fabi didn't give him that grace today.
Yeah, Fabi being unmerciful today. Yeah.
Yeah, unmerciful. Well,
unmerciful. Yep. So I think today is also another interesting day here. Yeah, with so many good games, so many instructive games, and end game again. And also, I think I cannot wait to see the tiebreak tomorrow. Especially it's between 2 prodigies, Praggnanandhaa and Arjun. It's going to be very exciting.
Yeah. So join us tomorrow, guys, at 3 p.m. Baku time. We're gonna watch 2 tiebreak games. The results for today: Magnus Carlsen going through against Gukesh, getting the draw he needed. He will be facing the local favorite, Vidit-Abasov, who continues his absolutely amazing journey at the World Cup by beating Vidit. And Caruana winning today against Dominguez, avoiding a tiebreak. He will be waiting to see who wins in the so far decisive match between Arjun and Pragg.
Yep. And in the women's section, today we saw one decisive result that Alexandra Goryachkina managed to win the match against Tan Zhongyi, and Tan Zhongyi will have to play another match to compete for the third place against the winner or the loser of Anna Muzychuk versus Salimova. So yeah, it's going to be quite competitive, very much, in order to also get a spot for the candidates. So not only being the top placers in the World Cup, but they're also having another spot candidate for as the stakes. So it means that tomorrow is another decisive day.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot at stake tomorrow.
Day, yeah.
Guys, and if you want to see how these matches work out between Praggnanandhaa-Arjun and Muzychuk and Salimova, tune in tomorrow. We'll see you then.
Yeah, 3 p.m. Baku, Azerbaijan. See you tomorrow.